group stage.
And will end the night with a win.
And they win against Pacific Magna.
Call it a night, and Elvin will kill the final member, as they will go to the grand final.
The dynasty is still well alive. Pacific Magna will be your 3-time champions of CFS PH Masters.
It's CFS PH Masters 2025 and nandito naman kami ulit sa inyong panel. Ako po si Bipolar together with Sneaky Frog. It's day 14 ng ating group stage which means last day na to ng group stage natin, Sneaky.
Yeah, it's the very final day of group stages, man. Finally, after ilang weeks na ba tayo, Mit? 7?
Yeah, 7
weeks na tayo dito sa group stage, pare. It's been quite the up and down journey, the roller coaster of CFS PH Masters 2025 finally ends at least the group stage part here, pare.
Yeah, totoo man. Parang ang tagal na rin pero sa sobrang bilis ng panahon, I want more crossfire action sa group stage. But
yes,
we have to deal with it kasi yung roller coaster of emotions and the journey that we went through from day 1 hanggang ngayong day 14, talagang we didn't expect this pero we somewhat also know na the top teams right now do deserve their spot. But yeah, looking forward today, it's gonna be one hell of a show kasi syempre, maganda nga ang script from start to finish. But before that, let's look at the tournament format para naman for the last time sa ating group stage malaman ng ating mga viewers kung ano nga bang pinaglalaban nila or how the flow will be. Of course, the qualifiers opened up with 2 open qualifier legs, may best of 1 series and best of 3. Top 2 teams to open qualifiers 1 and top 3 teams to open qualifiers 2. But total 5 teams will join the 3 invited teams in the group stage. So group stage, which is happening right now, it's a single round robin, a best of 3 series. Top 4 teams will advance to the playoffs. Their top 6 teams will secure a slot to CFS PH regional finals.
Yeah, top 6 is gonna be interesting today kasi there's gonna be a squad that is possibly fighting for that and another squad fighting for a better position dito sa playoffs natin, which is a single elimination best of 5. Top 2 teams will represent the Philippines at the Esports World Cup. Prize pool, of course, it's 10K for first, second is gonna be 4K, third is gonna be 2, 1,550 and so on and so forth for a total of 20,000 USD, pare. But of course, we're gonna take a look at the schedule for this very final week. But of course, let's take a look back at week number 1 through 4. Quite the start, no, pare. In the first 4 weeks, we really thought na some teams were stronger than another, but then, yun nga, no, the second half happened.
Yeah, dito na talaga nakita natin kung paano nga ba mag-start and how it will start up on week number 5. Let's look at week number 5 until week number 8. It really was an interesting start sa ating group stage mula sa ating sa tournament na ito kasi syempre, we were really expecting these players, just like what you've said, that these people will come on the top. Pero ngayon, parang nagbago talaga yung panahon. Na it's the streams are getting stronger. The teams that are competing internationally are still holding that spot. Pero right now, in week number 7, nakita natin kahapon lang, Execration getting a 2-1 finally against Gaon Gaming. And for the second matchup after that, which is Pacific and Team Secret, dun nagunaw ang mundo kasi Team Secret really put up a bang.
Yeah, I mean, the second half ng ating tournament schedule really twisted things up dito sa ating group stage. Obviously, some of the teams rose, some of the teams fell, and we're gonna take a look at the team standings, no, in order to get a better picture kung nasa na ba tayo dito sa ating tournament. So, this is what the playoff picture looks like for the current standings. Of course, it is going to be EVOS, Pacific, UBECMANIAC, and Team Secret fighting for it. Execration out of contention after their loss against itong Team Secret. And Acceptance trying to keep that top 6 slot in order to stay in that regional finals, pare. But they still have to fight up against itong Fervid Esports. Pero kung mag-go 1-6 dito yung Team Acceptance and Fervid, there's still a possibility of the tie-up, no? So, kailangan galingan ng Fervid men if they do at least want to make it dito sa ating finals.
Tama ka dyan, Sneaky. Talaga magda-die down na yan pagdating sa laruan nila and how, paano nga ba talaga yung outcome. Kasi syempre, Team Acceptance, just like what you've said, they're fighting for the top 6 spot. And talagang it's the theme for today is labanan ng standings and labanan ng place para makapasok sa bigger picture towards the tournament. Pero after that, let's look at today's matchup, kung ano nga ba ang ating mga laban for today. Of course, we'll start it off with Fervid versus Team Acceptance. And one thing to point out din if mananalo ang Fervid dito, that means that's their very first win sa Buong Masters.
Yeah, and it would be a big win to have against a team that is also kind of struggling dito sa tournament natin. Obviously, Fervid, hasn't been the best season para sa kanila dito sa CFS PH Masters 2025. Pero baka nga similar dito sa ating Execration team that they can go out to this tournament with a bang, at least in a possible slot dito sa ating regional finals. So, ayun nga, best of luck para sa kanila dito. But that second series, man, that one is gonna be one for the history books. Pare, UBECMANIAC, EVOS, two of the best, most talented rosters that we have had in a while dito sa Crossfire Philippines. And ayun nga, this is a playoffs worthy na best of 3, pare. I'm actually kinda sad na best of 3 lang to win.
Yeah, totoo man. Parang hindi sapat ang tatlo. Kailangan natin ng best of 5 series, kumbaga, na talaga makikita yung showcase or the skill set of these two teams. And a great group stage ender, by the way, ang ating EVOS versus UBECMANIAC. At the top 2 and top 1 spot is really, really high. And sila talaga yung nag-hold yan. Pero Sneaky, for the rest of this day, it's gonna be one hell of a show. Fervid versus Team Acceptance, anong little bit of thoughts about that team?
Obviously, I wouldn't say na similar yung position ng dalawang teams natin dito. I think Team Acceptance definitely slightly stronger going into the season, considering na they've gotten more distance with their roster kumpara dito sa Fervid. Fervid, obviously, every single game na they have stepped into hasn't really bode well para sa kanila dito. Granted, they have gotten some odd maps galing sa mga stronger teams natin, but then when it comes to the end of the series, they kind of fizzle out dito, But against Team Acceptance, feeling ko realistic naman yata yung chances ng Fervid GT. Obviously, Team Acceptance having their own struggles as well. So, ayun nga, who really just shows up in better form for today, pare.
Yeah, tama ka dyan. And now, let's show kung ano nga ba ang first team for today. It's gonna be Fervid Esports. Let's look at them in their player camps. And of course, Fervid Esports at the top 8 spot sa ating buong Masters. Pero they've been battling it hard. Nakita naman natin individually, these players are always just shining all throughout. Haj, Jat, Lons, Skies, and Ting. And a quick note, marami rin tayong mga surprises later wherein a player is out pero a new player is in. Now, let's look at the team statistics for the entirety of Fervid Esports. Makita natin with that 1.01 KD si Lons, always just shining all throughout.
Yeah, Lance is probably one of the more impressive players dito sa roster na to. He's definitely, kind of stats say for themselves. Now, he has the only positive KD kasama dito si Nomad, who has had some really good games as well with that 74 AP. I think these two really were the shining, siguro like diamonds in the rough na pwede nga natin tawagin dito. Jat, despite what his statistics do suggest, though, has had or did have that one good game up against itong Exe. So I can't really count him out dito sa series na to. So he's still a factor that you'll have to think about. And of course, guys, it's due for a pop-off, man. Ayun nga, I've been waiting all season for a Skies pop-off dito sa tournament natin, and why not? Just do it at the very tail end ng group stage natin.
Yeah, kailangan na talaga nila ipakita yung lahat ng ipapakita nila, because this last game really does show kung sino ka nga ba as a player. And now looking at the team as a whole, let's look at their team data kung ano nga ba, or let's look a little bit back kung paano nga ba ang kanilang journey for this Master. Of course, it's hard to say, but a lot of losses for the entirety of this tournament for them. Top 8 spot, nonetheless. You can see that there are still wins, and they really did a lot pa rin naman eh. Tulad nga sabi mo, they put up a fight against Execration. Looking at that first spot against Gaon Gaming, it was a show na talagang kahit normal viewer ka lang ng Crossfire, you'll still wanna watch Fervid Esports.
Yeah, if this was any other season of Masters, pare, this team would at least be, let's say, 5th or 6th dito sa tournament natin. Kung sumali yung Fervid nung 2024, that's definitely the spot that they would have been in, Problema kasi dito sa 2025 Polar, everybody's good. I mean, all the way up to Gaon Gaming dito sa standings, everybody is, a killer dito sa tournament natin. So, unfortunately, para dito sa Fervid, they just bumped into the 7 best teams in this country from that open qualifier. So, I feel like despite all that, the strength is still lying there para sa kanila dito. But of course, substitute is gonna be here.
Yes.
Nomad 1 out, Ting gonna be in, pare. And gonna be very interesting to see Ting, have his fair shot dito sa ating last game.
Yeah, tulad nga na sinabi natin, it's the last game of the group stage. So Ting has a lot of spotlight right now. May kita natin siya in just a little while. So unfortunately, again, Nomad is out of the picture for now. Pero Ting having the spotlight means na we are rooting for him. Marami tayong may kitang plays coming in from Ting and how he will adapt with his team. Lalo na ang kalaban nga nila is the top 16, which is Team Acceptance, na talagang if they really win against this, magiging magandang picture to para sa Fervid, not just for Masters right now, pero for the next couple of events or the next couple of tournaments. But right now, speaking about Ting, makakasama naman natin dito ang ating napakapoging coming in from Fervid Esports. Ting, kamusta tayo dyan? Hello,
Yeah.
Ting.
Ayun nga, boss Ting. Kamusta naman dyan, boss? Ayun. Kamusta,
Ayun lang.
boss Ting? And obviously... Uy.
Oh.
Hello? Dinig
Yeah,
pa,
Ting.
boss Ting? Dinig pa sa stream?
Yeah, hindi ata rinig sa stream, Ting, yung
Ayun,
yung mo, pero
Grabe,
ayusin
men,
natin yan. Yeah, don't worry, ayusin natin yan, Ting, in just a little while.
Nakita
Just
kasi
need
si
to-
Polar, men, napafreeze.
Ay, naku po, binati kasi natin parang
Yun
maaga pa
lang.
ata para kay Ting, pero he will be back. Huwag kayong mag-alala. Alam naman natin maraming nag-aabang sa interview natin with Ting. Pero Sneaky, anong Ting being a substitute for this against Nomad 1, anong mga siguro, let's say, the good parts against Ting, lalo na Team Acceptance sa kalaban nila dito?
Well, ayun nga, no? I think it's a different point of view para sa kanila dito, especially fully knowing how heavily influential, no, itong si Nomad 1 when it comes to his team and his calling. His output as well when it comes to fragging is definitely gonna be noticed, pero knowing na medyo malaking unknown dito si Ting, dito sa team despite him being in the roster for a while,
Yeah.
ayun nga, I feel like he can offer a curveball siguro para dito sa Fervid just to confuse itong Team Acceptance, no?
Yeah, kasi syempre Team Acceptance really studied Fervid Esports very much so, and naka-cater yun basically for Nomad kasi one of the top fraggers as well for Fervid yun. Ngayon medyo may ibang timpla ang buong Fervid, which means Team Acceptance not only has to deal with Ting but has to deal with the combination of players that Ting is including himself in. So medyo there's a different taste, and yeah, maging curveball talaga pagdating sa labanan natin mamaya. But now, onti na lang, may makakasama natin si Ting. We're just waiting for him to fix up his mics ng onting-onti. Pero yeah, a lot of promise para sa batang ito kasi syempre, Masters is really not the end of the game para sa Fervid. Again, hindi naman masyado maganda ang kanilang performance, but there's a lot of promise for these players.
Yeah, meron pa namang possibility of the regional play-in. No? Feeling ko the regional play-in, especially this year, is gonna be very interesting. Fully knowing na yung mga teams na pwede pumasok galing dito sa Impact, let's say theoretically pare, Sunday Shrooms, and itong matches na makakapasok dito. And they're looking very scary, no? Especially itong matches with this new roster. Despite yung kanilang shortcomings up against itong Sunday Shrooms, pare, I still think they're one of the scariest teams going into yung regional play natin, considering yung Rise ni Zach, Rels is back. Rest of the roster has been really good. Yung mga upgrades nila from their second team now going into the first team has been very, very impressive. And para naman sa Sunday Shrooms, no, they have players na despite the high variance, no, their skill level cannot be denied dito, pare, and their ceiling is good enough to get into that regional. So kung kayo nga dito yung Fervid and or Gaon Gaming, nga maghahanda-handa na ako dito, pare.
Alam mo, may tanong tuloy ako sa'yo Sneaky, with all of the things that you've said. Kung Masters natin ay parang top 8 teams, everyone is very good. Some of the teams are really, really good. Masasabi ba natin yun sa regionals natin na it's not like the past seasons na ngayon talagang everyone is very, very good?
Yeah, I think regionals is probably gonna be yun yan. That's basically the 8 best teams dito sa Philippines. Kasi ayun nga, you're taking the bottom 2 dito na Masters, giving an opportunity sa top 2 dito sa ating top 2 dito sa ating Impact. And obviously, time and time again nakita natin dito sa Impact teams like Vanguard, teams like Herbie Gaming team, no, kung saan nanggaling dito si Nomad, kung saan nanggaling dito si Folex. So there still could be talent lurking, no, dito sa Impact pare, na can take out any Masters team dito pare.
Sobrang exciting yan, man. Just hearing about it means that there's a lot of talaga promise. Marami nga abangan ang mga viewers natin. Pero ngayon, abangan muna natin and let's look at Team Acceptance ang kakalabanin ng Fervid Esports. Of course, Team Acceptance on the top 6 team, on the top 6 standing. Medyo ito din yung isang team na talagang tumangke na malalakas nating mga teams sa buong CFS PH Masters.
Yeah, and para naman dito sa Team Acceptance, so their goal today is to protect that record of theirs para to keep themselves in position para sa top 6. Kasi yun nga, never mo talagang gusto maglaro dito sa play-in, fully knowing na there could be sharks lurking. Obviously, Execration learned that the hard way last year pare. Ayun nga, nung natalo sila dito ng HGT. Ironically, Mr. Polar by CJ, NL, Ared. Ayun nga, it's the exact same team that knocked them out. And feeling ko itong Team Acceptance, kung makapasok sila ng top 6 dito and they can fix their problems in the off-season, I think they can go deep dito sa regional finals, pare.
Yeah, parang maganda talaga yung journey nila. Even after this Masters na may kita natin, they have a lot of firepower na pwede pang ibigay, lalo na pagdating sa regionals natin. One thing na medyo concerned lang ako, their main sniper Heck, dahil nga we have some news later on, it might affect the entirety of Team Acceptance, lalo na they're fighting against Fervid Esports kung saan meron din silang mga new up-and-coming players. Now, let's look at the team data kung paano nga ba. Again, ang journey naman ng Team Acceptance, just like Fervid, a lot of losses, but they did get that win against Gaon Gaming. Nagawa nila ng paraan. Ngayon, last game, Fervid Esports.
Yep, in the very tail end, no, to protect their top 6 slot. I mean, obviously, a lot of losses dito sa tournament natin, but it's very impressive that they got a map off of Execration, knowing how solid they have been against non-top 4 teams, pare. But, ayun nga, an opportunity para sa Team Acceptance to seal off. Granted, ayun nga, one of their players is missing, and the fact na, tama ka nga, Polar, it's Heck out of all people ang mawawala dito. Fully knowing na yung best player dito ng Fervid is si Lance. I mean,
yeah, man.
Nga, no, whoever is gonna be holding that sniper better be doing well today, pare.
Yeah, maraming pressure ang medyo ibibigay ni Lance mamaya and we'll definitely be noticing that. Ngayon, may kita natin the team substitution, kung ano nga ba ang player na mawawala for today at papasok. It's none other than Heck. Again, pinag-usapan natin yan, the main sniper of Team Acceptance. Pero ang papalit naman sa kanya is AMG. Nakita natin siya maglaro in just for a small time, pero he really did good. Ngayon, I wanna see more from him, lalo na ito yung last game nila sa group stage.
Yeah, second opportunity para dito kay AMG, no? Granted na medyo high pressure yung game considering their record is somewhat on the line, pero feeling ko it's mathematically impossible kung makaangat nga dito ang ating Fervid if they do win just one map. So, ayun nga, AMG, his goal is to just pop off, maybe get himself a bit of a spotlight dito sa Team Acceptance, pare, and try and see if he can give us a good show dito, pare.
Totoo man. AMG is really one of those players na nagiging alas talaga for Team Acceptance na once he pops off, he is uncontrollable and we just want to see that. We just want to see this guy very much take that spot away na medyo talagang nakuha ng mga players nila. Pero now, I think we have some interviews kanina. He will come back possibly mamaya if he does pop off. Pero ngayon, let's look towards Ared naman from Team Acceptance. Sir Ared, kamusta tayo dyan? Are one of our top players for Team Acceptance. Kamusta naman ang buong team? Kamusta ka ngayon?
Okay lang po.
Ayun nga. Ared, obviously, no? Wala si Heck today. Medyo simple lang naman tanong ko, sino maghahawak ng sniper today para sa Acceptance?
Siguro si Zen1. Zen1.
Ayun nga. And now we know na it's pronounced N1. Pero ikaw, Polar.
sa wakas, kasi Ared, little backstory lang, di namin alam kung paano talaga. Yung ibang casters, tawag namin Zenny, pero Zen1 pala, so maraming salamat sa iyo. Ared, onting thoughts naman para sa makakalaban nyo today? May tatargetin ba kayong player or ano yung mga strategy na ilalabas?
Targetin siguro sila lahat.
Ayun, yan ang gusto ko sa'yo, Ared. Talagang may kita natin yan mamaya. Pero Ared, Thank you very much. Good luck sa inyo. A little bit of message ba para sa inyong fans? Red, it's your time.
Sa nagsuporta sa Team Acceptance, walang sawang suporta, salamat kayo sa tanan.
Yun. Red, maraming salamat sa iyo, man. Thank you very much. Good luck sa inyo against Fervid Esports.
Ayun nga po ulit, that's the same guy that took down Execration in the regional
Yes, sir.
finals, pare. And ayun nga, maybe he doesn't have to do it. Kung yun nga, makapanalo sila today, seal that top 6, chill, watch the play-ins, and see what happens dito sa ating regional finals. But of course, we're gonna have our head-to-head. And I think it is gonna be most likely si Red and si Lance.
Probably.
Oh, hindi.
No, it's
NL. I forgot
NL.
NL actually had that very good series no
Yeah.
last time dito ng acceptance. So, let's see if Nikong can shine here dito, pare. But yun nga, Nikong, despite what his statistics suggest, no, he is a very competent rifler, pare.
Totoo man. I mean, up against Lance right now, he has some formidable statistics. 1.01 KD and that kill per round na talagang mapapansin mo every time he is putting out those damage and putting out those impacts. Pero for NL, minsan naging wildcard siya and we did see that last time, and recalling back, siya talaga yung gumawa ng momentum and siya din ang bumuhay sa buong team acceptance last time, even though it went out with a bang for the other team. Pero yeah, NL, very promising for this guy. Nakikita natin, this guy is jolly pag nakakasama natin siya sa interviews. He's just a humble guy na talagang may kita mo, he's focused on what he wants, and it's just a good head-to-head for now.
Yeah, I mean, Lance definitely a guy that you're gonna look out for para dito sa Fervid to perform para sa kanyang team. And ayun nga, no, I hope to see, you know, something kind of dito kay Lance, no? You're gonna get a lot more freedom since Heck is off of the map. Granted, si Zen 1 guy is possibly gonna be sniping. I think it's gonna be something.
Yeah, yan ang aabangan ng ating mga players and lahat ng ating mga manonood for today. Pero it's time to see kung sino nga bang ating mga casters. It's gonna be Mochi and Daedom on our casting deck. Kamusta naman kay Jan sa ating right side ng ating screen?
Very happy dito. Super excited, Bipolar. And wala, let's get the show on the road. You know me. I like to see Team Acceptance playing, and I like to see them winning.
Ayun nga, Mochi, ano sa tingin mo? Feeling ko Fervid muna yung papanigan mo dito kasi si Dadom talagang all throughout Team Acceptance boy to.
Actually, I really would like and I'm looking forward lang to seeing kung ano yung maibibigay nila dito ngayon. We've come a long way. 7th week na tayo. Ito na yung oras para ipakita nila kung ano yung mga tututunan nila from the past few weeks. At ito na din yung opportunity sa kanila para makapag-adapt ng mabilisan dahil may mga sub-ins tayo coming in eh. So how fast could they be able to adapt and be more comfortable with each other?
Yeah, that's the question in our minds right now and for everyone that is watching. Kasi syempre, different tastes, just like what Sneaky said in, sa ating panel na medyo talagang mag-iiba ang galaw ng mundo for our first matchup of the day sa ating day 14. Pero right now, let's look at the map, Vito, para naman lumuwag ang ating mga isip para makita natin kung ano nga bang lalaroan nila dito.
Yan ang gusto natin.
In some cases, you already know na that one's gonna be a banger, pare. I mean, Fervid, they have played Port, no? Nung isang araw, pare. So I don't think in terms of experience, they're gonna have a bad time there. Pero Black Widow is gonna be an interesting map number 3 if ever maabutan ngayon kasi that is the bug map, pare. So that's fist fight galore. Pwede nga natin tawagin dito.
Ikaw ba, Dadom? Ano sa tingin mo ang status ngayon ng Team Acceptance seeing this map, Vito, now?
I feel like I would agree with Sneak. Black Widow is gonna be a fist fight. But all of these maps are gonna be fist fights. Sub-base, pareho tong team na to. I mean, they both love playing sub-base. Albeit, I would give a little bit of an upper hand to Fervid because Team Acceptance are kind of inconsistent in sub-base. I mean, dinurog nila yung ano dito eh, Execration, but then they got destroyed by Pacific in sub-base. So, it's kind of up in the air. I mean, sure, they're good at it, but how good, I'm not particularly sure. Fervid, somewhat consistent in this map. Port, another one of those maps na gusto rin laruin ng Team Acceptance na right up there with Fervid. So I think both of these first two maps parehong pwedeng ma-extend yung series natin eh. Black Widow, the same thing that Sneaky Frag. It's Sneaky said it's a battle of fundamentals now. So I feel like all out war tayo dito, Bipolar, but the key factor I think is gonna be Nomad because Nomad out today means Fervid I think are gonna have to be playing a little bit lopsided.
Yeah, yun talaga eh. Pero ikaw ba, Mochi, any final words after this map, Vito?
Ako, ang masasabi ko lang, dito magkakatalo ng mga sniper ng bawat team, no?
Mhm.
Supporting na rin yung sinabi ni Dadong. We have Zen 1 and as well as Lance. It's just gonna be quite a handful in terms
Yun
of
lang.
fights and kung anong mga action yung makikita natin. And of course, here, Black Widow, pretty similar to what you guys said, no? I feel like we cannot stress this enough. It's all about the fundamentals and how do they be able to actually address each other on that one.
Mukhang mapapakain talaga ang ating Makasis for today for the very first matchup ng ating Fervid versus Team Acceptance. Pero sikmurain muna natin ang ating prediction. Paulit-ulit yung muna sinabi ko. Pero prediction muna tayo. I'm gonna go for 2-0 in favor of Team Acceptance.
Uy, my boy.
Alam kong magpe-predict si Dadum ng 2-1 Acceptance. So, go 2-1 Fervid dito pa.
Yun. Ikaw ba, Moji?
Mabawi lang.
2-1 Acceptance. Ako. Yeah.
Sneaky, you know
Ano,
what?
Dadum?
Sneaky, you know what? You're wrong. I'm predicting 2-0. 2-0 tayo. Team Acceptance, all in. Let's go. Let's end this by map number 2.
Kala ko,
Okay.
lahat ka nalang kala ko sasabihin niya 2-0 Fervid.
Inantay ko din yun eh. Parang bumuelo pa si
Crazy
Dadum
nun.
na magsabi na Fervid pala yung sa side niya. Pero everybody, 2-0s for me and Dadum and 2-1 for Sneaky in favor of Fervid. Kay Mochi naman, meron tayong leeway for Fervid ng onte. Pero looking back at it, might be possible na talagang umabot tayo ng game number 3. Seeing that Black Widow, baka gusto laruin ng ating mga players yan. Pero for now, our predictions are set in stone and I think you can also join us with our predictions sa ating comment section dyan. But for now, let's look at a little bit of break para tayo makapag-ready for our very first matchup, CFS PH Masters 2025. We'll be right back after a short break.
win.
And they win against Pacific MASTERS.
Call it a night, and Elvin will kill the final member as they will go to the grand final.
The dynasty is still well alive. Pacific MASTERS will be your 3-time champions of CFS PH Masters.
Ooh, not just 2 heads, but 4 heads ang makikita nyo ngayon dito lang sa CFS PH Masters 2025. Kami po ay nagbabalik for a very long time of waiting. Sa wakas, nakonekta na lahat ng kuryente pati internet sa ating mga players, and we are back for more crossfire action. The best broadcast right now, by the way. Kami po ang inyong panels and casters. I'm bipolar together with Sneaky Frog, Mochi, and Daydum. Kumusta naman kayo dyan?
Teka lang, bipolar, ano? Medyo nagulat ako sa intro mo. Tama ka naman, this is the best broadcast right now, by the way. And guys, magsisimula na tayo sa laro. Pasensya na, we just have an announcement to make kung bakit nagtagal, no? Apparently, nagkakaroon tayo ng small technical issue with Cebu internet and connection. Pero okay lang! We're back and we're ready. Inintay natin na makapag-setup dito ang Team Fervid, the Team Acceptance, and we're ready and waiting for the lobby to start.
Yes, tama ka dyan, Daydum. We're just getting a little bit more ready for some bit more action. Pero Sneaky, a little bit of thought from you after that very, very short break. Ano nga bang ating thoughts again for Fervid and Team Acceptance para sa mga taong kakapasok pa lang dito sa ating livestream?
Ayun nga, it's one of our closer lower table matchups natin dito sa standing. So, full expectations na we are gonna go all the way to map number 3. Except dito kay Danom, he did predict 2-0 dito sa ating series. Pero kinda feels like both teams equally strong.
Okay, yeah, very much so. Talagang again, may labanan tayo ng spots na may kita dito. Top 6 again ang ating Team Acceptance, which means if they do win this, papasok sila sa play-ins. Pero Fervid, they just need that little bit of factor para makapasok and get that one match win bago matapos ang ating group stage. Pero wala na tayong pag-uusapan pa. Hindi na kailangan ng 4 heads. Kailangan natin ng 2 heads coming in from the casters, si Mochi and Daydum. Kayo naman.
Thank you so much, Bipolar. At yun nga, super excited for this game, Mochi. Pero nakalimutan ko i-bring up kanina, Sneaky Frog. Happy birthday sa'yo. Happy birthday, guys. Comment nyo dyan sa baba. Let's greet Sneaky Frog. Happy birthday. Saktong-sakto. It's like a birthday gift para sa Sneak, pero para sa akin kasi it's Team Acceptance that's playing today. And I'm super stoked for this matchup kasi Mochi, this is gonna make or break the regional slot. No, I mean yung number 5 kasi natin sure na nasa Execration, but if depende kung paano lalatag yung game today between Acceptance and Fervid kung sino yung makakapasok sa top 6.
I feel like no? Ang daig siguro ng iniisip ng mga teams natin, both of our teams so far. Kasi biro mo, nag-swap sa teams. Tapos, hindi natin sure or hindi tayo masyado nakatunog kung nakapag-ensayo ba sila, kung anong i-expect natin. And it seems like they're just gonna go about this as straightforward as they can. Most especially nung interview natin kanina ang Team Acceptance, and I feel like we ought to be on a really powerful first map kasi balita ko ang unang mapa natin will be sub-base.
Yeah, absolutely, no. I mean, having sub-base as the first map is really gonna set the standard between these two teams. Sub-base, as we know, is the favorite of majority of our southern teams, and both of our squads dito are from the south, no. So Team Acceptance and Fervid, I think this first map is gonna set the tempo. Kasi yung isa sa mga problema dito, Mochi, when it comes to high pressure moments, high pressure games, yung mental, you have to take into consideration the mental. And having sub-base as your first map, kung matalo ka man dito, nakakasira ng mental yan. So, it's really gonna set the tempo for the rest of the series, in my opinion. And it's perfect kasi yung first 2 maps natin are both maps na gusto laruin ng dalawang team natin. Talk about sub-base, pareho silang magaling dyan. Port as well, Fervid yung pumili, but it's one of the favorite maps of Team Acceptance. So, parang ano yan parang bring it on. Parang kumbaga, yun yung sinasabi nila.
And I feel like nakatunog na tayo, no? We are gonna be diving right in dito sa ating lupain ng sub-base. Ladies and gentlemen, and everything in between, dito naman tayo sa laban ng Fervid versus Team Acceptance. Pero mukhang nagkakaroon na agad ng tapatan dito. Ang bilis naman ng mga pangyayari. May mga nagkakalatagan na kaagad. And she can see it is over yung 3v2. Mas lamang pa talaga Fervid, pero mukhang mababawit, mawawaglit yun kaagad-agad.
Zen 1 and Red going up against Jat and Sky's early fight sa LB. And it's a 2v2 at the end of the day. Papasok na nga dito sa site yung players ng Fervid who are starting on the blacklist side. Zen 1 with the sniper shot onto Sky is good. Opening kill on the 2v2 and Jat down to just 20 HP. One hit na lang. At yun na nga, Red to take him down. Team Acceptance. Strike first.
Grabe yun, no? Hindi na tayo nagpatumpik-tumpik. Hindi pa tayo nag-hit ng 2-minute mark pababa. Well, definitely, may mga nagkandalaglaga na dito, no? 4 bodies on the floor already, reaching that time stamp for our first round. Seems like wala nang nagbaback down dito for both of our teams. AMG already good for one. Tingin mawawala. Kung masusundan pa, we are gonna be seeing Arid actually popping off. And so far, Lance susubukan sumagot, but still, Team Acceptance has been really doing well so far.
Red taking the spotlight, Lance all alone. But the sniper shot is only gonna get 1 kill, and that's it. Team Acceptance. Really strong start dito sa sub-base map natin, 2-0. And you could see the difference in playstyle talaga, when it comes to a team that loves playing in sub-base. Dire-diretso agad No time wasted. Magra-rush sila and everyone's gonna take the fight kahit nasa GR side pa.
I feel like dyan na rin natin papasok yung parang na-adapt. Hindi ko alam kung na-adapt or talagang ganun lang din tayo. Meron tayong similarities in terms of the playstyles ng mga Brazilian teams so far. It's very much explosive in terms of the executions. Lalong-lalo na pag sa base ang mapa. And seems like ito na yung makikita nating tatak from both of our teams so far. And it's pretty nice that they are not... Parang sasabihin ko sana, pagkapapasok ka sa laro, dapat in tune ka, dapat put all together ka, pero hindi talagang bardagulan ka agad, kakalapag lang nila dito sa sub-base, and I feel like that's also still a good sign.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, sa sub-base naman kasi mahalaga yung yung control sa tempo ng game, kung gaano kabilis yung pacing ng isang game, especially when you're on the BL side, which is why Team Acceptance are so quick on rushing. It puts the challenge out to Fervid paano mag-adjust, especially considering na si Nomad 1 sub out for today. In case you missed the announcement, Ting will be subbing in for Nomad 1 today, guys. Ang masaklap dito si Nomad 1 kasi usually yung IGL nila so it makes you wonder who's making the adjustment to become the IGL of Fervid.
Of course. And we can also see, na medyo nagkakaroon din ng mga pick-ups dun sa mga sub-ins natin. Mukhang nagkakainitan din sila. And parang naalala ko din nung preview show, di ba, looking forward daw tong sila AMG na makatapat itong si Fervid. And I'm pretty sure that they're not gonna put that thought into waste. And they are gonna be keen on surviving this one. But dito pa sa bandang wood, mukhang nagkakaroon ng agad ng balitaktakan dito as we have already a couple of bodies on the floor here. Yun nga lang hindi ata papabor ito for Team Acceptance as we all see Zen 1 na lang ang naiiwan at namataan pa ni Lance.
Yun na nga. Ting takes down Zen and Fervid find their round. And si Lance, one of the key players dito ng Fervid na always been so explosive on the sniper, always taking the spotlight plays whenever Fervid needs him to. Definitely needs to step up this time around. Kasi ito it's a high stakes game for both of these teams. Kasi pag nanalo dito ang Fervid, they have a chance to do a 3-way tie para sa top 6 spot natin. So magkakatalunan pa rin tayo sa set differential. So pwedeng botchain ng Fervid dito yung regional slot ng Team Acceptance.
Totoo. And they don't want that. As much as possible, they want all the advantage that they can get. Sky is already good for 1 NL. Mapapatumba at makakakuha pa siya ng isa kadagdagan dito. CJ though, and as well as Ared will be able to get a couple as they try to still do their commitment. Yun nga lang ay medyo mapaantala, pansamantala as we have a couple more people here from Fervid at makakatapatan kaagad dito si AMG at si Lance, and you'll be able to get that kill onto him. Though, Kailangan mag-ingat dito ni Haj. Zen 1, mamataan. We're gonna be going down, and Wells added will be the one last person remaining here for Team Acceptance.
Okay, let's see, Ared. What can you do? You know, one of the players to watch din itong si Ared in Team Acceptance. And we've seen him clutch before a lot of times, but this time si Lance with the sniper will be making it almost impossible for him. Nakita na nga yung balikat ni Ared, and the adjustment from Lance is really good. 2-2 for Vid. Tayo na lang yung score dito, Much.
Okay, very fast executions. No, I mean, so far, it's been pretty much really good head-to-head for both of our teams, and seems like wala talagang nagpapatalo sa kanila as much as they can go for all-out duels. Gagawin at gagawin talaga nila, no? And I feel like it is also worth noting na rin yung executions na ginagawa dito ni Lance as well as ni Haj. These duo, talagang dito makikita that they already had that pre-existing synergy, and seems like they're just building up on that as the rounds go by.
Much slower approach mula sa Fervid this time around. Woods control. I think yun yung gusto nilang makamit dito, no? Pushing down in second mid as well, but Fervid decide to back off. Babalik muna ng forklift. Nakakita sa AMG. A bit of a spam onto Lance, who will stay alive. And Fervid making a little bit of noise back into LB. And Team Acceptance, they have to stay disciplined. Ito yung isa sa mga problema ng Team Acceptance dati. Consistency and discipline. Can they stay disciplined in these quiet rounds?
Indeed. Because minsan dito na mo na ano yung gigil mo sa isa't isa, but AMG will be able to take out ng low in terms of HP na si Lance. And this definitely decreases the firepower na meron dito for Fervid so far. NL once again will be able to take thing out. Mukha na magkakaroon ng mga trade-offs dito for a couple of people here. And sa bandang CR natin na ba mukhang marami ang mawawala. But Jat and Haj, buhay pa rin naman, but not for long as CJ tries to take him out. And as well as Zen1 taking our 5th round for Team Acceptance muli.
Yes, crucial kill mula kay AMG doon to take down Lance, no? That was an isolated fight. That was supposed to go Lance's way kasi siya yung sniper, pero na-timingan ni AMG. And dahil doon nabotcha yung Vents play ng Fervid, hindi sila nakahanap ng backup. They couldn't find any space, especially without their flank sniper. So Team Acceptance walk away with the round. Ganda rin ng response ni NL doon, crouching from around the corner. Gets a couple of kills, backs out, and Team Acceptance win the round 3-2.
Yeah.
Pero kita naman natin, no, both teams adjusting to each other's playstyle. You gotta remember, Fervid also loves playing this map. He's also really good at creating strategies for this map. So you know, marami pa sila ipapakita dito.
Well, of course. And what's pretty crazy then from last rounds natin, no, talagang clash lang kung clash. None of the objectives is just kung sino ang may iwan na buhay in both counterparts. And so far, kitang-kita mo, nag-iinit ang dalawa. Sinimulan ni Skies ang pagpatay dito kay AMG for the meantime. A really great pick-off for first few moments in this 6th round.
AMG going down. But CJ finds the trade. Skies, natanggal na rin dito yung ulo niya. NL comes in for the kill as well.
Ooh.
And this site, this area second mid in full control of Team Acceptance until Ting goes down. And suddenly Lance is just all alone. Pero 1 HP sa NL dito, Zen has to play around NL so they won't be isolated. Si Lance magkagaling. So try and take control of that C4 in second mid. Zen 1 has an idea. There you go. Nakita niya nga si Lance. The 1v1 with the Colt, not the easiest thing to do, but does have a little bit of utility. Nag-grenade na nga doon, and Zen 1 will just take advantage of the close corner. And Team Acceptance get round number 4 on the board.
Ito yung mga oras na you would recommend them cooling down for a bit because it seems like medyo nahihirapan sila to do their executes on whichever site na gusto man talaga nilang pagkomitan. Pero yun nga lang, already having some intel, no, kung nasaan itong si Lance, and matadaplisan siya ng bahagya on that one, masusugatan as well as itong si Skies. But right now, we're just gonna be waiting for them anchoring, holding, if they can get any additional takeoffs possible for their team.
Things a lot slower. AMG nahuli na naman. And that's another opening pick secured by Fervid. Pero nakita na natin Acceptance really good at adapting to these scenarios where they lose control of second mid. So kailangan pa rin maging disiplinado dito ng Fervid not to be too aggressive. Nilipat si Lance towards Forklift and try and reinforce the connector play or maybe even an LB play dito. C4, hawak-hawak ni, I believe that's Haj, going towards MR. Could be setting up for a B split, Moch.
Of course. Actually, wait lang. Nakita ko tong comment na to, sabi ni Sia Soon. Meron na bang win ang Fervid? Wala pa for now. And this might be their first one, if ever, no? And as I was saying, that thing will be going down. Madadagdagan pa ng casualty itong si Fervid as there are 3 more people remaining here as Lance tries to fend them off. Both people blinded here, Lance and Nenel for each. But Ared will be able to spot Lance out. Not a good thing here for Fervid at all. And they are yet to put themselves dito sa B-site natin. Pero yun nga lang nga, hahakbang pa lamang sila. Inalalagas na sila kaagad-agad Jat on this extremity. Mukhang maaalam nila, makikita ni CJ ito, just to spray down, and he is gonna be eliminated immediately.
And they do it again, Team Acceptance. Paano sila nananalo in 4v5 rounds consistently? I don't know, Mochi.
Yep.
A lot of space creation for Team Acceptance after losing AMG is just so deadly from them. Ito na nga, Zen 1 pending the double into the triple with the Colt. What a spray down mula kay CJ, who gets Lance as well, and then L pushes up to get Skies. Team Acceptance 4 rounds ahead.
At this point, not gonna lie, I feel like it's just a battle of space, no? As much as possible, you want to get that for yourself, because if not, you're gonna be losing a lot, most especially here on the BL side of Fervid. But so far, meron kaagad na pipita sa kanila eh. And unfortunately, they wanna be able to do whatever they wanted to do, even to secure the objective. And sometimes, naiiwan pa nila yung C4 out in the open, being caught off guard. But hopefully, there'll be some growth somehow.
Hopefully. But one thing's for sure, Mochi, Acceptance already has the lead. Kahit mag-switch pa tayo ng sides dito.
Definitely.
And it's just round 9. Team Acceptance already 4 rounds ahead. And I think the key here for Forbid is to be careful of the flank. Ang hirib mag-push ng Team Acceptance dito. No? And I think an opportunity that Forbid can create is to shut down whoever pushes. So yung luwag, they could open an opportunity there, pero mukhang mag-vents play na dito. Haj pushing up into second mid. Takes down 2 players.
Wow.
AMG, CJ taken away. Opens up the side, pero si Red andito pa rin sa missile. Binato ng nade ni Ting, but now Ting is isolated. Zen 1 coming through, and then L finds Lance. Forbid falling apart just down to the last 2 players. Pero makakaroon na si Ting doon. Will be opening up B-site a little bit. Pero yung C4, hindi niya hawak-hawak, Mochi. Medyo malayo si Ting coming in from woods. Nasa luwag yung C4, NL holding that area. Nate comes through. Ting comes in with a good shot onto NL. And Ting has to 1v1 Ared, who will have the better angle. 6-2, now 7-2, a 5-round lead. A powerful start for Team Acceptance.
Powerful indeed. I mean, I feel like dito na rin natin masasabi or maka-question, ano nga ba ang nawala sa Fervid ngayon nawala si Nomad dito? Because definitely all of the calls of the plays that they are gonna be doing from Fervid, so far si Nomad talaga ang gumagawa. And now that Nomad is gone, it's all up to Ting. We're not quite even sure kung sino yung IGL nila ngayon, no? But we are yet to witness someone who would be the tip of the spearhead. Sino yung mangunguna? Sino yung magbibigay sa kanila ng mga calls na kinakailangan nila to even unite the team, to say the least, no? Because so far, it's quite messy, not gonna lie, no? Especially on the BL. They're trying to do their best to trade off each other, but in terms of space control and even how they would keep themselves on check, nahihirapan talaga sila.
Yeah, literal na head of the spear dito si Nomad. Lagi siya nangunguna in terms of calling and then the kills as well. So malaki talaga yung kailangang i-fill na shoes, so to speak, dito ni Ting. And yun nga whoever is making the call has to sort of adjust the playstyle as well with the sub of Ting coming in too. So malaki yung adjustment na kailangan mo dito ng Fervid. And suffice to say, they still have a bit of room to play with. Hindi pa naman sila sobrang tambak. Pwede pa sila mga comeback dito. But I think they have to adjust to the way Team Acceptance are playing this map. And I think they have to do it soon. Kasi konting-konti na lang set point na dito ang Team Acceptance. So let's see what Fervid can do. Ngayon, lumipat sila sa GR side. 2-7. Can they come back, Moji?
Malay mo, dito sila magkaroon ng magandang form, hopefully. And we are gonna be anticipating that one thing. Already seeing some ice here from the jail area. A lot of bodies on the floor already. Arid tried to offer the trade here. And Arid and the last remaining standing people here, 2v2. Mukhang medyo known sila, no, in terms of HP. Pero susubukan pa rin nila pumalag, lumaban, at makipagbalitaktakan. And unfortunately, they're not gonna be living for another day here as Fervid takes that round for themselves. And finally, breaking the win streak na meron dito for Team Acceptance so far.
Yan na nga, some semblance of life for Fervid as they take their round, the opening round. Para sa akin, importante yan, yung opening round dito sa switch of sides kasi malilipat talaga yung momentum and mafu-force mong mag-iba ng playstyle yung BL side. No? So, real good start for the second half of the set for Fervid, who this time will be anchoring Haj!
Ooh.
Pero si Lance will be taken down by a pushing Zen 1 on the sniper. Good start for Team Acceptance. Papasok na dito si Zen 1 fighting Ting! And the Colt does him justice. Ting goes down. And Fervid, 2 players taken out.
Man, this is gonna be quite of a tough one for Fervid to come back onto as Haj and Jat were once again left alone. Still alive, but the question is, how would they actually meet the goal here of keeping the defense up? Wait lang, nakita ba ni Arid yun? Hindi ata nakita ni Arid si Jat doon, but nakita na ba? Alam na! Facing up on each other as NL takes the last guy out. Medyo napaka-question out doon. I see like that is quite a blind spot, but at least they managed to take him out quite early. Currently, just 2 more rounds away from winning and securing itong ating unang mapa ng sub-base. Ladies and gentlemen, and everything in between, Team Acceptance mauling over Fervid.
Yeah. Interesting setup to, no sniper from Team Acceptance. 4 AKs, 1 M4. This guy's nasa taas. Uy, good damage. But Team Acceptance finding a couple of kills already, taking control of lockers. And the connector play is beautiful. Pero andito pa rin ang dalawang natitira from Fervid. Judd and Ting coming through from a site. Finds the players and finds the kill onto AMG. That's 1 down, but the C4 timer ticking away. 20 seconds left on the clock. Ting has to push. Finds the kill onto Sen 1, pero naka-popcorn si CJ ng isa doon. It's a 1v1 between Ting and CJ. The missiles play, is it gonna work? From CJ, the answer is yes. There you go, the headshot with the M4. CJ, get the round for Team Acceptance.
Not like this, man. I'm actually expecting this is gonna be quite of a close game. Pero sa nakikita natin ngayon, parang medyo nahihirapan talaga. Hindi pala medyo, nahihirapan talaga si Fervid. Kumbaga sa palay, hindi sila nakabungkos. Sabog-sabog sila ngayon. And right now, we are yet to see some early pickoffs here. And actually, despite of the fact na walang sniper ditong lineup ng Team Acceptance ngayon, it's actually doing well for them, no? They just go in, secure the kills as much as possible. They capitalize on the numbers that they have. Nagagawa naman nila na maganda. Pretty similar to what we're seeing here. Jail area had to be removed and we are gonna be seeing concurrent kills. And now, we have 3v4 situation here. Lance guys and Ting na nga naiiwan dito for Fervid and they are yet to actually secure the frags na meron dito for Team Acceptance. Ngayon, si Skies na lamang. The only person that we are trying to see kung kailan magpa-pop up will definitely gonna be demolished by Zen 1. And look at that.
Yes, sir. Team Acceptance with the sub-base win. Pumasok, sumabog sa site. And they will take sub-base with a dominating start dito. Beautiful stuff from Team Acceptance. Medyo nagulat ako dun sa playstyle nila dito na walang sniper. But it worked. They just challenged their angles. Pumasok sila, taking control of the space. And I think that is the key playstyle that Team Acceptance showcased in sub-base. Mahilig silang mag-control ng space. Yung espasyo nila, they take it by dueling. And they're just so good at that, Mochi.
Time check tayo. Parang nabalik tayo sa schedule bigla. No? Ang bilis ng mga pangyayari. Everything just happened in a glimpse of an eye. And unfortunately, yun nga, it is gonna be really difficult if the followers don't have a leader to rely on. And definitely been evident for the whole duration of that map. And we are yet to see kung magkakaroon nga ba tayo ng bawi for Fervid for our second map. Pero so far, what happened just happened and Team Acceptance definitely dominated that one.
Yeah, it's really hard as Team Fervid to come back from this. No, I mean this is still the same team that took out Team Secret in the open qualifiers. No, it's kind of hard to imagine how they're struggling so hard in their favorite map of all things. No, so I know they have it in them na makabawi pa dito. It's just a matter of figuring things out with themselves and how to bring the team together as the IGLing is. It's a big challenge for them talaga right now. No, and that's the thing that they have to address going into the next game, hopefully next couple of games, kasi gustuin ko naman makita ang Black Widow dito for our third map. No, Ports I think is a map that Fervid is comfortable enough that they can address these issues. Ang problema lang, Mochi, konti lang yung time eh. Ilang minutes ba tayo bago mag-map number 2? Like 5-10 minutes? So I think that's gonna be the challenge for Fervid, on top of wag silang matilt. Wag silang magpadala sa pressure ng team acceptance.
Dahil nilang iniintindi ngayon, Dadum, no? Yung placement nila, yung kanilang play-ins, yung mga sub-ins, yung adjustment, and now they have to calm themselves down. As much as possible, kailangan talaga nila ma-clear yung kanilang utak, somehow keep the ball rolling, somehow, para ma-pull off nila onto map 3. And we have already been able to say our thoughts. I wonder, ano ang masasabi ni Bipolar and Sneaky Frog dito?
Maraming salamat, Mochi and Daedom, for the wonderful first game coming in from Fervid Esports versus Team Acceptance. Team Acceptance game gets game number 1. At dahil sa kanila, from that fast sub-base, in time na talaga tayo sa time schedule natin, Sneaky.
Yeah, it's just about to approach 6 p.m. no? And if you do have a swift game number 2, could be back on track dito sa ating schedule. Pero yun nga, Team Acceptance, I kinda expected this kind of sub-base galing sa kanila dito, fully knowing na wala naman si Heck, no snipers. I mean, you can definitely pull off a 5-rifle type of play dito sa mapa na to, considering the amount of space that you can get so quickly. Kaya nga andali para dito sa Team Acceptance na makapasok ng B site, kasi yun nga, sniper's gonna shoot once, all of a sudden there's 4 people in the site and you're trying to deal with that with your teammate na naandun sa lockers who's also fighting for his life. So ang daming pressure points na nagagawa dito ng Team Acceptance when it comes to the map of sub-base. Like you can see second mid being busy, itong machine room being busy, passage being busy, pare. It really wasn't an easy defense para dito sa Fervid at all.
Yeah, totoo man. Parang nahirapan din talaga ang Fervid dito. Reliant with their substitution ngayong set 1 natin was really it showed naman ng onte. Pero for Team Acceptance, nakita natin Zenny or Zen 1, to correct myself, is that he really popped off. He took that AWM spot for Team Acceptance by heart, at nakita natin he adapted pretty well. Even though Zen 1 is here, and together with AMG, Team Acceptance looks pretty good against Fervid Esports, wherein talagang parang naghahanap pa sila ng konting leeway para makakuha ng magandang plays. Again, Luntz is hitting those shots as well as Skies. Kaso nga lang, Team Acceptance are the better team dito sa sub-base map natin.
Yun nga, no, with AMG kind of subbing in dito sa Team Acceptance at a point where sobrang lakas talaga ng kalaban nila. I think this is a better representation ng kanyang skill dito sa CFS PH Masters. Obviously, no, Fervid yung kalaban. They might not be the cream of the crop, but at least we do see something, no, galing dito kay AMG. With the obvious Zenny or Zen 1 pop-off nga dito, pare. Ayun nga, Team Acceptance, it just felt like they had full control dito sa laruan natin. Fervid couldn't get anything started, no, and if they did, hindi nga nila matapos yung round on that post plan. So there's still a lot to fix para dito sa Fervid. Obviously, you know, they're still reeling on not having their 5th. So ayun nga, it's I wouldn't say it's downhill for here para dito sa Fervid, considering port naman yung next map natin and they got some distance sa mapa na yun, but still, this is a Team Acceptance that took Execration to 3 games, pare. So ayun nga, you can't really doubt their skill level.
Totoo man, talagang the mission is not yet done, not just for Team Acceptance but for Fervid as well. Tulad nga na sinabi mo, it's port. Fervid has some A-game here, Team Acceptance, so di natin sila pwede tanggalin sa conversation na yan. Even though it was a port pick for Fervid, Team Acceptance also has some way to maybe win this map and close it off for a 2-0. Pero as we finish the highlights and look at the set summary, may kita natin ngayon just the statistics of these players, and look at that. It's Zen 1 with a 3.17 KD with a 1.46 skill per round.
Yeah, and the only possibility pare na makapasok dito yung Fervid into this top 6 spot is that they reverse sweep him, and they reverse sweep him hard pare kasi Gaon Gaming is also in contention for that just in case na mahuhulog na dito acceptance. So there's a lot on the line still for this top 6 spot. Pero yung dito sa set summary natin, of course, is not good performances across the board para dito sa Fervid. On the other side, it's the opposite para Zen1 with a 3.17 KD, 1.46 kills per round with 20 AP, and a red right next to him as well as itong si NL. I mean, if you have those 3 players performing, pare, it's kinda easy kung ikaw si Zen1 dito.
Yeah, parang it's not, even though we can see the statistics na si Zen1 is popping off, you can rely on the other players. Even if AMG is 0.5 on that KD, he is still doing his role, and Team Acceptance really does look like a great team right now. May kita rin natin for Fervid na medyo naging lackluster yung kanilang smokes per round, so they need to adapt on that on the set 2. Pero set MVP muna tayo ngayon. Zen1, walang iba kundi ang ating 3.17 KD player, at tingnan mo naman yung kanyang statistics. It's just overwhelming.
Yeah, I mean, eye-popping statistics no for someone who sniped in the first half, rifled in the second, pare. But ayun nga, he's filling his role well with Heck being out of the picture dito sa Team Acceptance. It feels like he didn't really leave at all, no? I mean, Team Acceptance still the same bite, the same speed that they're playing at. And with Zen1, not being too bad on the sniper, even picking up the AK. Kind of reminds me of itong si Tetsu. If you can remember yesterday's games, actually, yung that one round, I think it was the second to last round sa compound. Yun, randomly naglabas siya ng AK-47. And ayun nga, no, that could provide some curveballs for the other side, considering na alam mo naman yung meta natin of 4 rifles, 1 sniper. What happens if it is 5 rifles or even 2 snipers? So, daming options na pwedeng kunin dito ng Team Acceptance, but we're gonna have to wait and see.
Yeah, we really have to wait and see. Siyempre, set 1 pa lang naman yan. Fervid needs to maybe rely on more of their utilities pagdating set 2, but Team Acceptance just needs to put up their A-game once more para ma-close ito ng 2-0. But after that, a very quick short break muna tayo para makita and makapag-ready ang ating mga players. CFS PH Masters 2025 will be right back.
and Elvin will kill the final member as they will go to the grand final.
The dynasty is still well alive. Pacific Pasta will be your three-time champions of CFS PH Masters.
Ito na talaga ang totoong short break, everybody. Welcome back to CFS PH Masters 2025. Ang bakbakan mula sa Fervid and Team Acceptance concluded with 1-0 in favor of Team Acceptance. Still in the panel, Bipolar and Sneaky. Sneaky, kamusta tayo dyan?
Pretty good. Didn't expect itong Fervid to be, absolutely gobsmacked dito sa map number 1 natin. Pero, ayun nga, hopefully makabawi sila sa map number 2 despite it being port. And they're gonna start on BL side most likely. Sana ka makakuha sila ng something dito sa first half kasi, yun nga, that Acceptance defense is not gonna be easy to penetrate, pare.
Yeah, totoo man. Alam mo, we're rooting not just for Team Acceptance right now, but for Fervid to, fight even more. Kasi being dominated by Team Acceptance, yes, it's kind of in the mix and in the books since they are better in standings. Pero Fervid has something eh. They have Luns, they have other weapons in hand, pero nothing yet to say. Pero ibigay na lang natin to sa ating mga cashers para simulan na natin ang set number 2 sa ating port. Mochi and Daedum, kamusta kayo dyan?
Okay, we're back. Thank you so much, Polar and Sneaky Frog. Medyo nagulat kami ni Mochi kasi nawala yung monitor namin kay Bipolar dito. But we're back. We're back with game number 2. Set number 2 dito, Mochi. And this is gonna be port. How different do you think this set is gonna be compared to Subbase? Hello, Mochi.
take two.
Andiyan ka ba? Ayan,
Hello,
okay.
partner. Nandito na ako sa site ngayon, no? Pero, as I was saying, I feel like this is gonna be giving them a bit more leeway in terms of time and as well as space, no? Para dito sa Fervid, if ever that they will finally be having someone to at least do some calls and at least have someone na makakapagbigay sa kanila ng ganito ang gagawin natin, makinig kayo sa akin. Because they have to have that type of energy. Because if not, they're not gonna be getting any rounds at all. It's gonna be so difficult for them to keep themselves intact, and hopefully that they're not gonna be executing as individuals but as a team. And being individuals would be great, no? You have the foundations, they have the functionality, but at the same time, if ikaw lang ang gagalaw or iba-iba kayo ng gustong gawin, what's gonna happen? What's that gonna give, diba?
Exactly. Kailangan mo ng cohesion as a team, especially in a map like Subbase. Now, we're going into port. And in my opinion, Mochi, the aggressiveness on the defense dito on the GR side of Team Acceptance can be more easily punished ng Fervid.
Yes.
Because it's a little bit different compared to Subbase in the sense na the LA, LB entrances a lot more straightforward. Pagka meron ka sniper, kunyari, sa LA, medyo mas madaling i-hold. Even if through two different angles pa yung panggagalingan, no? So, pagka may nag-push on the GR side, in my opinion, mas madali siya i-punish from the BL, which is where Fervid is starting from. So yun yung kailangan nilang i-address. The biggest issue with that side or with the BL side kanina, lagi silang napupush, lagi silang napaflankan dito ng Team Acceptance, and Fervid didn't find a way to deal with that effectively. So in port, I think mas madali yung trabahong yun, and I hope they find a way to adjust. And I also hope they find that cohesion you're talking about dito, Mochi, no? Because I think yun yung lamang ng Acceptance against Fervid in that last game is they moved as a unit. Kung nakita mo yung last round, no, naka-rifle silang lahat, tas lahat sila dumire-diretso ng site, which is absolutely terrifying here for Team Acceptance. For Vid, I think they could do that too.
Hopefully that we can see more of that. Most especially, there's already a lot of sites that, or a lot of areas here, no, that they can actually utilize their flash grenades, their bombs, or whatever, in order to clear up some space for themselves, or finally serve as a leeway or red carpet para naman magawa nila ang kailangan nilang gawin in terms of execution, especially on the BL side. Pero let us check out na ang ating lupain ng Porta as we now start with Fervid here on the BL side. We are already seeing some utils flying all over the place, but no casualties as of yet.
Yep. And kita mo agad yung iba na playstyle dito ng Team Acceptance. They're not being too aggressive. As I say, that's CJ magsismoke, magpo-push down in LA. Backed up by the sniper. Double sniper setup from Team Acceptance dito. Isa sa LA. And si Ared naman, the other one holding a sniper angle down in B. Pero medyo mabagal ang approach dito ng Fervid. A lot of mid control, which I like. Deny that cat push, that CA push coming through from CJ. And immediately, a different pace. It feels different. It feels like Fervid have a little bit more control. But the question is, what are they gonna do to create space? Saan sila magpupush dito, Mochi?
Exactly, and most especially that we are seeing a huge saturation dito sa mid area natin. Baka magkaroon tayo ng mga casualty pag nagkita itong si Ting as well as si NL. Pero yun nga lang with the shots being thrown onto each other, mukhang may idea na sila kung sino yung mga naglalagi doon. And seems like NL will be putting himself back to safety because they really don't want to engage this early na hindi pa sila nakakatunog kung saan tutungo itong si Fervid.
Ooh. Speaking of Fervid, as a red going down to the hand, that mid push is nice, is really good, really nicely well held. CJ magpupush then in LA. What a peek on the AK. Gets another before going down, turning this into a 3v3. Team Acceptance, scrappy pa rin. Support natin, still taking fights even on the defense. Pero lipat ang Fervid dito down in B all the way towards house. AMG holding the angle.
And it's all up to Zen 1 kung ano ang makukuha niya mga casualties on the dito to try to offer their entry on this one. And seems like Teng would be falling down into the hands of AMG on this one. Parang sinusubukan niyang i-anchor at walang papasukin dito itong B-site, no? But currently, Lance is already critically low in terms of HP. They're just waiting for the best time in order to strike. Prepared na ang mga tropa natin dito for Team Acceptance. Sa paunti-unti na silang pupupush dito. Hatch na lang naiiwan. And immediately, they're just gonna be killed with the one shot, no? Galing sa Omnizen 1 and AMG taking out itong si Haj in the last time possible. Ganon kabilis ang retake na ginawa dito ng Team Acceptance.
Yeah, what a quick scope from Zen 1, no? And Lance, unable to hold the angle. Kasi mahirap essentially 1v3 yung lalabanan niya doon, tas may isa pang sniper, no? So Team Acceptance, they strike first this time on the GR. Ooh, what a shot from Ting. Take down the head of Zen 1 doon in LA. Pero tinamay push. 3-man prong approach from behind. It is gonna be Team Acceptance! Finding 2 NL AMG shutting them all down. And Fervid down to the last 2 players. Lance, makakasagot dito. Will be able to find a couple of kills, but Lance goes down too. It's just all alone. Galing sa mid. And it's a 1v1 now. Nakahanap siya ng isa. Pero si Jat na ubusan ng bala. Tatalon pababa sa may mid. 1 HP left para kay Jat. And si CJ has to push. But the problem for CJ is, di niya alam nasan yung C4, yun na nga nakita niya na. And CJ, all he has to do is hold against Jat, who is 4 HP.
Isang pitik na lang itong si Jat goodbye na siya, no, for our next round. And it seems like CJ is on the hunt of kung saan manggagaling itong si Jat. There's still a lot of time, pero hindi naman ito pwede maging waiting game all throughout. And instead, CJ would be able to take him down, and you can see the smiles on these boys' faces, and it seems like they're feeling good on this one.
Siyempre, Team Acceptance, sino ba namang hindi magiging confident after that sub-base win? Na headshot pa nga ni CJ yung final kill doon. Oh my goodness! AMG kahit bulag nakuha pa rin yung kill. Sky is taking down AMG to trade it out. But what an opener from the Team Acceptance sub.
Well, seems like that is gonna be quite of a really quick trade-off in the early stages of this round. Pangatlo pa lang naman, pero si Lance ay mag-execute na kaagad as Ared was been falling down out of the equation na ito kasi kumpare natin dito. But seems like may idea na rin sila sa mid area natin sino yung mga tumatao roon. They are determined to taking some frags on this one if the time gives them and says so. But there's still a lot of time din, no? For Fervid to choose kung saan sila tutungo on this one. But they really want to capitalize and see and narrow down yung numbers dito for Team Acceptance as much as possible.
4v3 tayo dito, Team Acceptance.
Ayun.
Will be able to find Skies to equalize the numbers. Zen 1 will be taken down by Ting. Good push down in LA. And Fervid will be pushing to take the C4. Plant it down dito sa A, pero it's still CJ and NL alive and kicking coming through from RS. Flashes are good. Ting holding the close angle, and CJ through the smoke finds the kill onto Ting, but from up above, Jack finds the double. Fervid find the round.
Bakante ba naman yung A-site, man? Bakit hindi mo pa ipupush yun, no? And wonderfully done so for our first round for Fervid. And currently, mukhang tama. Ang ganun naging desisyon nila dito na kunin itong port for themselves because this is definitely a different look for them. More room, more time, less pressure for them. Sky's being able to take out itong si CJ early on, taking some ample amount of damage, but that is fine for them.
Especially because NL finds the kill. Ting through the smoke. Nahanap naman si NL. A good trade of kills there in favor of Fervid. 2 for 1. And yung C4 nandun pa rin sa Zen1. Oh my god. What was that shot? Sky's going down. And it is a slow approach again for Fervid. Talagang nilalabanan na nila yung mga push dito ng Team Acceptance. The angles being found by Fervid are really nice. But so far, no space created. 3v3 pa rin tayo dito.
Zen1 seems to be booming right now, no? He is on his A game, most especially in taking out some kills here para sa sarili niya. Pero AMG, kasama itong si Ared, they'll be pushing an immediate trade from both teams. At currently a 2v2, mukhang meron silang idea, no? Kung saan tutungo itong dalawang to. Pero yun nga lang nga magkahiwalay sila and the C4 is not even on their hands. Might possibly be gonna be sandwiching itong si AMG and Jet will be able to take him out. Mukhang the future is looking bright here for Fervid as they put themselves onto B site.
2v1, Jat down to 50 HP. Sting kasama niya dito will be planting the bomb in B site. Ganda rin ang position ng bomb doon. Setting up for a really nice crossfire for Ting and Jat. Pero kailangan ng pumosisyon dito ni Jat because Zen is closer than they think. Coming to the house! Hindi nakita ni Jat! The position is not good! Ting coming in from behind! And Jat has to...
Oh! Wow! Wait lang, nakatop ata yung tropa ko. Sobrang intense na mga last few moments nung round na iyon. Pero kita-kita naman kung paano naging matindi ang pag-takeover dito ni Zen1. And look at that, man. We are already on our 5th round. Seems like Team Acceptance not backing down anytime soon. That wraparound has been crazy for him. Halata nga! Check. Wait lang check lang muna. Nawala yung kasama ko, natindi na parang tumaas ata yung alta pressure niya pero tayo nagbabalik, no? Ayun ka na ba? Present ka na ba? Men, kamusta?
Sorry, sumuko yung mic ko, sumuko. Hindi kinaya yung 2v1 doon ng Team Acceptance. But what a win. It gives the lead over towards Team Acceptance. 3-1 now. And oh my goodness, sabi ko pa naman, ang ganda ng setup ng Fervid doon the crossfire. But kulang sa oras, hindi nakapwesto ang Fervid na isolate tuloy. At ngayon, Team Acceptance leading by 2. And mukhang magni-ninja play naman sa ngayon ang Fervid into Cat. But in LA, there's 2 players. Yung isa doon, naka-AWM pa.
Naku po, ito na naman tayo. But finally, we are gonna be seeing them with yun nga, no? Both sides will be having those. And seems like this is currently the calm before the storm. Naabangan lang natin kung magkaroon tayo ng mga pickups dito sa A-long, no? Tamang tinatamasa lang din naman ni Zem1 yun. Tamang abang lamang siya. With a really good grenade being thrown nice here sa bandang bodega natin as they wait for any more casualties. But on the bright side, marami nang bawas dito for Fervid. And look at that! A clean shot and another here for Z1. Mukhang Zat gonna be backing down. The rest of the squad gonna be following up on him. Skies out in the open. Kitang-kita ni NL. He's gonna be taken out. Lanza lang na iwan. And just like that, they're gonna be out this round with a clean take and push here for Team Acceptance. Hindi na nila hinayaan na makapasok dito sa A-site, man.
And the clean D for Zen1. The double kill quick scope. Napakaganda naman nun. Zen. At papasok na dito sa LA. The push from Team Acceptance na sagot ng Fervid. Jat Ting finding 1 each. Taking control of that A-site. Immediately 3v2 agad tayo dito. Si Zen1 medyo malayo. And NL going down means it's Zen1 all alone.
Man, What the heck, Zen 1? Titignan natin kung makaklatch niya nga ba ito with the possibility of that. Yun nga lang nga, the shot would not connect onto this dude right here as they now wait. Kung makakapag-retake nga ba itong Zen 1 ngayon with super low HP, isang ihip na lang. Eh, mapapatumba na nila to kaagad-agad. The smoke, as the smoke dissipates, it's all about time for him to execute. He would be able to take Ting, but not the other one.
Yeah. But at the end of the day, isa lang yung natira doon, no? Still a hard-fought round for Fervid. This defense from Team Acceptance, very volatile. Hindi ma-predict ng Fervid, no? Thankfully, they were able to win the numbers game. Mas lamang sila, 2v1 at the end. But can they repeat the same against Zen 1, who takes the first 2 kills again on the sniper? Quick scope ulit. Gets another one for the books. The triple kill for Zen 1. And again, the LA hold is unbreachable. Hanggang makakita si Lance dito ng isa. Zen 1 a little bit too deep, but Lance is all alone. AWM does nothing in the face of a red. And Team Acceptance find round number 5.
What is happening, Zen 1? Anong kinain mo? Baka mamaya bawal yan, boss. Pero sobrang tindi naman ata ng laro mo ngayon. Definitely popping up here for Team Acceptance, proving that he is right. The MVP for their team. Pero Fervid definitely losing their composure here as Jat has been eliminated immediately by Zen 1. Ganoon lamang kadali para sa kanyang gawin yon, with utilities being thrown onto each other, but no damage taken from both sides except for the very first casualty that we have here for Jat. And right now, mananahimik ka lahat before they even choose on which side they could take, and if ever that they will be able to take NL out, pero super low at buhay pa man din siya. CJ just pushing forward in LA, taking out itong si Haj. Each person has their own interaction with each other, and it's not looking good here for Fervid, but Teng will try to make it all out para sa kanila.
AMG with the push. Nakita si Lance! And Team Acceptance in full control of the map, in full control of the C4. Si Ting mga galing mula sa LA, hindi niya alam nasaan si AMG, nasaan si Ared. And Ting, hindi makalapit sa C4, coming in from bridge! And the swing from Ared is just perfect. 6-2. And Team Acceptance lead by 4.
I don't even know what to call Zen 1. This bro is a monster so far in this lobby. It has been crazy. It's a 13-6, man.
Oh my goodness.
And parang hindi mo na talagang isipin yung headshot eh. Kasi it's home naman yung hawak. And what matters is that hits on the body ng kanyang opposition. But Alj will try to redeem himself. Yun nga lang nga, would not be living for long as AMG tries to trade him out. Madadagdagan pa. Ang dahil nang nangyayari dito sa mid-area natin way back in spawn here, no? Paano siya nakaabot doon ng ganun kalalim? And it seems like it didn't end well for him. Being shown with the crosses on the map. But we have 3 more people here from Fervid looking into keeping themselves afloat as they try to follow through the 4 more rounds na kailangan nilang habulin as Ting takes out itong si CJ the best time possible. Pero si Zen 1, siya lang ang tumatao ng A-site. Kanya ang teritoryong ito. But the question is, alam niya bang nandito si Ting? Hindi! Ting will be freeing A-site for them. And it's not up to NL kung ano ang gagawin niya rito.
1v2.
Luma na
Paano
yung
problema? 1 HP si Lance, 1 HP si Ting, and LL coming in from RS. Nakita na nga. That's the sniper getting picked up by Lance. They have to play together, but the problem is nasa LA pa si Lance, hindi siya makalapit kasi dadaanan niya yung line of sight dito ni NL, so he has to deal with NL first. And Ting is becoming a nuisance. 50 seconds, may oras pa naman ang Fervid dito, Moch. And Lance coming through, but it's not enough. NL alive, and Lance left alone. Nalaglag na nga si Ting. Akit sa taas, Lance will be gunning for the plant, will be able to do so, and now it's a 1v1.
Kaya lang parang basado ata ni Lance kung saan manggagaling itong si NL. With few more seconds here. Time is ticking before the C4 goes kaboom. It's all up to him. Spotting him at the best time possible. Bro was caught with his pants down. Unfortunate circumstance para sa kanya. And it seems like they're just gonna keep on with a win streak of rounds here for Team Acceptance, ending our first half.
With a 7-2 scoreline, parang sub-base lang. And Team Acceptance on the BL this time, pangalawang 1v2 clutch na yon ng Team Acceptance, Mochi. Hindi ko alam anong pinapakain dito sa mga players na to, pero gusto ko ng kung ano man yon. Fervid on the D in LA. Andun lahat ng Team Acceptance. Good flashes coming through from Fervid. Kailangang lumayo ng Acceptance.
Well, not the size of his swap, parang walang nagbago kay Zen 1 being able to take out the Lance here na site. As all of the members here from Fervid will try to rotate, yun nga lang nga, parang walang nangyayari for them in terms of defense. It just keeps on crumbling on their end, and they are yet to see a pick-off galing sa Team Acceptance. Guys will be receiving a lot of damage from that interaction. Dadaan lang sana siya, but CJ will be able to take out ito si Jat in LA. All up to Ting, the person who's been able to finally and hopefully fill out ang shoes na meron dito for Nomad, but unfortunately not gonna be surviving for long as Zen 1 takes him out that easy and that quick.
Mentira, may nakakatakot dito sa Team Acceptance, ha? Yung mga katawan ng Fervid nandun sa RS. Sa RS nila. So that's how deep Team Acceptance push in the BL side, na napo-force yung Fervid mag-back until nandun na sila sa spawn nila eh. And that's how much space Team Acceptance create no matter which side they go. BL, GR, parehong yun yung playstyle talaga nila dito eh. No? Push until you find space. Push until you find the players of Fervid. And so far, Fervid have no answer, no clapback. Mid-play, this time from Team Acceptance, medyo mas mabagal. But still, a red pushing up, denying bridge control.
Men, may clapback, kaya lang ang lamya ng clapback eh.
Yun nga eh.
Kulang eh. Kulang na kulang. And right now, they are facing a 6-round deficit. And it seems like madadagdagan pa to a 7. Other than Zen 1 be able to take out a couple here. Pero si Ting, susubukan pa rin lumaban. Susubukan bumawi at susubukan sanang ma-equalize muli ang kanilang mga numero dito. Pero yun nga lang nga ang tanong eh. Tatlo na lamang sila at meron pang mga sugatan. They can put themselves dito sa A site natin, but they better be wary of the existence dito ni Lanzan as well as itong si Ting. All shots being fired here from AMG, just popping off alongside with Zen 1. Every single one here from Team Acceptance is online as Hedge would be taken out again. Oh, they are just one round away from taking the series, Tatum.
Si AMG nag-shopping pa ng baril eh bago kumuha ng kill. 9-2 Team Acceptance, series point. Pag nanalo sila sa round na to, they will take that regional spot, the final regional spot here in the Philippines. Top 6 sa buong Pilipinas. Yan ang makukuhang titulo dito ng Team Acceptance. And all that separates them is potentially the next 2 minutes against Fervid. Ninja play. Ngayon lang nila ginawa to ha.
Ngayon lang. Yun nga lang nga baka mamataan sila ni Lance doon. Tamang bato labang ng granada pero wala naman din po natatamaan. Pero wala silang makita dito. But despite of that, tumatama ang kanilang mga bala. At mukhang nagkakalagasan na parehong kapo dito. Mukhang susubukan pa rin talaga na lumaban ng Fervid. Pero Hatch lang ang naiiwan na titira. Pero ano pa ang gagawin mo ngayon? 3 more people remaining here for Team Acceptance, and we are yet to see if he has something on his sleeve. I guess not. And that ends the first series here as Team Acceptance take it away with the 2-0 sweep against Fervid.
Team Acceptance are going to the regional final, securing the top 6 spot in the group stage. Kahit hindi sila makakapasok ng playoffs, they still make it to the next tournament. Congratulations, Team Acceptance, and the way they did it too, Mochi. 2-0 with a 10-2 scoreline in ports and an explosive sub-base performance as well. My Team Acceptance heart is so happy.
Not gonna lie, I actually expected this gonna be a 2-1, pero unfortunately, it didn't actually happen, no? Sobrang powerful ng Team Acceptance at dahil sa sobrang likot ko dito sa pagkakas, biglang naging blur yung camera ko, chinik ko pa ata. So, okay na. Pero, it seems like every single one of them, meron kang maaalalang play dun sa mga rounds na nakita natin in Port, no? May play si AMG, may play si Zen1, may play lahat, And that's been pretty much a good map for team acceptance, and I am pretty sure that the panel is stoked in seeing all of these bunch being able to take out whoever they please.
Yeah, and big credit to AMG, no, subbing in for the last second against in place of Heck, no, doing absolutely great. Ang daming moment na nakita ko na fearless yung pagpasok dito ni AMG, especially in that last round, no, up against a smoke, tas bulag pa siya, still pushes through the smoke and gets a kill. Fits the playstyle of Team Acceptance perfectly, and parang hindi nawala si Heck, and really well done for AMG subbing in and just fit the bill really well for Team Acceptance dito. Congratulations, Team Acceptance. And the way they did it too, Mochi, it doesn't feel too cranial, if that makes sense. Hindi siya yung
Cranial?
hindi siya yung tipo ng play na pwede mong i-analyze ng sobrang tagal. Because the way they did it is very simple, very straightforward. They create space, they fight the players of Fervid, they find them by sheer pushing, and it's just absolutely amazing dito. Pero hagis na natin to kay Sneaky at Bipolar. Let them break it down for us, but that was a nice game. Sneaky, Polar, take it away.
Thank you, Daedum and Mochi. It's time to break down that wonderful quick match coming in from Team Acceptance. Talagang kinontrol nila yung buong mapa ng Port, pati na rin yung buong players ng Fervid. Sneaky, what was that game, man? Yeah, totoo man.
I feel like Team Acceptance just came here to collect their 2 wins and call it a day, pare. I mean, Fervid, granted, it's been, hindi ko na sugarcoat, pare. It's been quite the disaster of a season para sa kanila. But still, hey, I mean, being 8th in probably the best season of CFS PH Masters of all time is not too bad of a position to be in. Plus, meron pa silang play-in na lalaruin dito. And from my observation, feeling ko kaya naman ng Fervid na makapasok into this regional finals. But then, Team Acceptance, everybody stepped up to the plate. It felt more like a one-sided pub more than an actual game, pare.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. Commendable pa rin naman talaga yung efforts dito ng Fervid Esports, but you gotta commend Team Acceptance even more, mga 10 times pa, kasi they secured their top 6 spot dito sa ating CFS PH Masters, and they did it beautifully. They did it overwhelmingly. They did it in fashionable style in this last match sa ating group stage. Zen1 and as well as AMG stepping up into this, and as well as NL with that 2 versus 1 clutch from that A site. Grabe yun, man. Grabe ang pagpasok ng ating Team Acceptance. Walang takot. Talagang arangkada lang kung arangkada.
Yeah, they're not afraid to swing for this A site as well, no? So, ayun nga, Team Acceptance not afraid to go full fist fight up against itong Fervid. Granted, no, na it did give Fervid some rounds considering, some of the fights resulted in a 1v1 that didn't go their way. Pero after those 2 losses, pare, it seems like Acceptance never turned back.
Grabe nga naman talaga. Looking back at these highlights, I just keep on getting in awe, especially when Zen1. Kasi sanay tayo na nakikita lang si Heck on this AWM, pero him hitting those shots, especially when he was just controlling A long, grabe yung pag-hold nila, and it's just really amazing, and just you have to wonder what could have happened if Team Acceptance played like this in the top seed teams na kalaban nila, or what if sila nga talaga yung nakakuha ng maraming magagandang games. But unfortunately, maganda pa rin naman ang ginawa nila at the end. Looking back at it, it was a 10-2 sweep. A snowball gameplay coming in from Team Acceptance sa mapang Port. And just look at it, AMG right now, kanina 0.5 siya, just to correct ha, 0.5 siya, pero look at it, 3.2, Sneaky.
Yeah, 3.2, a Red taking a backseat, no? Just watching his team frag out dito sa map ng Port, didn't have to do much. I got full props dito kay AMG, subbed in, got the MVP, not once, but possibly twice. So, I would be happy to see him, being the overall MVP nga natin dito. Pero yung Fervid, of course, still Lons trying his best, and itong si Ting as well with positive AP for both players. 1 KD para dito kay Lons, pero ayun nga, no, you get what you get dito sa mapa na to if you're 10-2. And yeah, I mean, Fervid I don't know what to say, man. Good luck na lang dito sa
Yeah.
good luck na lang dito sa regional play-ins, pare, kasi it's gonna be very tough for them. But yun nga, I think it's still pretty doable.
You know what's siguro the best part na you're here in Masters for Fervid is that they can learn a lot and they are now prepared for what's in store for them sa susunod pang event. But right now, let's look at the MVP. Sino pa nga ba yan? Wala nang iba. Ang sub-in, it's gonna be AMG with a 3.20 KD and just the positive AP headshot per kill. Talagang swak na swak. He can spray it down, he can get those shots in, and he can deliver every time, lalo na dito sa Papang Port.
Yeah, and especially now it is curtains para dito sa Team Acceptance. At least we go out with a bang, and it's AMG, no? Of all people, na gumawa pa nun.
Yeah.
The guy who, if I'm not mistaken, he was on the preview show not too long ago, pare, no? So, ayun nga, maybe he said some stuff dito sa preview show, maybe extra motivated to show, you know, the 3 heads or 4 heads that were on that broadcast, pare, to show na, hey, I can also swing for the hills and carry itong Team Acceptance in their matches.
Hindi lang kasi he needed to show that even if it's the last game, I am one of the star players na kinuha ng Team Acceptance, rightfully so. Just look at this match result coming in from Team Acceptance as a whole. 10-3 to 10-2, not even letting them step foot into the sides, not even letting them step foot in that halfway point into getting their own set para sa Fervid. Team Acceptance just really mowed them down. Talagang hinawakan yung leeg tapos binato na lang sa pader yung buong Fervid coming in from Team Acceptance. Pero wala kakaiba talaga ang Team Acceptance, man. You gotta instill kung paano nga ba naging dominating ang Team Acceptance. I think that those words are kind of right naman. But yeah, Fervid Esports still put up a fight. Nakikita naman natin individual plays still looked good.
Man said like it was Mick Foley jumping from 20 feet in the air, pare, into the announcer's table.
No.
The way na Team Acceptance got slammed today, or Fervid got slammed today, pare. But of course, we're gonna have our match MVP dito, pare, our overall MVP for this series, and it is gonna be Zen1, actually edging out itong si Mr. AMG. But overall performance kasi ni Zen1 from map 1 and 2 pretty consistent.
I mean, taking the role of Heck as one of the AWM players na talaga nakikita natin shining it out, he delivered not just with the AWM. Palagi natin sinasabi na he is a sniper for now, but he used that AK as well in sub-base, even in port. He got what he did. Pumasok siya at talagang ginawa niya yung trabaho niya. He really did play well.
Yeah, I mean, on the sniper, super reliable, super steady. Hindi naman ganun ka-flashy na sniper yung kailangan, no?
Yeah.
Para sa mga mapa natin dito, City Sport, obviously, you sit there and shoot whoever is going into LA. Para naman sa sub-base, it's more of a hold and shoot as well. So, it isn't really tough yung mga maps para dito kay Zen1 to go for that sniper. Pero the fact na you can also turn him into a competent rifler, no, in an instant, pare, yun nga, similar sa nakita natin kay Tetsu in that 1 round sa compound. It's very important to have that kind of sniper who can push the pace and who can also rock that AK-47, pare.
Yeah, siya na mismo yung siya na mismo yung nagbigay ng tempo, siya na mismo nag-conduct ng team niya, and it just showed right here. Lalo na to kung saan nawalan pa ng mic si Dadum sa sobrang ganda ng ginawa nila. Never, di ata ito yon, pero parang ganoon na rin yung parang yung alam mo yung feel, just hitting those shots every time, not even scared of 5 people in front of you. Parang kakaiba na yun, man. Parang you're godly at this point.
Yeah, especially when it comes to those LA pushes, no, you can't really be not believing in yourself, pare. You have to believe that you're the best sniper. You can hit every single one. Kasi obviously, even if you die dito sa top A, meron namang mga bodega players and exit players rotating from that B position to, help you with your defense. Pero ayun nga, overall, just very, very good games ka lang dito kay AMG, man. I feel like in the future dito ng Crossfire, especially going into 2026, pare, you're gonna be seeing a lot more, sniper rifle hybrids dito into next year. I'm just shooting, some theory siguro going into next year, but I really feel like yung sniper rifle hybrid is gonna be prevalent sa next year's meta, pare. That's just bit of a prediction.
3 pa lang naman niya, Sneaky, pero I agree with you on that fully kasi it's not just Zen 1 that is doing this. Even the top teams right now has that capability, and it's
Si
just
Revenge pare, he's been rocking the rifle.
diba? Like, it's not really the same kind of CFS na nakikita natin. Crossfire really rocks right now sa ating 2025. And it's just a setting stone kung paano nga ba mag-i-improve pa ang Crossfire. And all I can see is uphill para sa atin to. Pero in a little while, makikita na natin ang ating interview with our one of the players coming in from Team Acceptance. It was just immense for Team Acceptance to do it in this way for their last match. Akala ko it was, alam mo yun, akala natin Fervid, Team Acceptance might be a close match, can go up to 2-1, pero still they did it very much talagang they took control of Fervid in this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, considering yung circumstances dito ng Fervid and ng Team Acceptance, I really felt like Team Acceptance were, really geared to win yung series na to. Obviously, Fervid still rocking I think rocking their 6-man dito pare in the name of Ting. Nomad being gone is definitely one of the bigger losses dito ng Fervid, considering how much stability he has as a player. And, without him, team ka na crumbles dito pare. Pero, I mean, looking back at yung season dito ng Team Acceptance, obviously started off well with taking itong Execration to 3 maps. Rest of it, yun nga, they just got swept by almost every single top team. Pero, ayun nga, at least Fervid will at least end itong season natin with a 2-5 with a map score of, I think it's 5-11 or 6-11 na yata yung nila dito. So, ayun nga, they're solidly sitting in that 6th place. Would have been different kung nanalo yung Gaon, which is asking for much, pare. Which is asking for very much.
Yeah.
Yun nga, if nanalo yung Gaon kahapon, this would have been very different. But it feels like we have the interview right then and here, pare. And it is gonna be the exact same guy nung kausap nga natin kanina na si Red, pare. Kamusta naman? Kamusta yung panalo dito, pare?
Okay, malalakas yung mga kasama. Binugbog. Grabe. Naka-vitamins.
Kinuha ba yung supplements, Red? Like, nag-ready pa talaga yung mga players natin for today against Fervid?
Hindi po, hindi. Galing kasi kami ng wala nang laro kasi hindi na sure yung top 4.
Pero go ahead, Sneaky, if you have still a question here.
Ayun nga, going into yung off-season natin dito, Red. Obviously, meron pa tayong regional finals. Sure na yung slot nyo doon. Meron pa kayong preparation or pag-ahanda dito sa off-season para dito sa Bermans, pare?
Meron talaga. Prepare talaga kami dyan sa regionals. Matic.
Ay, may isa pang question dito, Polar.
Ano yun, man?
Sino sa tingin mo ang lalabas doon sa play-in, pare? Let's say, Sunday Shrooms matches pasok doon sa play-in. Tapos Fervid, Gaon. Sino papasok dun sa dalawa na yon dito sa regional finals?
Siguro Gaon tsaka Sunday Shroom ata.
Ooh,
okay.
Okay. Ikaw,
I respect ko yan, Red. Alam mo, marami kang tinarget ngayon. It's not just you, the rest of your team as well. Talagang tinupad mo yung sinabi mo kanina sa interview natin, natatargetin mo silang lahat to a point na hindi mo man lang pinaabot ng 4 points ang Fervid. Ngayon, dagdagan pa natin ng onting spicy. Sinong tatargetin mo sa Sunday Shrooms pati sa Gaon Gaming, Red?
Si J-Vice siya kasi si Ellison.
Nagsabi talaga, hindi ko in-secure na Red.
Yung dalawang captain, diniretso pare. Grabe naman yun. And ayun nga, Red, we don't have much time, pare. Sino yung pasasalamatan mo dito sa baka fans ng Acceptance, pwede Bisaya or Tagalog, men, ikaw ba?
Dagang salamat sa among manager na si Henry Baksal o sa tanay suporta sa Team Acceptance. Samot na kay Heck na hindi nakalaro. Thank you. Thank you sa lahat.
Salamat din, Red. Maraming salamat sa inyo. Congratulations, man. Pwede na magpahinga. Thank you very much, Team Acceptance and Red.
Thank you.
Ayun nga. Pretty positive outlook para dito sa ating off-season, pare. Team Acceptance collect their final win dito sa ating group stage as they are sealed dito sa top 6. So, next series, man. Holy.
Eto
Nandito
na.
na tayo, man. 7
Eto
weeks
na.
in the making, pare. The best series in group stages finally here. EVOS versus UBEC. Tapos na yung map 1. Or tapos na yung series 1. Oh my God, man.
Man,
This is gonna be a banger, pare.
Man, hindi lang yan magsisimula sa pagpasok natin sa server. Map veto pa lang, maggugunaw na agad ang mundo natin. Tulad mo, nanginginig na agad o isang tuktok ko lang sa table ko. Pero, Sneaky, we have to take a little bit of short break para makapaghanda sa ating main event for today. Congratulations, acceptance! CFS PH Masters 2025. We'll be right back.
group stage.
And will end the group with a win.
And they win against Pacific MASTERS.
Call it a night, and Elvin will kill the final member as they will go to the grand final.
The dynasty is still well alive. Pacific MASTERS will be your three-time champions of CFS PH Masters.
It's time to put your hands up. Ito na ang UBECMANIAC versus EVOS for our very last matchup dito sa ating group stage, day 14. Kami pa rin ang inyong panel for today, Sneaky and Bipolar. What a day to be alive, man.
What a day to be alive para dito sa ating group stage. The very last match, just like what the lower thirds say, pare. And it is the best match you could possibly ask for. EVOS versus UBECMANIAC, the two best teams that we have had for the past 2 years, pare. Both teams internationally tested already. UBECMANIAC going farther, EVOS going up against the best in the world, pare. So, in terms of international experience, pare, hindi sila nagkukulang dito. And it seems like this is a litmus test on who is the new king of Filipino Crossfire, pare.
Yeah, totoo ko dyan. Totoo ang sinabi mo dyan, Sneaky. There might be a new highlight na pwede nating sabihin. Baka may sumigaw na naman ng dynasty dyan kasi baka may bago na naman tayong mabibigyan ng ganyang mga monikers. But let's look at UBECMANIAC first as we talk about them more. Alam naman natin, UBECMANIAC did get defeated 2-0 by Pacific, pero naging driving factor na lang yun para sa kanila para lumaban, para matalo ngayon ng EVOS. Pero nandiyan naman si Dolphex, JJ, KLB, and KLP. At of course, tulad nga na sinabi mo kanina, si Kano mukhang ready na makipagbakbakan.
Yeah, for sure. I think I saw him yesterday preparing on his personal live stream, pare, and he was spamming that free for all like it's no tomorrow. And it's very evident, no, pagdating sa kanyang statistics, how hard he grinds in that FFA. 136 AP with a 0.42 headshot per kill, 0.93 kill per round, 1.47 KD. No, medyo mataas pa nga yung HNK na yan for an M4 player. And yeah, the rest of the squad is doing very, very well as well. Dolph X, obviously, with a nice performance dito sa last week's game natin. Seems like he's also just as ready to be back in the roster.
Yeah, it's just very scary, and you have to be scared if UBECMANIAC is in the mix. Of course, naging we can say there was an upset for them, pero hindi mo maikakaila, hindi mo pwedeng sabihin yun without looking at their stats and without looking at their other matches kasi Kano always on fire, JJ is always there, and of course yung KL brothers natin now just popping off and also just doing their part. Ngayon may kasama pa silang Dolph X na talagang it's a different mix, and baka ito yung mga gulat ngayon para sa EVOS, pero just look at that, Sneaky. A lot of wins, ang naging loss lang nila is 0-2 coming from Pacific. Ngayon, EVOS Esports might be up for a very bad boy look na may kita dito sa UBECMANIAC kasi alam mo, it's their last match and they want to get that win.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, anyone wants to get that last dub, especially considering no matalo nga nila EVOS dito. They put a curveball on the rest of the standings for 1, 2, 3, and 4. So, we hoping for that kind of curveball happening, pare, just to make the group stage a bit more spicy. But after that very well-prepared Pacific game, or full props dito kay LG, pare, the amount of preparation he did in that particular series was very, very good. Pero obvious recovery naman galing dito sa UM going this week. Feel like they're still in tip-top form, no? Despite what happened dito sa match 18.
Yeah, very much so. Talagang they're still on their A game and they're still the top team right now. Pero of course, we also talked about it with their coach Ranks na UBECMANIAC does need to win here, pero if they do want that better spot, onting better spot lang, they need to dominate EVOS. Not just give them a fair fight, but really put them into the ground. Ngayon, meron tayong interview with one of the players coming in from UBECMANIAC, one of my favorite players coming in from them, JJ. Kamusta naman tayo dyan?
Okay lang po.
Ayun. Okay naman sa boss. Okay naman dyan, boss. I mean, obviously, EVOS na kalaban nyo dito, boss JJ. Pinakahuling labanan dito sa ating group stage. Parang mala grand finals ang labanan nga noon. Dami nagsasabi. Ano yung naging preparation nyo going into yung series na to, pare?
Wala po. Gagawin lang yung game plan namin. Yun lang.
Okay. In terms of game plan, JJ, meron ba kayong mga tatargetin na mapa or tatargetin na player pagdating dito? Baka kasi ma-ban out na agad ng EVOS yung sub-base.
Wala po. Kasi lahat sila malakas eh.
Okay. Well,
Yeah, straight cut answers, pare. JJ, obviously, no, itong EVOS and UBECMANIAC, medyo sabay-sabay kayong lumipad. Papunta nga dito sa Shanghai. Meron ba kayong napansin na difference galing dun sa Shanghai na EVOS kumpara sa EVOS dito sa Masters, pare?
Mas nag-improve sila ngayon. Lumalakas sila ngayon.
okay, JJ, maraming salamat. Big words coming in from you. It's your time. Pwede ka magbisa, pwede ka magtagal, pwede ka mag-English din. It's your time para magpasalamat sa mga viewers nyo and sa mga supporters ng UBEC.
Dagang salamat sa sa mga sumusuporta. Shoutout kay Kuya Chris, tas Ate Kisaya. Yan lang po.
JJ, thank you very much, man. Good luck sa inyo. Pakitaan nyo kami ng magandang laban.
Sige po. Thank you po.
A man, a few words. Sneaky, JJ, with that beautiful interview, ano pa bang thoughts natin dyan na pwede mong masabi towards UBEC?
Yun nga, no, obviously I feel like the team is locked in para sa series na to. So, yun na, no time for words. I don't want to reveal too much, no, pare. Dito sa series na to kasi yun nga, you don't want to reveal your hand before you play it, pare. So, ayun nga, still the exact same mystery around the team. Obviously, prepared naman sila with the amount of talent and the coach that they have behind them. Pero pag-usapan naman natin ang EVOS, a team that has just as much young players as they do have a coach. Granted, opposite ni 0-2 itong si Tanks, pare. He's still just as effective.
Yeah, very much so. Alam mo, looking back at EVOS right now, it's been a while since I've seen these players play kasi pag naglalaro EVOS, wala na ako eh. Pero KSA, Kelark, Elvin, Zetra, and of course, Yobib, the man himself, magpapakitang gilas mamaya. Nandun rin si Coach Shane na nasa likod nila, si 0-2. And now, as we look at that team statistics, it's even scarier kapag EVOS na nakikita mo. Look at the headshot per kill. It's not really that high, pero the contribution of these players palaging more than any other team right now.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, yung pinaka-impressive na breakout star, no, para dito sa EVOS has got to be itong si Zetra, man. This guy was going toe-to-toe with Revenge in their series, pare. I mean, this kid coming in from Sunday Shrooms obviously had a hard time with that team. Ngayon, the All-Star now comes in dito sa EVOS and slotted in super, super well. I think maganda naman yung naging performance na nung international. I think medyo, of course, alam mo naman yung mga fans natin, not to slight them, pare, but of course, nakikita lang nila na natalo yung EVOS dito sa quarterfinals, pero hindi nila nakikita na natalo sila to the eventual champions. So, despite their loss up against itong Baisha Gaming, I think itong si Zetra was actually very impressive nung time na yun.
Yeah, totoo. Naging din yun, naging driving factor na din yun coming in toward Masters. Tapos it also just instilled na he is a player to be feared within the EVOS squad. Ngayon, may kita natin ating team data. This is the only team na may kita nyo na had a clean record na puro wins, 1 loss against Pacific, but still they took that into town. Nakuha nila lahat ng laban nila and it just put them up in a pillar na hindi na maabot ng ibang teams. Now, battling against UBECMANIAC na talagang galit na sa kanila, what is in store other than just a pure dominance coming from them?
Yeah, I think honestly, kung ako yung EVOS dito, my goal would be to be as annoying or as slow as possible para dito sa UBECMANIAC kasi honestly, kahit isang map lang na makuha dito ng EVOS and they still would have first place dito sa ating standing. So, it's really up to them kung ano yung magiging pacing ng series natin. They have the full control of our standing. So, with them dictating the pace, pare, medyo, yun nga, UBEC kinda has to catch it, no? Pero if it's any team to do it is gonna be UBEC. But EVOS is a hard shell to crack, pare, especially pagdating sa GR side.
Yeah, very much so. Parang sila na talaga yung mga conductor ngayon in this matchup right now. Pero isang mabilisang interview muna tayo from one of the players coming in from EVOS. It's none other than KSA.
Hello,
man. Kamusta ka naman dyan, brother?
okay lang po, okay lang. Excited na.
Yan!
Excited na. Siyempre, I would be excited too kung UBEC versus EVOS din yung mangyayari. KSA, obvious question naman pre, any preparation bago tayo pumasok dito sa ating series?
Alam mo, dami preparation sa atin lang. Sila yung maganda sa amin. Kami top 1.
Ayun.
Gusto kong marinig.
Okay, KSA, may isa lang ang mabilisang question para sa'yo. Magva-vlog na ba ulit si Coach Shane kapag nanalo kayo dito against UBECMANIAC?
For sure. Maraming.
Ayun. Maraming na bang nakabaon
Maraming
na ilalabas yan?
Maraming pa hindi na po-post eh.
Ayun. Okay.
Binililik sa atin yung yung go with Shane type of travels pare behind the scenes. Pero ayun nga. Pero yun nga, KSA, obviously, men, no, palapit na ng palapit yung playoffs natin para dito sa ating CFS PH Masters. Feeling nyo ba prepared na kayo para sa mga best of fives? Handa na ba yung mga mapa dito ng EVOS, pare?
Oo, nakarami pa. Kahit sino makalaban namin sa playoffs.
I like the confidence, man.
Damn.
KSA, it's your time. Sabihan mo na lahat ng haters mo dyan, lahat ng supporters mo, lahat ng gusto mong pasalamatan. It's your time to shine.
Unang-una maraming salamat sa mga fans namin na sumusuporta mula Indonesia. Yan. Syempre, shoutout sa mga casters. Excited namin makalaban yung top 1 ng Pilipinas base kasi sa mga feeling analyst, top 1 daw yung UBEC.
Ooh,
Ang daming shade coming in from KSA na apiran pa nga ni 02. KSA, maraming salamat, man. Good luck sa laban nyo. Bigyan nyo kami ng magandang laban, brother.
Yeah, this is what I was talking about, no? Bipolar, the EVO squad being the polar opposite dito ng UBECMANIAC, and I love it, bro. It's like the yin and yang in the top talents dito, pare, as we take a look at the head-to-head dito sa ating series. And I feel like we already know who it is. It's probably gonna be Yobib versus Dolph, actually. I was expecting Kano versus Yobib, pero Dolph getting some spotlight dito sa key players natin.
Yeah, the new kid in the block na sumasama ngayon sa UBEC. I mean, he's not really new, pero we don't really see Dolph X in this roster that much ngayong across ngayong CFS PH Masters. But now, against Yobib, it is pretty much formidable. 0.85 on that KR and 0.93 on Yobib. It's still a lot. Tapos yung headshot percentage niya, again, sinabi mo nga naman na M4 player si Yobib, if I'm correct. Correct me on that. Dolph X naman is also one of those players that you have to look out for. Ibig sabihin lang yan, Yobib might need to outshine Dolph X pagdating dito sa ating matchup for today.
Yeah, and I really hope na itong si Dolph would not replicate yung that 2024 third and fourth place playoff performance, pare, kasi now is not the time to have a turn down in terms of ang performance. Ang ngayon is the time to turn up. Kasi ayun nga, an EWC slot is possibly on the line, and this is like a preview of what playoffs can look like dito, pare.
Yes, very much so. It really is exciting, and it's a big pleasure, Sneaky, to introduce our casters for today, Mochi and Daydum. Halika na kayo dito sa ating foreheads. Kamusta naman kayo dyan, Daydum?
Hindi ko alam kung na-miss here bakit na bipolar, but I'm super excited dito sa ating matchup. Sabi nga ni Sneaky, it's been weeks. This has been a culmination of the group stage. It's the two biggest teams in the country right now. It's North versus South. It's UBEC versus EVOS. Can't wait to get this started.
Yeah, Mochi.
On my end naman, ang dae kong ina-absorb ngayon, Polar, Sneak, Daydum. In-absorb ko yung sobrang nonchalant ng interview natin kay JJ. In-absorb ko yung pagiging grabe ni KSA na hindi daw nila kailangan mag-prepare. At in-absorb ko din na ang nandoon sa head-to-head si Dolphs as well as si Yobib. So, sis, like, doon pa lang, mapapawaw ka na kaagad.
Yeah, at dahil dyan, Mochi, Daydum, Sneaky, mapapawaw na tayo even more because let's look at the map. Vito nakapag-decide ng ating dalawang teams. Anong prediction natin dyan as we look at it? Walang subbase. UBECMANIAC nag-ban ng subbase.
Wait, what?
UBEC ang nag-ban.
Interesting. Baka may plano yung EVOS dun sa mapa na yun that they kind of saw ahead of time. I like the target pick though para dito sa UM kasi EVOS, granted mayroon silang experience pagdating sa mapa ng Eagle Eye. I think it's not one of their stronger maps, but still very winnable pa rin yan knowing na gaano kalakas dito yung EVOS. Sport, obviously, that's an EVOS map every single time, pare. Ang car is gonna be very interesting kasi yun yung tunay na 50-50 natin dito, men.
Totoo man. Ikaw ba, Mochi, with this map, Vito, ano sa tingin mo ang mga mangyayari mamaya?
Pero ang nasasabi ko lang dito, ang kinakatawa ko is tumama yung prediction ko na yung unang mapa is magiging Eagle Eye. Because I believe magkakaroon na ng idea si UBEC how EVOS definitely plays in this map. And it seems like they already had some plans, some counters for them on this one. While the rest of the map, this is gonna be quite a crazy one. Because things are bound to be explosive. Despite the fact that it encourages yung slow pacing, it feels like hindi yun mangyayari for some reason. So, parang nagbe-base tayo this one sa kung gaano sila kagigil din na matapatan yung isa't isa.
Ikaw ba, Didum?
You know what? I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised by the Eagle Eye pickup dito ng UBECMANIAC. No? They've been innovating in this map ever since Masters started. Actually, I think ever since the last year ended. Parang nun pa sila naggumagawa ng mga strats sa Eagle Eye, no? So I'm excited to see more of this UBECMANIAC Eagle Eye. And because natalo na ang UBEC sa sub-base, I think Eagle Eye yung bago nilang pinofocus na mapa dito, no? And I love that they pick it up first against EVOS. They're gonna showcase to us what they've been innovating. The next two maps, of course, the second map, of course, EVOS loves sport. So Ankara is gonna be it. So I think we're gonna go all 3 games dito, and can't wait.
Yeah, there's a mix of like new maps or basically some old maps as well na talagang mapaglalaro ng ating mga players. Pero mahihirapan muna tayo, guys, dito for our next segment. Prediction muna tayo kung ano nga ba ang outcome na ito. Medyo mahirap, so paunahin ko na si Sneaky para siya muna tumangke ng prediction natin.
Yeah, I'm like immune to haters as well, similar to KSA pare. So I'm gonna go EVOS 2-1.
Okay. Mochi.
Pwedeng 1-1.
Pwede naman.
Tinatanong ko si Drake kanina, pwedeng 1-1, hindi ako sinasagot. Pero, siguro magbe-base na lang ano yung tinatry nilang gawin in terms of the map vetoes natin. I'm gonna go 2-1 EVOS din.
Okay. Daydum.
Okay. Ito yung my prediction ko is based off of vibes. not gonna lie kasi both teams, of course, international caliber naman, parehong EVOS tsaka UBEC, no? But I feel like depende sa philosophy nila viewing the group stage of Masters. I feel like UBEC are more willing to give away maps during the group stage to learn from them. So I feel like it's gonna be a 2-1 EVOS just because EVOS are gonna give everything they've got in this series.
Okay, it's 2-1 for these 3 people at sa akin din 2-1 in favor of EVOS. UVOS. Magsasama pa yung UBEC pati EVOS. Pero Coach Tanks, nakausap ka namin kanina. I love you, brother. Pero EVOS muna ako for today. It's 2-1 all across the boards. And for UBEC, please do prove us wrong. Malapit na tayo magsimula sa ating mapa for the very first set. I hope you guys are ready. Pati na ng production crew sa ating TNC group right there. Pero Mochi and Daydum, kayo muna ang subalba. Let's go to set number 1.
Determination, pride, and power lang naman ang paglalabanan ng ating dalawang teams of EVOS and UBECMANIAC. Bro, this is gonna be a banger. Like, a banger. Kung may mas banger sa banger, ito na yon, men. Ito na yon.
Kulang na lang tawagin nating bang-banger itong game na to. But yes, it's gonna be an absolute fiesta. It's a clash of titans. It's EVOS, it's UBEC, it's Manila, it's Cebu. And I can't wait to see what happens dito. No? Ito, Mochi, ito yung reason. Feeling ko, may prediction needs a little bit more explanation. But our prediction, kasi lahat tayo one-sided na EVOS, no? But, guys, this is gonna go either way. That's the thing. These two teams are so good, so refined, that I think it's just the smallest mistakes that could make the difference talaga dito. Parang kumbaga, kung sino man yung mas nakapag-warm up, kung sino man yung mas swertihin. Kumbaga, it's a minor difference between these two, but I don't know. I just don't know how it's going to pan out. I'm really excited for this first map though, Mochi. Eagle Eye, I think ito yung bagong mapa na pineperpekto ng UBECMANIAC. Kung pansin mo, halos lahat ng mga big matches nila in the group stage, pinili nila yung Eagle Eye. Apart from their match against Pacific, no, hindi sila nakapag-Eagle Eye doon. But every other matchup, pinipili nila yung Eagle Eye. I think because UBECMANIAC are cooking this map to be their next big thing.
Actually, I can agree with you on that one, most especially with the bold decision of banning sub-base and choosing Eagle Eye as their first map. And I feel like there's gonna be quite of an interesting one for us to witness. Idagdag na rin natin dyan siguro yung fact na ako personally, yung puso ko sinasabi, Ubek, pero yung utak ko, according to what I see, it's going to be EVOS. Pero this is now it, everyone. The undefeated versus the tarnished. The main event that determines our current power rankings in PH Crossfire scene starts now.
Alright. EVOS on the attack. BL side ang panimula ng EVOS dito sa Eagle Eye. Ubek on the defense in GR. And it's KLR to strike first. The quickest peak I've seen all day. And KLP goes down early.
Napakaaga ng pick-up doon from that area, and seems like that is gonna be a well done thing here galing kay Kelar. As we are gonna be seeing our members here from UBEC just trying to stand their ground. Wala nga lang ang tumatao sa bandang gitnang area natin, no? They really want to keep the buddy system going here.
Tahimik bigla. After that one kill from KLR, it is going to be silence on the map that MIB control. EVOS will be establishing for now. Yan nga, may mga lineup na nilalabas dito, pero yung tunay na lineup na makikita natin dito is with the smokes. Pagka-grenade kasi, minsan bait lang yan. Minsan just for a little bit of chip damage. Pag nagbato na ng mga smokes at mga flash ng EVOS, that's when we know they're going to commit. Pumoposisyon na nga dito sa may LA. Mukhang doon pupunta ang EVOS, Moji.
Medyo delikado dito si Kano sa bandang EA, no? Baka magkaroon sila dito ng early engagements. But currently, you're playing this slow. They're creeping up. JJ spotting out. Ito si KSA. Masusundan pa ni Kano. Everyone will be able to work hand in hand para dito sa UBECMANIAC. So far, they've been able to demolish every single person. They're galing sa EVOS as Elvin is now left alone. The question is, would he be able to clutch this out dahil wala man lang yung C4 sa kanya at parehong mga mata. Sets of eyes are just gonna be on set sa kung saan siya manggagaling dito. Elvin gonna be spotted out and immediately gonna be killed here by Dolph.
What a hold from UBEC. Kano the entire time still inside of the site. Hindi man lang na-take down si Kano doon. And the setup was wonderful with JJ too. Dolph, JJ, Kano just holding it down made it impossible para makapasok EVOS dito even with the man disadvantage. So 1-0 UBECMANIAC with a good start on the GR.
And what's crazy here is we already have a pick-off na present dito, no, galing kay EVOS. We already know that they have the early round advantage. But what happened? They got demolished the moment that they decide na mag-execute sila dito sa ating E-site area. Pero ngayon, mukhang nagkakaroon na nalaglagan dito sa hotel area. Nagiging sementeryo pansamantala. As there are just 3 more people remaining here for UBECMANIAC with some adjustments present here from EVOS. They are going to be trying to regroup as much as possible, but just going to be putting themselves down in their specific spots, looking for any possible people na mamamataan nila, at kabilang na dito si JJ na napunta sa kamay ni Yobib.
At the end of the day, EVOS ang lalamang. Only losing KSA after taking down Dolph, JJ, and KLB. At mukhang papasok na nga sila dito sa my B site. Elvin nasa mid pa nga and KLP not expecting the lurk of Elvin. May isa pang papasok si Kano.
Naku.
Getting the shot onto Elvin. Okay, that's a good start but it's a 1v3. Kano down to 10 HP. Isang ihip na lang and Yobib on the hunt. Kano looking at an impossible task of this retake.
The god of clutches right now in front of our eyes will try to do that very thing. Pero yun nga lang with how low ang kanyang HP ngayon, mukhang medyo mahihirapan siya na gawin yon. While the rest of the squad here from EVOS will just gonna be waiting for him to try and attempt to defuse itong ating C4. At yun ay kung magagawa niya nga ba talaga maiispatan at mapapatulog lang muli nito ni Yobib.
Alright, EVOS strike. 1-1 ang simula natin dito. And it's becoming a battle of attrition. Battle of paunahang makakuha ng kill. UBECMANIAC, papunta sila ng LA dito. 2 players deep. That's KLP and Kano. M4AK spots out KLR. The 2-man push finding KLR. Si JJ manggaling din sa mid. Elvin taken away and UBEC getting scrappy, finding 2 kills early.
Getting scrappy. They're definitely scraping, no? Yung couple of people na nawala dito kay EVOS at saktong-sakto sa ulo. Ang mga shots dito ni KLP right after throwing that grenade onto him. It's all up to Yobem and Cetra with a couple of people here dito sa mid area. Medyo magkakanda, lagasan sila as the rest of the squad here from UM will just be towering over them. And seems like we're pretty much on a really great start here for both teams. Kung nagpapakiramdaman, ito yung natin download time we're in. We are gonna be seeing where both of these teams at. Pero with the pixel lang naman ang kailangan ni KLR para mapatulog ito si KLP. And now, the pick-off has already been taken dito by EVOS. Pero, by the way, shoutout nga pala kay Josh Pakivot. Ayan, nagpa-shoutout si pare.
And what a peek there. Mula kay, it was KLR, no? With the sniper shot. Saktong-sakto, nabasa niya kung saan magpipeak si KLP in the perfect time too. And last round, medyo nagulat yung EVOS nag-push kasi yung UBEC. And it's quite surprising to me, Mochi, na ang aga nag-aggressive play dito ng UBEC. Typically, I would expect that change of pace later on in the game. Pero round 3 pa lang, nag-rush na agad sila dito on the defense. Well, it was successful. Nawala na yung alas na yun para sa UBEC. So EVOS start off good this time, taking down KLP. No more sniper for UBEC for now.
Yep.
Habang laro sa second mid muna dito ang EVOS. A bit of push from KLR to take down KLB and UBEC falling apart on the defense.
Wow.
Si Kano sasagot ng isa. Si JJ magpo-push. Will be able to find KSA. Look at the UBEC getting scrappy again. Dolph finds KLR and now it's a 2v2. Kano, 1 HP left. Pero magre-retake sila dito, Moji.
Both of these teams are definitely taking this as methodical as they can. Medyo low na uli dito si Kano though, and we are yet to see kung makakasecure pa din siya, and he will with the Yobeb. Last remaining person nakatambay nga lang dito sa ating train area as he tries to take a couple of people. Pero Jay would be coming from the other side, catching him off guard. Another round muli galing sa UBECMANIAC, and seems like they're handling the global risk side of things well so far.
Really impressive Kano picking up the sniper in that 2v2. Smart decision making too, no? Alam kasi natin na 1 HP siya. So mas madaling makakuha ng kill if you have that sniper in hand. And yun na nga, we'll be able to find the 2v2 because of that instinctive play mula kay Kano and Elvin. Wow. The swing into the flash setup. Beautiful as Elvin finds Kano as well. Opens up a sight at yung EVOS magtatanim na ng bomba sa A.
Libreng-libre, pasok daw mga suke, presyong divisorya, 10-10, yun nga lang nga, may malalagas na isa, Elvin, being taken out here by KLB, pero we are yet to witness kung magkakaroon ba ng probable retake dito ang UBECMANIAC. 3 more people remaining, Cetra will be falling down the hands of Dolph. Once again, seems like they're already having sights on each other, may idea na sila kung nasaan naglalagi. Both counterparts, though falling down the hands of Yobeb. Trade for trade. KLP na lang naiiwan. Super low in terms of HP, holding the arm, but KSA already knows kung saan siya manggagaling. And that is another round para sa EVOS. Definitely succeeding in their first execute here on A.
Perfect crosshair placement as well para kay KSA doon, no, to take down KLP, who was 1 HP at the time. But even if he wasn't, KSA's got the shot locked in. 2-3 score natin dito, Mochi. UBEC still leading by 1. And it's a 3-stack down in A. Isa lang yung nag-hold ng mid. And then it's only Dolph having a reserved angle in B site. Mukhang nakakatakot for UBEC yun. Especially because UBEC, or rather EVOS, are hanging around near that B entrance. Mukhang magpupush na sila sa B at si Dolph lang yung tao dun.
This might actually benefit them well, no? With a stack or even a possible rush dito sa B-site natin wherein everyone is just gonna be eyeing down on whoever is trying to anchor and defend B-site. Ayun nga lang nga, trades coming in here. Cetra connecting the shot onto Dolph. KLB falling apart. Cetra on a really good form. And although already has additional information kung sino pang naroon. Keller from the other side ay makukuha itong si KLP as UBECMANIAC tries to get the most out of their current situation right now. Despite at a disadvantage, Keller at Kano na lang ang may iwan dito at the current state. face to face onto each other. It seems like the time is ticking. Seems like a little bit more before the bomb goes kaboom. Pero magtatapatan ng dalawa. Kano will be winning that 1v1 against the IGL.
And Kano, of course, wins it. Baiting out the sound cue of the defuse. Inintay lumapit. And KLR going down. I mean, it was a massive round for KLR. Ang ganda ng angle niya. And Bridge actually getting, I think, 2 or 3 kills. But at the end of the day, Kano able to trade it out. Man by man, one by one. Ito yung angle na sinasabi ko. But Kano still somehow managing to even things out and eventually win the 1v1 duel. UBEC lead by 2, 4-2. Score natin.
Dito na nga rin natin makikita kung gaano ka-heavy yung nagiging impact ng mga mid-round calls dito and how on point they are in doing whatever they want to do in those current times na they find themselves in. But currently, EVOS is trying to eye B site once again. Seems like this has been their best site so far. A lot of people here eyeing hotel and konti na lang mag-FBI open up sila dito, no? Possibly. Pero Kano is critically low in terms of HP. Dog will be spotted and will be caught off guard dito kay Cetra. KLB na iiwan pa dito on the bar but now going down the hands of Yobib as well. Just gonna be waiting for the rest of the people here rotating from UBECMANIAC. Nakikita pa natin si Elvin din sa mid mamataan pero yun nga lang sa kabilang banda, JJ were able to take out tong si Cetra. Lots of kills being garnered here by UBEC and now numbers were evened out. Parang kanina lang ang laki ng diferensya pero Daydum tignan mo, all equalize pero mababawasan nga JJ on the hands of KSA and immediately blacklist EVOS will be winning.
Yeah. Uy, parang dead round pala yun. Okay, 4-3 score natin dito after EVOS takes that round. And sabi ko lang, Mochi, ang ganda ng basa ng EVOS doon. They were expecting the hotel play, the hotel players ng UBEC doon. And you can see Zetra pushing forward very slowly just to catch the players of UBEC off guard. You could see the amount of work both teams put into this. Kasi kahit yung angulo kanina no, ni KLP nahanap pa rin ng EVOS. Alam mong pinaghandaan talaga nila yung eagle eye dito ng UBEC. Which is why there is barely a lead right now for UBECMANIAC. One round separates these two teams. And it's just a treat to witness these two teams talaga. No? Talagang, kahit nakita natin sa interview na wala silang sinabi, sabi nila, wala kaming prep na ginawa, hindi namin pinaghandaan. Huwag kayo maniwala doon, guys. Guys, siguradong ilang oras ang ginugol nila para lang panoorin, para lang aralin ang playstyle ng isa't isa dito.
Yeah, and having the first map lead definitely removes a lot of pressure from your team And you really want that amount of time para makapag-isip kayo and keep yourselves in focus into trying, executing, and planning whatever strategies you really want to carry out, lalo-lalo na para sa side ng UBEC. And it seems like before nakikita natin, naririnig natin na nape-pressure sila, kinakabahan sila, pero right now it seems like they're taking this like champs and it seems like EVOS are yet to see kung ano nga bang kalalabasan ng unang mapa natin. Pero I feel like we're gonna be going back after a quick short break. Magbabalik muli ang kasunod na kabanata ng ating laban sa Eagle Eye.
they win against Pacific MASTERS.
Call it a night, and Elvin will kill the final member, as they will go to the grand final.
The dynasty is still well alive. Pacific MASTERS will be your three-time champions of CFS PH Masters.
Madlang people, we're back dito sa CFS 2025 kung saan ang laban natin ngayon ay ang Sugbo Merkado ng Cebu versus ang Ugbo ng Tondo. At kami pa rin ang makakasama nyo, Mochi and Didong nga pala at your service. And we will be continuing ang ating naiwang laban sa Eagle Eye 2.0.
Medyo nagutom ako doon, Mochi, sa intro mo. But, wala tayong oras na kumain. Mamaya na yon. Dito muna tayo sa labanan between these two giants in Eagle Eye. Kung natatandaan nyo, tumigil tayo with a 1-round differential. UBECMANIAC leading by just 1 point at sila ang nasa GR side. Medyo hirap nga makapasok ng mga side dito ang EVOS. Pero, kita mo yung prep na ginawa nila, Mochi. Nakikita nila yung mga angulo na nilalaro ng UBECMANIAC.
Yes, and we are gonna be seeing more of that as we now dive right back in dito. No, as tulad na sabi mo, it's a 4-3 and currently mukhang all stakes on the board tayo dito for both sides, and this might be a learning opportunity or just what do you call this? Parang bragging right kung sakali man kung sino ang mananalo at matatalo dito for this series.
Yeah, honestly, yung pinaglalaban lang nila dito no, yung kung sino yung makakalaban nila sa playoffs. Kasi I believe it's 1 versus 4 versus and number 2 versus number 3, no. Yun yung, if I'm not mistaken, yung maging order ng appearance in terms of kung sino yung makakalaban mo, no. So, see how that's going to pan out with KLR taking down KLP. So, a good start for EVOS. This time, hindi na makakapag-push si KLP.
Yun nga lang not a good thing here for UBEC so far. Pero we have already been able to see this earlier din, no? Despite of the pickups na nakuha ng EVOS, for some reason, meron pong possibility na mabaliktad ito ng UBECMANIAC. And right now, we are just gonna be waiting for all of the action to actually unveil as they try to put themselves in a better position as they do their execute sa B-site natin possibly.
JJ still holding on to LA, pero wala nang tao doon. It's Hotel, that's the focus for EVOS. KSA leading the charge, of course. Mukhang nakakawin na si Dual X. Nakikita mo, nagsasalita na siya, calling for a little bit of a backup as the clock strikes 50 seconds. Mukhang papasok na dito ang EVOS. With 49 seconds left on the clock, ito na nga, papasok na yung mga flash into the smokes. And JJ receiving the brunt of it and will be taken down si Dolph. Ang mawawala agad. JJ magro-rotate na from RS and Kano finds just the one. But KSA finds 2 in response. JJ with the retake coming in from RS finds KSA. And KLB playing around second mid. Naghahanap ng potential lurk. Pero ang ganda ng position dito ni Elvin. Will be taken down by KLB. KLR coming in from Hotel Exit. KLR takes down JJ and it's KLB all alone. Flash does not connect. Time ticking down and KLR strikes onto UBECMANIAC. EVOS equalize the score.
C4 is definitely planted in the favor of their positioning, no? Once that the pause plant has already been activated para kay EVOS, and it's quite unfortunate for UBEC na hindi sila masyado nakapag-open reset ng preparation para sa kanilang retake, but we can also witness here yung pag-berserk ni KSA until finally napatulog na siya dito kaagad ng UBEC. But right now, sobrang lapit ng ating laban, no? Napakaganda na sagutan nila dito so far. Pretty safe to say is quite of a tug of war ng kung anong strategies ang ginagawa nila dito and depending on kung ano yung nagiging sitwasyon nila so far. Pero right now, wala pa rin talaga makakapredict kung ano ang mangyayari dito from this point on.
Dito 4-4. And now we're fighting for the advantage paglipat sa second half. Of course, that crucial point is very impactful in terms of transferring the momentum to that second half. But of course, UBECMANIAC starting on the GR means yung second half, doon yung BL. Doon maraming strategies ang UBEC paglipat sa BL. So kailangan makuha ng EVOS to para lang meron silang konting insurance, konting cushion, konting space, kumbaga, for EVOS to work around in. At yun yung nilalaban nila dito in A site. LA push coming through, but Kano, JJ striking, JJ with the double, and the LA push will be denied. Dolph finds one, and it is just the 5-0 na ubos ang EVOS, and UBEC will be taking round 5 on the board.
Parang nakita ata sa camera yung dilat na dilat ako, no? Especially, I feel like yung decision nila to put their attention on A side has been a wrong decision to make because there's a 3-stack on there with quick rotations coming in na manggagaling dito sa B site natin in favor for UBEC, and they've been able to demolish them and end them just like that. Definitely, giving them more of an advantage dito sa ating BL side. At tulad nga ng sabi mo, marami na namang baon ito and might be a really powerful one here for UBECMANIAC just in case that this carries on. But seems like EVOS medyo mas magiging sila dito, gigil possibly on their counterpart.
Tingnan natin, no? Kasi when it comes to the GR side in Eagle Eye, medyo limited yung options mo, no? You have to play reactively because sobrang risky pag nag-push ka ng LA, LB, or even mid for that matter. Sobrang open ng mga area na yon, no? So, you have to anticipate the moves of your enemy before making a move. So, sobrang reactive talaga yung playstyle mo. Whereas on the BL, you have the opportunity you have the opportunity to create your own opportunity. So, it's crucial na UBEC has gotten the advantage going into the second half now that they have control of the tempo of the game. Medyo nahirapan yung EVOS lalo na dun sa LA defense ng UBEC. You can see just how many times they attempted that A push. Even in the last round, Mochi, nag-A attempt dito ang EVOS. Pero yung hold ni JJ at ni Kano from that A entrance, so deadly. Hindi malagpasan ng EVOS.
Dagdag na rin natin siguro yung mga impact plays na ginagawa ni Dolph, no? I feel like we should highlight Dolph. Regardless of Loy being absent, nandoon talaga yung impact na i-deliver dito ni Dolph. Most especially pag nandun na sa mid-rounds natin. Despite of the fact that the EVOS definitely already has the advantage in terms of numbers. Naka-pick up sila ng isa, ng dalawa. Unfortunately, for some reason, everything becomes equalized. Minsan nananalo pa ito si UBECMANIAC when it comes to those types of situations. So those are some things that they really have to look out for now that the sides have been swapped. There should be some behavior changes as well. Most importantly, if we are gonna be seeing yung pagiging dynamic ng UBECMANIAC once again, we have already talked to Coach Tanks din, no, na minsan tong mga batang to, hindi niya na rin maintindihan. Minsan hindi niya na magets kung ano tumatakbo sa isip nila. But as long as it works, it works.
Yeah, absolutely. It's really important rather, no, grounding the level-headedness kumbaga of the players. And yun nga, sabi ni Sneaky, sobrang magkaiba yung approach talaga dito ng dalawang coach natin. Coach, and of course yung great, mentality ng players natin, exactly. But the one thing that inspires me from the mentality dito na pinapaunlad ni Coach Tanks, is it thrives in both scenarios. What do I mean by that? I mean, even if nananalo sila, okay, that's great. We push harder para mas mataas yung heights na ma-reach natin. If matalo sila, very level-headed yung players nila, no? Hindi sila masyadong nagpapadala, which is the one thing that I love. What worries me for EVOS is sa kanila kasi pataas ng pataas. However, paano kung natalo na sila? Remember, Mochi, hindi pa sila nakakaramdam matalo in the entirety of Masters. Paano pag natalo sa kanila yung first map na to? How will they recover on the mental side of things? Yun yung kinakatakot ko for EVOS.
Alam mo, what's interesting here, being you pointing that out, yun nga, makikita na natin, this one is fueled by humility, this one is being fueled by the power or yung strength, no, yung strong personalities nila. And it's gonna be pretty crazy for us to witness that. Pero I personally feel like there is a possibility na iba-brush off lang nila. But once again, whatever fuels you. Potato, tomato. We are already back here in our game where the sides have been swapped with UBECMANIAC on the BL side.
Alright, here we go. UBEC, what setup will you show us this time around? Teka, yung EVOS yung may setup. A hotel control immediately down into bridge. And the hotel entrance as well being secured by KSA. Nakita na si JJ and JJ is down. The extremities control of EVOS really good from the get-go. Kailangang umalis ng UBEC sa hotel.
Indeed. They're even gonna be smoked out of that one. Medyo mahihirapan sila na makasecure ng whoever because they're already finally back into safety here for EVOS. I mean, there's a couple of people from them na medyo critical in terms of HP pero mukhang kakayanin pa rin naman as long as they have each other. But currently, this is already the window of hesitation na maaaring makuha natin from UBEC from losing JJ right off the bat.
And immediately, I get corrected. No, sabi ko, konti yung opportunity sa GR.
Sinagot
EVOS
ka agad,
create their own. Exactly. Nag-push. Papunta sa hotel. Taking down one of the key players of UBEC and then backing off to a standard default. A-stack sila dito, Mochi. At mukhang delikado para sa UBEC pag push sila dito. KLP with a shutdown onto KSA. So UBEC equalize the numbers and they retreat.
Retreat indeed. That quick as well. And seems like we are gonna be seeing Bib struggling them through sa the HB na meron siya dito on defense in case na umabot sa point that they have to opt for a retake. Pero let us see what's gonna happen, no? Now we have 45 seconds in the clock and we are yet to see the diversion of UBECMANIAC heading on to B side right now. But they better be careful because Yobeb and Keller will be coming from bridge. Maaaring magmataan sila dito o baka paikutan sila dito nila Keller, no? Pero mukhang magkakakitaan na. Some shots being fired here, not connecting for the meantime, and even some flash grenades or utility being expended. Pero si Yobib, tatama ang kanyang mga bala kay Dolph. Masusundan with a trade here for KLP as the rest of the squad will try to secure the objective. And now, here's the retake.
Yes, C4 planted and KLP nakahanap ng isa si Yobib yun. And that is the AWM holding on to LB. Wait, teka lang magpupush na nga ba sila dito? It's two people left standing for EVOS. It's Elvin, Zetra, and that's Zetra we're talking about. The sniper, the sharpshooter, taken down by KLP, and Elvin is next to follow. UBEC find the round, and the opener on the BL is really good.
Really good indeed. I mean, sometimes it boils down to the first couple of trade-offs na nakuha natin kanina, but for some reason, they definitely played that better than what we have expected. And kitang-kita naman din sa replays how they were able to secure every single person. Most especially, no, na sinusubukan pa man din nila gawin sana yung bridge execute dito from EVOS, but unfortunately, it did not work out as what they wanted to be.
Uy, may nag-push ulit from EVOS dito KSA, nasa bar in hotel. Hasn't found any information yet.
Woo!
At yun na nga si Zetra. The patience. Perfect timing on the trigger as well. KLB going down. Magla-line up lang naman sana si KLB Taken down by a nasty setup from Zetra. KSA going down. And JJ decides to take control of hotel. Yobib setting up the flash smoke as well. Pero mukhang pupunta na ng LB dito ang UBEC with 4 people left standing on both sides. Can UBEC make their way towards the site? Mukhang hindi pa sa ngayon.
Saktong-sakto, no? And seems like they're gonna be retreating back to safety, no? Wait lang, reset daw muna tayo, sabi ng UBEC as they try to put themselves in the mid area. Hopefully finding additional space for them to work with in pulling off their push in whichever site they may please. But the problem here is, in case na they put themselves dito sa B-site, once again, it's gonna be one heck of a bloodbath indeed. Baka meron na nga rin silang idea kung saan manggagaling itong mga to. Couple of people, Elvin has eyes on Kano. With immediate trade dito, galing kay KLP, pero si JJ nakaabang dito kay Zetra. Keller, yun nga lang ng exhibition sila, men. Nag-audition sila doon. Unfortunately, hindi nila nasamahan at na-assist yung isa't isa. And it's now all up to Yobib. How would he be able to pull this off with a 1v3 at stake?
You never count Yobib out though. Kahit na 80 HP, kahit 1v3, kahit kulang yung bala niya dito, okay lang! But KLP says no. UBEC pull further ahead. 7-4, 3-round lead.
Dead round daw muna para sa ating next round, but you can see what's happening right now. Darang on control or in control ngayon itong si UBECMANIAC undeniably. There's already 3 more rounds na kailangan habulin dito ng EVOS, and the Kings of Eagle Eye seems like are being tipped off the balance at the current time.
Yeah, exactly. I love the way UBEC are adjusting dito, no? In the past games that we've seen UBEC, they've taken a lot of mid control. Ang dami ng lineup sila nanggagaling sa mid. But in the I think 2 rounds na nakita natin on the BL side, they haven't gone for the mid play once. So yung inaral na BL side ng EVOS, hindi pinapakita dito ng UBEC. They've come up with brand new strategies to adapt to the playstyle of their opponents. This is impressive stuff, and it's gonna be hard to adjust from EVOS, no? parang parang kinakapa ulit nila kung ano yung playstyle dito ng EVOS, ng UBEC rather. And so far, they've been having a good job in the early parts of the round. The mid-rounding is where UBEC are making the difference.
Totoo. Despite the fact na nung umpisa nakita rin natin, no, from their first round, there is some ample amount of hesitation coming in from them. Simula na nawala ata si JJ yung nawala nun. But for some reason, they decided to, you know what? 180. Tables have been turned, and immediately it's been EVOS losing that round and the concurrent rounds, no, the following rounds. And this might be something that might shake it ditong si EVOS, no? Kasi parang nakita, ewan ko kung ako lang yun, pero narinig ko before umalis si KSA, parang nagtaka sila, binan si Subbase, tapos pinili nila si Eagle Eye. So, I don't know if it's just me or kung tama yung pagkakarinig ko, but if that's what I really heard, it seems like they really did not anticipate this.
Yeah, I mean, I think yung unang part pa lang na sinabi mo, no, na UBEC banning Subbase, the map that they are world renowned for. I think that already is a shocker for everyone. And then pinili pa nila yung Eagle Eye against a team that loves playing Eagle Eye, and now they're doing this. A 3-round lead habang nasa BL side sila, no. I think everyone is a little bit surprised again with the decision making here of UBEC, but I tell you what, Mochi, it's working out. It's working out really good para sa UBEC dito, who are going to be facing against EVOS with another nasty push onto Hotel. 3-man strong into Hotel. Pero wala silang nakita doon. UBEC, have they anticipated this play? Mukhang nag-smoke sila just to deny that peak from KSA.
Possible, no? Yeah, I feel like we're seeing that pattern din that KSA sometimes really wants to get ahead of taking out mga pickups dito sa entrada ng hotel natin and being assisted by some of the members here from EVOS. Pero right now, they denied that. Put the smoke on there, keep themselves safe, and more time para makapag-set up sila pushing forward and securing their objective. Pero, what is this? What are we seeing? This angle is crazy. This is awesome. Pero,
KLP.
What? We're
is
learning
that?
some new things, huh? We're learning some new things. That's awesome. Pero, uy, wait lang, namataan din ata niya yun. But we're not gonna be pulling the trigger just yet.
Ika lang, What is that from KLP?
Uy,
Wala siyang
Zetra.
nakita. Mukhang EVOS not working in that direction yet. Zetra, yung mga amoy ni JJ Don pushing through from LA. How skill our play still bundled up with Elvin. So pag nag-push ng A dito ang UBEC, medyo delikado. EVOS, 3-man strong here in this site. At mukhang sa LA sila manggagaling. Flashes coming through. Smokes are available. Nades not detecting KelR yet. And Dolph about to walk up into the same angle. And KelR takes him down easily. Elvin from the close corner 2. Looking for 1. Finding JJ. UBEC sasagot ng dalawa as Kano gets taken down a 2v2. KLB coming in from the deep angle. Finds a double. And KSA left all alone in a 1v2.
KSA, yun nga lang parang may ispatan pa siya dito ng dalawa, possibly, no? The moment na mabante siya, pero yun nga lang he's gonna be able to take out si KLB from house and from above. Someone's gonna be falling down as KSA saves the round for EVOS.
And just when they need someone to bail them out, KSA steps up. Backing the words with actions dito, no? And I love to see it, KSA.
True.
Taking the spotlight, the entry fragger for EVOS, the rifler. Taking the round for EVOS 5-7, but still UBEC ahead. And this attack from UBEC ever so deadly. Kahit nung kahit nung na-predict nila na A-push dito yung UBEC, nahirapan pa rin silang ipanalo yung round no? So, still, the mid-rounding from UBEC really good. Zetra, a good shot onto Dolph. So that's a good start para sa EVOS.
Quite of a good read, no, from the LA area here from EVOS. Definitely well done for the first pick-off in this round. And we are yet to see kung meron bang magiging kasagutan nitong si UBEC. They might play slow once again, trying to even out muli yung mga numbers natin or even get something more in the next areas that they will be putting themselves on. Pero, right now, tahimik ang lahat. And it's all about the preparation kung magiging enough nga ba ito ay UBEC at mukhang magiging maganda ba ang basa ng EVOS.
For the most part, maganda yung simula nila dito, no? EVOS taking down Dolph.
Ooh!
Oh my
Zetra!
God! Taking down KLB as well. Zetra is online. Pero matatrade doon ni Kano. Okay. LA push still in full commence para dito sa UBEC. The nade's coming on. JJ, what an angle, taking down KLR. Si Elvin, nakita na rin niya, and he will take him down as well. JJ with the 3K, and JJ is not done despite being 1 HP. UBEC take the C4, plants it down, and it's a 1v3 that Yobeb has to magically take for the team, and he will do nothing. UBEC 8 rounds, 3 ahead.
Grabe yung impact ni JJ doon, man. I mean, imagine, you are just hopefully looking for a good position to be in, hopefully try and trade yung kasama mong namatay. Pero si JJ, nakamatingin na sa'yo kaagad. And that is not something that proves na for EVOS, as much as possible, they want this man out and early, if possible. Pero, right now, entrada ng hotel as well as dito sa bandang LA and DA natin, mukhang magkakaroon tayo ng presence for both sides. KLP looking for any possible pick-off from EVOS, but currently to no avail. Never mind. Ayun ka agad. Nakatulog agad si Elvin. Mamaya mapasundan pa nito ni Cetra. But seems like they're just gonna be putting themselves back into safety if possible. KLP, napakaganda ng angulo dito sa Torre. Proving himself, he is up above and definitely gonna be taking out Cetra in the mix.
Ito na naman tayo. KLP on the sniper with the tower play in Eagle Eye. Finding a kill despite being 1 HP. EVOS not expecting that angle. Ngayon lang kasi ginamit yun ng UBEC eh. I mean, they've used it a lot in their previous series, pero sa game na to, ngayon lang nagposisyon sa tower si KLP. And EVOS down by 2. Zetra, their sniper is out. KLR, kinuha yung AWM doon ni Zetra to try and hold down this A position. Pero yung UM, wala pa rin silang pinupush. They're just keeping EVOS on their toes.
Definitely. But this might be something, no, na maaaring maging lason kay EVOS. Mamaya maging impatient sila dito, but I doubt. Let us see, Kellar. Di ko lang kung naispatan siya ni KLP doon. Mukhang oo, nakita with the flick of the wrist. Makukuha niya. Couple of people down with 3 people down. Yobib going berserk with the 4K at masusumba pa dito ni KSA, but now it's all up to Dolph. Anong gagawin mo? C4 on your hands, KSA. Eyes on you. Oh! Immediately, EVOS, Yobib has been super problematic para sa UBEC during that round.
Yobib and KSA with a 2v5, and EVOS keep the rounds close. 6-8, UBEC still ahead, but that hero play from Yobib might just be what EVOS need to pull ahead. Eto na. They're coming online, the players of EVOS. Zetra finding kills left and right, and Yobib popping off. Let's see if EVOS can even out the game.
Tingnan natin. Dahil medyo, parang kailangan ko ng oras para makarecover. But currently, grabe, no? That's been quite of a shocker indeed from EVOS. And UBEC might be holding themselves down for the current time. Still, marami pa naman din silang oras to plan on what they should do next. And as much as possible, they really already have some people on their death note. As much as possible, people that they already want out in the early stages of a round. But currently, the rest of them were just gonna be putting themselves dito on the hotel and as well as sa EB. Habang si KLR, maaaring merong mamamataan dito. Pero ang tanong ay kung makakapitas nga ba siya.
Uy. Warning shot mula kay Zetra. Keeping people away. But the players are in hotel. UBECMANIAC, everyone in LB at the moment. Zetra, wala siyang makikita dito. Medyo malayo ang posisyon niya because everyone from UBEC, apart from Dolph, is in mid. Now, 47 seconds left. Baka magpupush sila dito. UBEC flashing, smoking, but KLP finds KLR. Okay, good start for UBECMANIAC. An angle being found by KLP again. As si Kano papasok na dito inside of that A site. It is Kano to find Yobib. First KSA with a Colt. Finds Dolph in response, but JJ will be rampaging on. 2v4 ulit. And it's Elvin and Zetra left for EVOS.
Dalawa na nga lang, pero pinapaulan ng pasira ng mga utilities dito. Fire in the hole! Our favorite line na marinig. And some shots connecting onto Elvin from JJ! crazy execution here from UBECMANIAC, and definitely a round for themselves, securing the match point that they could ever want for their first map.
One more round and UBEC walks away with Eagle Eye. EVOS getting toppled in this map. And this is why UBECMANIAC picks this map. This is why this is the map that they are innovating in. Napakaganda ng mga adjustment nila dito, Mochi. Ang daming bagong strategy na naman ang nilabas ng UBEC, and now they're one round away. But each round feels like an eternity for EVOS. Wala pa silang information at all kung nasa ng UBECMANIAC.
Tapos sasabihin nila, wala daw silang ginawa. Wala daw silang preparasyon. Ay, nako po. I'm bot talaga, ang bot. Pero, currently, there's already some damage being taken here by Dolph, KLP, and the bunch, no? With all of the utilities being thrown and even some stray shots being received by them. Pero tong si KLR more than prepared them to putting himself in a really good position here and hopefully getting some people down. He will be able to take out itong si Dolph, though. Karoon ng kasagutan naman si KLB. Yobib din tatrabaho sa kabilang banda, from the smoke will be able to connect the shot as well. UBECMANIAC definitely getting the advantage in terms of numbers at the current time, all up to KSA and Cetra. These two game changers, possibly, yun nga lang nga, ay mapapatulog agad ito si Cetra, no? KSA, Aizon Kano will be able to eliminate him immediately. Pero, alam na ata nila saan magagaling si KSA at baka makuha pa, mapitas pa ata sana ito ni KLP, no? Home shots connecting. Konti na lang. Pretty low in terms of HP. I feel like they're banking on JJ's finger, pero hindi yun mangyayari.
KSA!
Putting itself here, possibly opting for this defuse. Sticking it in, pero magpupush si KLP at the wall. And he is gonna be able to clutch it out.
KSA keeps EVOS alive in the 1v3. KSA will thrive. Oh my goodness, hindi pa tapos ang Eagle Eye natin. 7-9, EVOS are still in this game, Moji.
Hindi pa tapos ang laban. The lifeline is still strong here for EVOS. But 2 more rounds ang kailangan nilang abulin dito. Pero isang pagkakamali lamang, mawawala tong map na to sa kanila, ma'am.
May ibang level tong si KSA. Keeping calm under pressure, and now EVOS still afloat. Tahimik yung mapa natin dito. Ball in the court of UBEC. What's the play?
Ooh!
And that is the sniper shot from KLP ringing through. Yobib taken down early. That's one of the key players taken away from EVOS. What next?
These are like the very few times na makikita mo medyo negative yung KD ni Yobib.
Oo eh.
But seems like that kill has been a deal breaker here for UBECMANIAC, most especially once they decide on which side they would land their feet on. Pero right now, tahimik ang lahat. We are seeing Kellar and as well as Elvin na manggagaling sa likuran. Di ko lang i-expect sila dito. Di expected sila ni KLP. What is the game sense on this man?
Ridiculous.
Ridiculous indeed.
2 impact kills already. Si Zetra has to step up, has to find the same level of impact in this defense. Pero mukhang magpa-flash na dito sa hotel. Papasok na ang UBECMANIAC all the way to hotel exit. EB ang play nila dito. KLP still up close and personal. KLR nakita siya. That's a good kill for KLR. EVOS starting off this defense good. 40 seconds left on the clock for the C4 to be planted. Zetra coming in. Close angle, si Dolph X manggagaling doon, and KLR has to push up closer and closer to the site. 1 HP para kay KLR. Si Zetra, nakasniper pa rin from RS. This is it for stay alive or sink.
Oh, that is the question indeed. Time is ticking and they better do their actions right now. But JJ were able to take down KSA. Ganon sa aga lamang. Pero ngayon, si Zetra na iwan at wala! Nagagawa on that one. Our first map for Eagle Eye will be taken by UBECMANIAC. The Kings of Eagle Eye are now down. As UBEC, marami silang binaon doon, Daydom.
And I feel like that's just the tip of the iceberg. I I mean, I said it earlier. Kaya ako pinredict na UBEC yung matatalo sa series na to is because I think they're still experimenting. I think they're still refining what their playstyle is gonna be in playoffs. But I think refined na. I think we're there. I think UBEC have figured out another map, have perfected another map, and it is Eagle Eye 10-7, and UBECMANIAC strike first in this series, Moji.
Pero alam mo, dito tayo we're a sucker for these types of plays. Being proven wrong by a certain team means a lot because they did put the dedication, the time, the effort, blood, sweat, and tears para magawa ang kailangan nilang magawa dito. And currently, that is to perfect their executions in the Eagle Eye map that EVOS themselves very much pride themselves on. And what absolute cinema. It's the first time for me to say that.
It's beautiful. Beautiful crossfire dito. Di ako makapaniwalang group stage pa lang tayo and both teams giving it all they've got. KSA popping off, Yobib popping off, impact kills all throughout the board for EVOS. But the end of the day, Mochi, lumamang pa rin dito ang UBECMANIAC with a deadly BL side. It's amazing. It's amazing to witness dito ang Eagle Eye ng UBECMANIAC, and I can't wait to see our second map that is Port. Pinili to ng EVOS, no? So expectations are gonna be on them to win that set number 2.
Totoo, no? I feel like magiging kulang talaga if hindi natin mapupull through to ng third match, and I'm pretty sure that EVOS will be more than sure that they will be pulling this up for a third map. And lalo-lalo na, dahil nating supporters dyan in the chat, they will be putting themselves down dyan ng, go EVOS, Bunal, UBEC, no? I'm really excited what's gonna be the outcome of this one dahil dito pa lang sa unang mapa natin, nakita mo na kung gaano katindi yung growth ng UBEC and how they were able to adjust and finally make things work out for their end. And previously, iniisip natin na si EVOS talaga ang mananalo dito.
Yeah. I gotta commend Dolph as well, no? Filling in great for Lloyd so far. And I think parang walang nagbago no, sa UBEC. Still fits like a glove, Dolph, with a lot of impact in both sides of that encounter on the BL, on the GR, and last pa rin Dolph, no? But that's enough about us. Let's hear it from Polar and Sneaky Frog. Let's see what they have to say about that Eagle Eye map.
UBEC ang nagpamangha sa ating lahat at sila ang kukuha ng first map dito sa ating best of 3 series against EVOS. Sneaky, what a first game coming in from UBECMANIAC.
Yeah, a very, very good first game, pare. Obviously, si KLP still having that moniker of being very, very consistent pagdating sa mapa ng Eagle Eye. Every single time na he graces the sniper, no, dito sa mapa na to, he performs. And ayun nga, I feel like both snipers did equally well naman. I think KLP slightly better dito kay Zetra in terms of performance, pare. But the riflers really picked it up para dito sa EVOS. But then, yun nga rin, no? UBEC also has some shooters on their team. Obviously, si Kano. Obviously, si KLB. KLB especially, no? I mean, being the IGL and having that much output, no? In terms of the firepower is very, very impressive and it very, very bagay pagdating dito sa ating international play where all 5 players have to be on. But, ayun nga, I mean, despite itong si Dolph having his spots as well na yun nga, he couldn't play para dito sa UBEC. He's filling in, obviously, a very aggressive role that he has to fill in para sa kanyang team. So, it's been very interesting how UBEC can pull themselves out of situations, especially dun sa last round, no, pare, na I did expect EVOS to go a bit aggressive to try and see if they can grab yung 9-8. And ayun nga, it's the classic UBEC coaching galing dito kay Tank. So you can just be patient sa mapa. There's 2 minutes on the timer. Why not look for the punish at the start of the round and look for the setup later? And I like this patience galing dito sa Cebuano team natin. Granted na yun nga, nakasanayan natin na mas aggressive yung kanilang style. Still, they can play that patience game, pare.
Yeah, same here, Sneaky, na talagang played by the book once again ang ating UBECMANIAC. They got their entries very much free. Kung nakikita nyo yung ating mga highlights in just a little bit, nakapasok ang buong UBECMANIAC without a lot of repercussions. Nakapasok sila ng libreng-libre, and after that, they really just set themselves doon sa site na gusto nilang puntahan, especially that one towards that last stretch of our first set, kung saan UBECMANIAC hindi na sila nag-over-aggress, hindi na sila nag-overextend, hinayaan na lang nila talaga pumasok ang EVOS, and ultimately, yun yung naging downfall ng EVOS, nag-audition na lang sila, pumapasok sila ng libre, just like what they gave to UBECMANIAC, pero sila naman yung namamatay on that side. Nakikita naman natin si Zetra, still popping off, seeing some good shots from him, pero KLB, man, KLB just leading his team, letting them do what they want to do, letting them play the plays that they've created for this map, by the way, na talagang not really surprising, pero di ba, a lot of us were really expecting sub-base to be picked up by but this was a curveball after curveball, and they just took it by a storm.
Ayun nga, no, especially in terms of ganitong matchup, no, you know that you're up against your main rival, you know, the second, or you guys are contesting for the first best team. So obviously, no, you don't really want to show your main card, which is itong sub-base series na to. I think I'd rather be taking itong EVOS to Eagle-Eye. Yun nga, no, it's been a very effective plan so far para sa kanila dito. And I feel like UBEC, para sa kanila, Eagle-Eye has slowly become yung, I wouldn't say second sub-base just yet. I feel like nahihirapan pa rin sila on some of the A setups, pero kung ma-pull off nila, na ma-perfect ka nila yung ganitong Eagle-Eye, then making threat, mas malaking threat sila sa international. Kasi if you have a good Eagle-Eye, I mean, you know, sino yung mga kalaban mo sa international? I mean, you have EP, you have Baisha, you have AG who has experience sa mapa na yun. So having an Eagle-Eye is very important dito sa UBEC, and they showed us how strong it can be even without their star support, pare.
Yeah, parang kung isipin mo, halos dream team na talaga sila for that international level, wherein they have a lot of arsenal, not just their players, but in their map choices as well. Being this their first pick into this best of 3 series really means that they are capable of pulling off something na talagang magugulat lahat, not just Filipino teams but international as well. So this is just not really just good for Crossfire Masters sa Pilipinas, but for international level, just like what you've said, this is looking pretty good, and it's just nice to see them pulling it off and not even letting EVOS step into their ground. Lumapit tayo ng onte, almost getting that tie game na umabot tayo ng 9-7, but still UBECMANIAC showed resilience, showed dominance, and showed that patience is still a virtue in their playstyle. Kahit na nagiinit talaga sila, kahit Kano is already on fire, even though there's a lot of circumstances na hindi nila mahawakan, like internet issues, like bad connections. Look at them, man. Talagang they're still on their A game.
Yeah, that just means na every single round na pinapasok dito ni UBEC, no, is a renewed perspective para sa kanila. Hindi sila naapektuhan from the prior rounds or whatever tech issues man lang ang problema dito in the background. They're just here to play Crossfire, and that they did. So, ayun nga, playing, I wouldn't say almost at their peak, pare. Feeling ko meron pang may improve itong UBEC for sure, but I mean, if they already look this good up against itong EVOS, yun nga, no, what does that tell for our entire group stage? Kasi para dito sa no, they have to not just, you know, beat itong EVOS, they have to beat them in a 2-0 in order to make a bit of chaos nga dito sa standings natin. So, yeah, we're gonna have to wait and see kasi UBEC, they still have a mission on their hands despite itong set number 1 win, pare.
Yeah, hindi pa talaga tapos yung laban natin, and as we look at we should also talk about EVOS right now. EVOS, medyo, for me lang, naging lackluster yung gunfights nila. Yes, they did get those shots. Medyo, they did get up to round number 7 for their team. Now, won sila 7 points. But still, parang parang magulo pa yung simula dito ng EVOS. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, it was very, very shaky, especially by the tail end ng game natin. I feel like they got a bit too antsy to try and make the right play dito sa mapa. Yeah. Granted, it worked most of the time dito sa first half, pero pagdating naman sa second half, no, I actually would like to compliment itong EVOS for even holding on up against probably the best PL side on Eagle-Eye sa buong bansa na to, pare. So, ayun nga, UBECMANIAC is a very scary team, obviously. Pero EVOS, there's obviously spots that they can improve on. I think yung kanilang mid-defense could be a lot better. I think they allow a bit too much space para dito kay KLP in second mid, to be specific, no, dito sa Eagle-Eye. I actually like yung adjustment ni KLP dito. Pag lumalabas sila ng hotel, he is gonna be the one taking itong second mid instead. yung 50-50 dun is like, okay, KLP dies, meron kayong information sa second mid. If he doesn't, he gets a pick-off, possible cut-off ng rotation papunta nga dito sa B side. So there's a lot of options you can gain galing sa ginagawa dito ni KLP and his small adjustment dito sa second mid position. And I feel like itong EVOS, no, a team that is very heavy pagdating sa kanilang rotations and their teamwork, no, parang naka-cut off yung main bloodline or at least the heart itself pagdating dun sa gameplay nila ng Eagle Eye every time na, you know, the rotations get cut.
Yeah, and I think I agree with you on that, Steve. Kasi it's not just us that is saying this. A lot of the viewers right now also might probably agree with us na talagang masyadong maraming binigay ang EVOS dito sa mapang ito wherein they needed to instill the fear towards UBEC kasi sila yung mas gutom ngayon eh. EVOS is in a good spot already. They can just get one map and like call it a win, call it a day. Pero up against UBEC na talagang, you know, really just out there. Napag-usapan natin na si Kano is just grinding his heart out before this matchup. So they need to put up their A game even more. They need to, you know, refine those spots wherein naging rusty sila in that first map. Tapos i-apply na nila yun onto their map pick, which is gonna be crucial. Kapag humaba ang ating mapa on this second matchup, it might be true talaga na humaba talaga kasi UBECMANIAC versus EVOS ito. But if masyadong nabigyan ulit ng EVOS ang UBECMANIAC onto their second map, that is not gonna be a situation that EVOS wants.
Yeah, especially knowing that EVOS pa naman yung port pick natin, no, going into map 2. Obviously, GR side magsisimula itong UM to try and build that early lead pagdating sa mapa na yun. EVOS still has a good PL side pagdating sa mapa ng port. However, with UBECMANIAC, no, a bit warmed up and port GR side being slightly easier to play, especially ng mainit dito sa KLP, that LA access is gonna be tougher to get than expected, no? So I think yung mission dito ng EVOS is to usually do the usual dito pagdating ng port, get that mid control, get that CA control to make it slightly easier para sa mga A players na kumuha, or we see their patented burst dito sa B side where it is really hard to stop. I think yung priority dito ng UBECMANIAC is to try and contain that mid pressure as much as possible, and then pag wala na silang nararamdaman na mid-pressure dito, they can start focusing on the sides bit by bit. And depende na lang yun sa base ni KLB whether or not they switch between the two, pare.
Yeah, very much so. Now, as we look at these highlights, makikita nyo again, a very long stretch of matches, a lot of gunfights, talagang aim after aim, KSA, Yobib, KLP, Kano, just fighting it all out towards each other. Marami tayong almost clutch rounds pero ultimately UBECMANIAC ang makakuha ng first round natin in this best of 3 series. Okay lang yan. Mahaba yung mga stretches natin, mahaba yung mga breaks natin, but that is what we want para sa isang magandang laban na ibibigay ng dalawang teams na ito. So keep holding on to your chairs because it's about to get more crazy. As we finish off the highlights, makikita rin natin ang ating set summary for today. Marami tayong makikita dito na statistics, Sneaky. Tingnan mo naman, pabalik-balik yung mga rounds natin. But just look at this. Even though it was a 10-7, JJ still goes on top with a 2-10. Samahan mo pa si Kano na 1.89 and KLP also getting that 1.82 KD.
Yeah, I mean, 1.82, 1.89, and a 2.10 on 3 players para sa UBECMANIAC. Wow. I mean, 28 AP on JJ is absolute madness para with a 0.81 H and K. I mean, JJ for the longest time, we knew na he was kind of the hidden power para dito sa UBECMANIAC. When Kano performs, you don't see much dito kay JJ as he's working the other side of the map. Pero pag na-allow itong si JJ to just be himself dito sa Eagle Eye, pare, he is just fragging every single time. That 3K sa A site was mind-boggling para sa akin, the fact na nabuhay pa siya on 1 HP and he still got the third headshot. So JJ definitely on point pagdating dito sa mapa ng Eagle Eye. But the rest of the squad, KSA did well, but you know, it was a struggle para dito sa EVOS. But the set MVP, man, gotta be JJ.
Yeah, let's talk about the man himself. It's JJ with 2.10. KD once again at 1.24 kill per round. The pressure is there. His presence is known by EVOS. A headshot percentage that is almost perfect. Tapos most per round, swak na swak. Gamit na gamit lahat ng utilities. And of course, yung AP niya 28. JJ is out of his mind and he is playing this very first set very much great. We want to see it on the next round kung paano niya nga ba lalaroin ang mapa ng EVOS. As we look at his highlights, it was just basically too much. for EVOS to handle. Again, JJ almost leading the fray sometimes, almost just handling it all out just alone. Tulad nga ng sinabi mo these times na talagang siya na lang ang nagdadala ng sarili niya, and he's still getting those angles, getting those cool spots. JJ looking pretty good and a good start for UBECMANIAC, pero everybody, concluded na finally ang ating first set dito sa EVOS versus UBECMANIAC. Magbabalik tayo in just a little while. We'll have a short break. Magbabalik ang CFS PH Masters 2025.
against Pacific MASTERS.
Call it a night, and Elvin will kill the final member as they will go to the grand final.
The dynasty is still well alive. Pacific MASTERS will be your three-time champions of CFS PH Masters.
Welcome back to CFS PH Masters 2025 at ang dalawang teams na natitira na lalaban sa last matchup ng ating group stage ay EVOS versus UBEC. 1-0 ng UBEC, Sneaky.
In gap, 1-0 na yung UBEC dito on that very nice Eagle Eye win. 10-7 those lasting rounds talaga. I mean, except for that KSA clutch. Pero other than that, man, they read etong EVOS like a book. Granted, EVOS, they did 7 rounds, but then second half did happen, and UBEC, just like I was said, probably the best PL side sa Eagle Eye in this country. So, titignan natin if that can reflect on this second map, which is itong Port. Port obviously severely GR-sided map, and still, itong EVOS in their series up against itong Pacific was still able to gain some distance on that PL side. So, meron ng basis itong UBECMANIAC kung ano yung pwede maging laruan ng EVOS considering they showed that hand super early dito sa group stage. Pero yung tanong men, is EVOS gonna be showing that exact same thing dito sa ating series? No, they're kind of known to hide some strats at the start of the group stage. So let's see if UBEC can know what they know about it.
Yeah, especially at that EVOS picked this map. Of all the maps that they can pick against UBEC, again, this is kind of their hometown already. Pero right now, it's time for us to shut up and just look at the gameplay. Oras na para makipagbakbakan. Mochi, Daedom, kayo naman.
Hello, mic test.
Yeah.
Natapos daw. Napakalakas na laban, no? Kanina with a 10-7 of UBECMANIAC. Thank you, by the way, Bipolar and Sneaky for throwing up onto us. And right now, dito tayo sa Port. Daedom, tatanungin kita, bakit kaya Port ang pinili ng EVOS dito?
Well, for one thing's for sure, they like playing in this map, no? In the very first series na nakita natin ng EVOS in the group stage, no? They picked Port immediately. Nung una nilang kalaban ay Pacific, Port agad yung una nilang pinili, and then they lost in that map, no? Granted, Pacific also really, really good in Port. It is also the same map na tinalo ng Pacific ang UBECMANIAC. So, yeah, Port for UBECMANIAC, really, really good. EVOS, they like playing in this map as well. I love that we're getting a sort of difference sa ating first two maps, no? Eagle Eye is a map that is established for EVOS, pero UBEC sila yung naglalamang ngayon eh. In Port, that story could be flipped on its head, as we haven't really seen a very convincing Port map from UBEC in the biggest teams that we've seen, in the top 4 teams at least, no? So it's kind of a test for UBEC dito kung paano nila i-address yung Port that is very, very different from both Subbase and Eagle Eye. And it's also kind of a test as to the level at which UBEC operates.
Totoo. And with that being said, mukhang tayo didirekta na sa Port, mga kaibigan. We are now here with EVOS on the BL side. We are gonna see paano nga ba nila makokontest ang GR-sided map na ito.
Right. Set number 2 between EVOS and UBEC. At napapaghabulo ko na yung pangalan nila dito. EVOS on the BL side. And Sneaky did say kanina, no, this map very heavily favored on the GR. And the snipers shining through in this map. So KLP, my eyes are on you yet again.
Oo nga, no? I mean, so far, KLP's been so good, especially yung mga pickups na, and most especially yung game sense na meron siya, even earlier doon sa Eagle. I am medyo mapapa, what the heck ka na lang talaga with the way of, how did he even expect na merong tao dito? How did he even spot na dito sa specific corner na to, merong mga tao doon? And right now, you are gonna see if there is gonna be some online players for EVOS themselves now that they are starting on a critically relevant side of this Port map. Unfortunately though, Shetra would be offering himself to JJ at baka madagdagan pa as Keller tries to up for the trade, pero mukhang hindi ata magiging posible yon.
Good start here for UBEC. JJ taking down the last set MVP. Taking things in his own hands. At ngayon, mag-isa lang dito si Kano. Pushing down in mid. Ang lalim niya dito. Nakabot na siya ng RS ng kalaban. And it's Yobib inside of house that has to be careful. 3 people here from EVOS pushing down in that B site. Lots and lots of lineups. At nandito na pasok ng UBECMANIAC to try and defend this site. And they will successfully do so. Kel are all alone coming through from that mid-anchor, mid-lurk. And it's just gonna be 4 people of UBECMANIAC ang mga kalaban niya dito. Hindi man lang nila kailangan yung lurk ni Kano because UBEC have just secured the site. Might as well have just secured the round with Kel are down to 1 HP at yun ang Kano takes him down. UBEC find the first round.
Now, this begs the question, no? How would EVOS seize the day or carpe diem themselves in this side because they already know na malaki yung advantage talaga on the GR side dito ng UBECMANIAC. Paano nila masesecure the most rounds that they can so that they can be more comfortable in execution towards the second half. Pero currently, UBECMANIAC seems like they've been able to do so well in these stages na meron tayo ngayon. Definitely starting dito sa pickups natin at the mid area as well.
Big question. How are they gonna address this UBEC defense? JJ still deep in RS, holding on to anchor anyone who might lurk down from mid. Kano magagaling mula sa LA, pero yung attention ng EVOS is going to be in cut. Mukhang mag-CA nga sa dito into LA. And that's a good setup because andun si Kano at si KLP. They could flash it out. Zetra shuts down JJ, opens up a little bit of leeway down in mid.
Nako. May delikado si UF dito, pero merong trade kaagad dito si Kano on to Zetra. And magdagdagan pa as KSA post na Radzik Kano as well. As all action is unraveling right now dito sa bandang bridge area natin. Dove trying to make the usage of the utilities the most that he can. Pero yun nga lang nga, all shots are just being thrown out to each other. Dove's paring out QB the best time possible habang umakit siya. Pero yun nga lang nga, KLB as well were able to take down someone as well. Every single one for each for UBECMANIAC. They will be able to get this successful retake on their end.
Beautifully done, the retake ng UBECMANIAC. 2-0 start for this defense, making the most out of this GR side. Yun nga, sabi nga nila, make hay while the sun is shining. UBEC nag-iipon ng rounds dito sa GR side. And this is the correct play. When you are in a map such as this, na very heavily sided on one end, now EVOS have to start being more creative. Okay, they've attempted a mid push, didn't work. They've attempted a cat play, di gumana. So ano na ngayon? Heavy B-house stack from UBEC. So pwede sila mag-LA dito habang si Kano pa lang yung tao sa A.
But this might also be an ideal retake setup for UBEC in case na gawin nila rin yun no? So we're quite on edge here on what might be the game here for EVOS. Most especially that they might be trying to for the same execute as well again from Bodega and their pounds onto A site. Pero dahil mapa-flash, dahil mababa tong util, Kano might possibly be seeing someone or si Dolph, no? Marami-rami sila dito. Lapit nila sa isa't isa.
Zetra!
Of guard from Zetra! Immediately dito KLB as they try to put themselves dito sa A site. At nga lang nga Kano, KLB were able to take down yung mga people na mga as dito sa A-side natin. And right now, KSA now left alone, currently with nowhere to go. UBECMANIAC will be able to take this third round. So far, smoothly being able to take these wins.
And Kano becoming a menace in this defense. 8 kills sa round 3 pa lang to, Mochi. And now, UBECMANIAC gonna be pushing. In-expect ng EVOS to KSA in the close corner. Yobe finds one, and it's who finds the kills. Unless KSA can say something about it. Nakahanap ng dalawang KSA until he goes down. 2v2. Dolph, KLP, down to 1 HP. Pero si KLR at si Elvin na lang natitira for EVOS. A 2v2 here inside of B site. KLP, close corner. The Colt, not good enough. Elvin takes him down, and EVOS can get the bomb planted. Si Dolph lapit na nga dito to try and deny! Pero hindi niya magagawa. EVOS take the round.
The immediate outburst, no? Seems like that play is not anticipated, but they handled that situation well here for EVOS. Definitely giving it the first round here sa kanilang BL side. Definitely been well done for them as well, lalong-lalo na in terms of KSA being able to secure rest of the squad here other than kay Dolphe. Nasundan din naman for them. But right now, tahimik muli, no? The coast is clear. And seems like everyone's just gonna be banking on any type of information na maaari nila makuha dito from the mid area as cannot receive some damage from the grenade being thrown at him. And currently, gonna be backing out para naman maligtas niya yung sarili niya, prolong his life further as the round advances.
B-house stack for EVOS. Yun na nga, lineup coming through. Hindi pa sila nagpo-push dito but EVOS are gearing up for a full-on investment sa B site pero may 3 player ang UBEC doon. Medyo nabotcha yung flash, yung smoke, but EVOS still deciding to commit to the site. Good flashes from UBEC to deny them of that vision. JJ finds KLR. That's the entry down, but JJ still alive and kicking inside of the site. KLB on a close corner, and that's 2 players, Dolph and KLB holding on. JJ from down under as Yobib finds the C4 plant. JJ magpupush, mahanap si Yobib. Elvin coming through from storage as well, pero si JJ buhay pa rin. KLB goes down, but Elvin is left all alone and doesn't last too long. UBEC, beautiful retake with the 3-man setup.
That is crazy. That's so direct to the point, no? Parang alam nila kaagad what to do. Wait for them to put the C4 down. Sige. Tapos, syempre, kailangan ng time niyan to reset. Let's try to take advantage and capitalize on that time that they are trying to position themselves for the post-plant defense. And hindi nila yun nagawa. Because all the time na sinusubukan nilang ma-place yung kanilang mga sarili in better areas, well, UM just towered over them. But right now, in the mid area, it seems like we're seeing trades. Mukhang pabor naman kay EVO so far. And currently, we are gonna be seeing them trying to occupy every single area here. One from B, one from A, one from the spawn. But this is gonna be quite a stretch here for UBECMANIAC.
Ngayon lang sila magsisimula na kulang ng dalawa compared to EVOS who just lost Elvin. So big man disadvantage for UBEC. Kano and JJ both away. Oh, it's EVOS making moves across the map, no? A lot of control towards mid and cut. Mukhang LA yung gusto nila punterihin dito. They're expecting a push from UBEC kasi yun yung gusto mo gawin eh. Pag kulang ka ng players, you want to push to re-establish that balance. EVOS are expecting that, but UBEC are playing more the retake angle. Gusto nila 3-man strong sila sa retake, which is very deadly for them, but UBEC ang hirap mag-retake pag kulang kayo.
Yun nga eh. And most especially, medyo magkakahiwalay pa sila dito. I wonder what's going to be the game plan for them in trying to respond o sumangguni sa isa't isa in case na kailanganin nila yon. Pero marami na ata yung tumatao dito sa B-site natin. Mukhang preparado na nga sila na makapag-execute just in a bit as KLP seems like already has an idea that someone is under, but now, na-flash grenade pa nga ang lahat. KLR being able to take another rest of the squad. You're just gonna be falling down as EVO has been able to take a good read on them, rightfully so. And it seems like the second round will be taken by them.
And I think EVOS have finally figured it out, no? Win the duels first. Find the kills before committing to a site. Hirap kasi sila mag-defense sa retake, eh, no? So EVOS, the game plan now is look for kills before committing to a site. Pero UBEC kasi itong kalaban nila eh. Not the easiest thing to do, especially with KLP having a field day in the last game. Kano online as well. 11 kills.
11
the most in the server. And it's just paano mo i-duel ang UBECMANIAC?
They really have to take out tong si Kano as early as possible and if they can. Because it is evident. I mean, KD pa lang. Kitang-kita na definitely the game changer for their team. And currently, we are going to be seeing some heavy saturation dito sa mid-area natin as JJ just throws down the flash grenade there pero wala pa man din naman natatamaan. All the utilities being expended from both sides. Shots are also being thrown as well. Pero currently, safe and sound ang positioning ng UBECMANIAC.
Yeah. Double stack in both B site and A site. Standard pa rin yung defense dito ng UBEC. No one pushing up. JJ just playing reactive in RS. Medyo tinamaan siya doon ng stray bullet as JJ backs off with 10 HP to spare. Buhay pa rin naman si JJ dito, but that's gonna be hard to defend from here on out. 56 seconds left. B-side stack coming through from EVOS. And that's a Bates flow smoke in A. Naparotate si KLB. B-side open a little bit as Elvin becomes a nuisance dito sa LA. Pero yung LB, that's where the push is going to be in B storage. JJ finds one, but KSA Elvin find one apiece. Yobib opens up the site. JJ going away. And it is EVOS taking control of the B-site. Bomb planted, and it is a 2v4.
Wow.
KLB going down. KLP all alone. Sniper in hand. Anong magagawa dito ni KLP?
I don't even know what's going to be the game plan for KLP, but all I know is it seems like you're playing a game of chess. It's mind games after mind games as EVOS tries to bait into making UBEC think na sila ay pupunta sa A, but actually, no. Which forced the rest of the people here from B na tumatao sa B na umatras, and instead, they lost a lot of space and they were taken aback, and EVO's been able to secure their objective wonderfully. KLB though, kukuha niya si Cetra this early. Hindi rin in-expect ni Cetra that someone's gonna be at that very aggressive angle as they try to even things out with the loss of a couple of people galing sa EVOS.
And the reason why they didn't expect that is because UBEC never does that. Ngayon lang sila nag-aggressive angle, no? And I feel like that's because UBEC is starting to run out of ideas on this defense. EVOS are keeping them on their toes. Every round on this BL side, iba yung ginagawa ng EVOS. And I think UBEC are started to run out of counter strats to the aggression dito ng EVOS, which is why now they're defaulting to an aggressive angle. This time it worked from UBEC, but it's gonna be really hard to replicate that in the later rounds because you know our EVOS are going to be even more careful from here on out.
Oh my. Medyo mahihirapan nga talaga dito si EVOS, no? And currently, I am quite lost kung ano nga ba pwede lang gawin dito other than taking some kills. Pero yun nga lang nga, tuloy-tuloy lang silang nababawasan. Kano to be able to take out Kellar. And we are yet to see kung kailan nga ba magkakaroon ng kasagutan.
And yun na nga. Back to defaulting
Nako.
defensively for UBEC. Tama, wala na yung aggressive angles nila kasi nakakuha na ng 2 kills ang UBEC. Man advantage gotten. And now KLB takes down KSA. Just like that, KLP finds a second kill and C4 control. Si LB na lang ang natitira. Na-spam pa nga ni JJ down to 40 HP and the Colt takes care of business. UBEC 5-3.
Wow. Very strong defense here from UBECMANIAC, and you can even see that their behavior starts to shift, no? If they can or they have the space to hunt, they will hunt. And it's not gonna come from the fact na gigil silang matapos yung round. No, it's because they are confident na kaya nilang gawin yon. And currently, EVOS, tulad na nasabi mo, nahihirapan na talaga sila makapag-brainstorm and new creative stuff that they can do here in the land of port. And they start putting themselves in a place where they do the same thing over and over again, which is definitely not the best scenario to find themselves in.
Pero sa ngayon, default for UBEC is gonna be standard angles. Joke lang, nag-push si KLP at saka si Kano. Malapit yung angle ni Yobib dito, ha? And that's KSA swinging out with a perfect timing. Basang-basa ng EVOS as KLP gets taken down. Kailangan bumalik ni Kano sa site. Really well done para kay KSA.
Yes, indeed. And currently, this is already the time where EVOS can utilize their strength in terms of numbers, no? Total, nakikita na rin naman din nila na as much as possible, if these types of moments happen, they will try to utilize the couple of people they have in each site. 55 seconds in the clock before they offer their execute. Lahat sila dito na sa house B na. They're just gonna be waiting for the best time to strike, preparing themselves. The utilities that are about to be thrown in here. At ito na nga ang hudyat. Objective hopefully being secured here by EVOS. Mo yun nga lang nga, may mababawasan pa sa kanila. Yobeb critically low in terms of HP. 3 more people here from UBEC. Mukhang kaya pa man din nila makapag-offer reset preparation para sa kanilang retake. Napakalapit sa isa't isa ng mga miyembro natin from EVOS. The God Flash actually connecting. Perfectly done. But a couple of people already down here from UBECMANIAC. Everyone already knows saan naglalagi at kung nasaan si Kano, and Cetra will be able to take him out just like that.
Yeah. And as I was saying, no, EVOS are going to be expecting UBEC to play aggressive. Kasi yun na yung ginagawa nila ever since the last round. Natuto agad yung EVOS. And expect din nila sa A yun kasi UBEC did the same thing in B in the last round. They did it in A and EVOS got the read, predicting the defense from UBEC. So that gives us a 1-round lead only for UBEC because EVOS was able to secure that last round as we switch on to sides. It's UBEC on the BL this time and EVOS on GR.
Ano kaya ang magbabago? I mean, we've already been able to point this out earlier on. What matters is that EVOS make it super close, though, especially on the BL side. And they've been able to successfully do that with just a round na kailangan nilang bulin dito. And they can do what they would definitely do dito on the DHeads here in Port. But the question is, baka meron na namang niluluto itong si UBEC, no? Mamaya marami rin pala silang baon tulad ng what they have kanina sa Eagle Eye. So, that might possibly keep EVOS on their toes.
Guro. One thing's for sure, everyone is in that B storage area, B house area. Pero ang ganda rin ng stock dito ng EVOS, KSA, with a nice angle along with Yobib. Yan na nga, papasok dito si KSA. Good flash coming through from EVOS, pero nakita ni KLB si Yobib. As Yobib goes down, KLB tries to pick up the pieces for UBEC habang si KLR naman magpo-push, takes down Dolph. A nice flash setup from KLR, takes down KLB as well. And UM down to 3. KSA getting taken low and down. JJ, KLP, can you hold the line? The answer is no. EVOS, a clean, quick retake.
Ayun na nga. Sabi nga nila, don't do unto others what you don't want done to you. Pero parang ginaya lang ni EVOS yung galaw ng UBEC dito from our first half. I mean, it's pretty standard retake on their end and it's definitely done beautifully.
Yung problema dito sa first half ng UBEC, no, hindi sila nakapag-ipon ng rounds. Only 1 round yung nalamang nila. And now that's gone. 5-5 score natin dito.
Man.
And EVOS, that retake is scary.
Yeah. Parang may paparating na tsunami, no? Tapos unwarranted, wala kang alam, wala kang na magagawa. Parang ganun yung vibe eh.
Yes. Okay. Lots of mid frag lineups mula dito sa UBEC. Pinapredict nila na merong nakatago just under the bridge pero wala eh. KLR steering clear of that angle. And UBECMANIAC left to think of what they're gonna do again. Bit of LA presence at mukhang ayaw talaga nilang lapitan si Cetra dito sa LA eh.
Yes, sir. Medyo nakakatakot din naman. Pwesto ko lang dyan sa crosser niya. Matik, tanggal ang ulo mo. Pero currently, can we just also point out yung 10-6 ni Keller ngayon? Doing so well for an IGL. Definitely being the leader that the team needs so far. With 55 seconds on the clock here before the offer and execute. This might be a bad news for EVOS as Zetra falls down to the hands of KLB. Definitely hindi nila ina-expect yun, pero si LB natatrabaho lang din naman as dalawa ang kanya nakuha. Ang nila patahimik siya ni KLB, pero ngayon meron pang tatlong naiiwan dito for UBEC. May critically low in terms of HP. It's all up to EVOS. If this would be their round, KSA, the remaining survivor here, seems like they already have an idea where he is at. Quickly low in terms of HP. Mapapatulog sa KLB to the rescue. This round definitely being done so well, but the last person standing from UBECMANIAC.
KLB with the bailout. Ang ganda ng angle niya doon. Despite being 1 HP, manages to win the duels. And KSA magpo-push down mid. Dolph to take down KSA. KLB shuts down the enemy sniper. Flash comes in. Nakalabas na yung Colt. KLB is going all in this B sites. And he is not stopping. Dolph right there cannot win the final kill. UBEC stepping things up.
They're definitely stepping things up here. What is happening? That could have been a thing or a time para kay EVOS na makapag-reset after that very, very sweaty round. Pero sabi ni UBEC, what if sugurin na lang natin? What if girahin na natin head-on? And ginawa nila yon, no? And they've been able to do wonders, no? Take out what you may, but seems like as straightforward as it may be, it got the job done. And now they're 2 rounds on the lead here.
Yeah. The variety of strategy is rich. On the BL dito, And you could say that's simple, no? Pero the amount of setup it takes to make a rush work, to make a quick push work.
The amount of
is-
balls you need.
Yeah, exactly. Tsaka yung conditioning sa kalaban mo no? Teka lang Zetra. Uy, timing!
Oh!
Na-miss yung
Ay,
timing
naku!
and now there's 4
Oh!
people in
Naku!
front! Zetra still manages to get a kill. JJ's down, but
What?
A-Site is getting swarmed. Teka lang, ang ganda ng mga flash dito ng EVOS. Si Elvin nasa taas na rin, and Dolph is expecting the angle. Elvin has to find a kill to deny the push from UBECMANIAC, but Elvin is still alive and kicking inside of CA. Kailangan lumayo ng UBEC.
Masyado silang na-bother kay Elvin, men. The moment that they find him here sa bodega, medyo napaisip sila na wait lang, atras muna tayo, no? Kasi merong langaw sa tenga ko, no? Merong gumagambala sa focus natin and baka it won't turn out well in case na mag-commit tayo sa A. Definitely delaying them forward, but currently, just preparing themselves here mid-area. Baka akyatan pa nga ito ni KLP at maaaring magkita sila dito ni Elvin pansamantala. Very close onto each other, pero Elvin is definitely anticipating that someone might come from there. Swinging at the best time possible. All eyes on KLP, already down. Keller, hindi man lang tatama ang kanyang bala dito, pero mukhang si KSA and si Keller pareho sila susuportahan nilang isa't isa, and that's what matters. They got the job done.
UBECMANIAC deciding to risk that LA push without dealing with Elvin. The entire time, Elvin was still there. So na-split yung ano nila dun yung attention between Elvin and the players inside of the site. So UBEC not finding anything in that round. EVOS with a good hold of LA keeps this a 1-round deficit for them. Pero UBEC still has the lead. How can they maintain this lead? Seems like they're waiting for any potential push from EVOS. And look at the positions dito ng EVOS medyo aggressive, especially for KSA who is contemplating a push down in LB.
Alam mo i-expect mo si KSA.
Totoo naman.
I mean, they're just living up to their expectations and as well as their personalities. And it's definitely shining through with the current ways that they're playing right now. Pero ang tanong, would they benefit from that? Most especially kung sakali nagagawin uli ng UBEC yung same way na ginawa nilang brain off, just go uga-buga push, no? Yun yung kailangan nilang ingatan dito, but they're trying to divert their attention to somewhere else. Possibly, baiting. Just making their lead and think. Pero walang nagro-rotate sa EVOS dito That's the discipline that we're seeing right now.
Exactly. Napaka-disiplinado ng EVOS, not biting the bait, UBEC. Moving towards mid. Yan, ikiklear na nila yung K. Yung cut. To make sure Elvin is not there. They'll be pushing mid. KLP with a close, quick scope. And Yobe finds the double kill. Pwede pang mag-triple dito si Yobe, pero si KSA na ang papasok. KLB to shut down Yobe. And it's a 3v3 with Dolph picking out the call to shut down KSA. Tatlo pa rin ang buhay sa UBEC. And Zetra is down to 1 HP, but he does have the Elvin coming in from RS. System para kay Elvin at Zetra.
Yes. Exactly. Pero mukhang magkakakitaan ata kaagad itong si Zetra as well as si KLB, possibly just in case na magkasilipan silang dalawa. This might actually go down. Elvin connecting those shots on the top at mukhang meron pang isa. Ang Zetra lives for another day with 10 HP left. Wow.
The duels as well. EVOS
on
keeping
point.
it clean. 2v3. And they still managed to make it happen. And EVOS looking real good on these retakes. Even with just 2 players, no? 2v3 yun. What
the heck? Gusto ko yung pareho tayong nagulat. That is crazy, man.
Zetra, oh my god.
Napapakamot na lang tayo ng ulo because these are plays that are very much crazy. Very unhinged. But as long as it works, it works. It's the aura coming from both of these teams. But unfortunately, KLP has already been eliminated that early in this round. this provides more space and reason para kay EVOS to comfortably do their executes heading on whichever site they may please.
Ay, Zetra still in the good angle, but Dolph has the answer. Yon, na-shutdown si Zetra dito ng UBEC! And what a spam from Kano! Takes down Eldin, lilipat ng site. This is what I love about the macro of UBEC. Grabe sila mag-adjust. And now with Zetra gone, they have the liberty of pushing towards LA without the sniper. Pero na lang kung kukunin ni KLR yun ha. Yun na nga, kinuha yung pero lilipat na ulit sila ng LA dito. They might not expect this sniper from KLR.
Gusto ko yung medyo naging undecisive pa si EVOS kung saan sila tatao. Pero this just proves that UBECMANIAC's mind games are actually doing so well for them. Yobe, mamamataan doon si JJ, mapapataman yung mga bala dito. Pero yun nga lang nga, medyo magkakaroon ng kahirapan. Critically low in terms of HP. With two of these people will try to move close to each other. A 2v3 indeed. With two players super low, no? Isang ihip na lang, parang isang pitik na lang. Pero ang tanong, would the retake actually be connecting here for EVOS? Lalong-lalo na in this current state that they are in? I guess not.
And the adjustment from EUBEC, no? Alam kasi nila na kahit 2v3, pwede pa rin manalo ang EVOS. So this time, they pushed down in RS, took a little bit of control in mid, and that was enough to draw KSA and Yobe papunta sa RS where UBEC had it covered. Good adjustment as well from UBEC. In the same way that EVOS adjusted them, UBEC does the same thing. And now UBEC 1 round ahead. Oh my goodness. So every round, mahalaga pa rin talaga na mga Ketra. Kasi kapag naiwan sa post plant ang UBEC, you can never count them out. The sniper, really important for EVOS, still has to find more.
Ang lupit ng nakikita natin so far for both of these teams. Ang utilities na ni-expend dito on our mid area pero wala pa man ding matatamaan so far. Currently safe and sound both teams. And despite the fact that there's been some heavy presence on mid, hindi pa man din sila nagkakakitaan pero parang meron ng idea itong si Seth. Oh! What is that shot?
Nababaliw ako kay Zetra, man. My goodness.
Man, that is the reason why he has a lot of sims on Indonesia. Sabi nga ni Slick kanina, man. That is the very reason why.
Oh my. Kasama na ata ako doon. Shoutout sa Zetra. 5v4. And another explosive start for EVOS. Pero JJ papasok. Will explode onto that B side to shut down Yobib. Dolph getting the C4 planted. Yuko muna sa UBEC habang papasok dito si Kano. Finding the double, pero si KLR finding 2 of his own. JJ sasagot. It's Zetra in a 1v1. Naka-rifle, but the gold is even better. UBEC, by the skin of their teeth, pick up set point.
Men! What is happening right now?
Ewan ko ba?
Di namin kinakaya, pero wait lang, hindi pa raw tapos yun. Lahat ng action, masusundan pa. We are gonna be seeing Fervid and Trace here dito sa House B natin. Naging sementeryo ka bang bigla-bigla. 3 more people here in EVOS, buhay na buhay pa.
Killer!
Pero nako, si KLP na lang naiiwan from UBEC. Mapapakatras ng bahagya as he finds himself peace and tranquility for a short amount of time as he tries to think through kung ano nga ba ang pwede niya pang gawin dito ngayon na siya na lamang mag-isa. It's all up to KLP. Paano niya nga ba makaklatch itong current situation that he finds himself in? Lalong-lalo na A-side pa ang kanyang punterya and he better be prepared. The wave that's coming, the winter that is coming, possibly.
Ay, gusto ko to. Gusto ko tong angulo dito ni KLP. Pwede niyang magulat yung players. Yun na nga. Takes 1 down. Pero the flash is really good from Elvin. And Zetra will capitalize. Napakaganda ng flash ni Elvin doon. Not just in the post plant but also in that B site. Siya yung nakapigil doon sa rush ng UBEC. Lahat ng players ng UBEC na flash. Kaya napigilan sila inside of store. And it became a kill box. Naubos yung UBEC inside of that B house area. So napigilan yung rush. Sayang from UBEC. But they will attempt another push down in B site. EVOS staying afloat in this game but still 1 round behind.
One round behind. Isang pagkakamali sa round na ito. Everything might go down. Pero 9-8, they can pull this off for an overtime for all we know. And that is what we expect. We want map 3 from them. And the question is kung maibibigay ba yon ng UBECMANIAC because they are on tip-top shape so far. Look at the KDs that they have here for KLV, Canon, JJO double digits. But yung kay KLP and yung kay Dolph, it's an understatement because so far they're pretty good in terms of addressing yung suporta na maaari nilang ibigay sa isa't isa. That right now, the question is if EVOS can pull this off for an OT. Especially, they supposedly should have the advantage on GR.
Suppose. UBEC though able to keep the lead. Kanina 5-4 yung simula ng ano natin ng second half. With UBEC leading, UBEC still does. Cetra, medyo naupos ng ng flash grenade, but KSA! Kitang-kita niya sa KLB! Dolph has to find the trade and he does. Okay, opening up that B site para sa UBEC. Can they get the C4 planted? KLP manggagaling mula sa likod pero hindi sila makapasok dito, Mochi. Ang ganda ng hold ng EVOS. UBEC has to try and find a way to make it into the site pero mukhang lilipat na lang sila ng mid dito.
Lipat na nga lang sila at maaaring meron pa silang mamataan dito. Naku po, si Elvin! Elvin! Alam mo ba kung sino yung makakapaligid sa'yo? Alam na alam niya at kasama niya pa si Yobib doon! Kanuna lang ang naiiwan and look at that! Overtime tayo ngayon dito in the land of Port. Hindi magpapatigil itong si EVOS. They want the per map and they are trying their best to take it.
EVOS forces overtime and UBEC hindi makapasok. Napakaganda ng GR side dito ng EVOS. The adjustment they make and Elvin finding the tiniest advantage give them this overtime opportunity. And ngayon, hinga muna tayo, Mochi. Teka lang, pakailang beses ako sumigaw dahil dun sa game na yon, dahil dun sa set na yon. But everything being given here by both of our teams. You can see the number of kills na meron dito ang UBEC and you can see EVOS giving it everything they've got. I mean, laman sa kills dito ang UBEC pero nalalamangan sa strats dito ng EVOS, especially on that GR side. So, now we get to see how this culminates in overtime. Ano pa ang kayang ilabas ng pareho nating team dito?
Ayun nga this is so crazy, no? Kasi parang kanina lang nakikita na parang nahihirapan na itong si EVOS na makapag-isip ng mga strategies, especially once that they're on BL. Pero for some reason, ngayon na nasa GR tayo, everything switched up for them. Pero ngayon, tutuloy na tayo sa ating OT. We are gonna be heading into more action here in Fort. I couldn't stress this enough. Ang tindi ng mga bira at ng mga bara ng both teams natin ngayon. Parang Looney versus Tipsy Dylan.
Shoutout sa mga flip-top fans natin dyan. But here we go, the first overtime of this series. And it is in Port, nowhere else. In a map that EVOS are supposed to have won already. Hindi pa nila nagagawa because UBEC are biting back harder than EVOS imagined, harder than they expected. See where KLP is. Nasa A si KLP. 2-man setup. Dinoble pa nga ng UBEC ang setup dito sa A. So medyo malambot ang depensa ng B site.
Yun nga But this current time, no, sobrang tahimik lahat. Isang util pa lang ang kanilang nasuspend heading into the 1-minute mark. So far, never mind, nadagdagan. Maaaring nagpapakiramdaman na sila dito sa A site and UBEC possibly leaning forward to thinking that they might actually go to A. Pero, wait lang, Cetra, napakalalim niya dito Kasama niya ngayon dito si Killer. And one above them, I wonder if they already have an idea na merong nandito sa bridge natin. They better be careful on this one.
Kabantay si KLB dito, Zetra about to push up. And it is not gonna work for Zetra. Buhay pa rin naman si Zetra dito pero nakita niya na si KLB. So that's a good angle to hold for KLB. Mukhang magbibisay retake na lang dito ang EVOS, ang UBEC rather. At EVOS papasok na nga doon sa lugar na yon, pero lalapit na. 2 from RS coming through from UBEC, looking to deny this B site. May information sila na papasok ditong EVOS with that flash coming on. And still a house play coming in from EVOS. But here come the lineups. Yobib coming in from the second floor. KLB behind the box. Slow approach mula sa EVOS dito, but it is KLB to receive, to find one. KLR shuts down JJ. UBEC, kailangan nyo na lumapit dito because time is ticking away. Pwede kayong mag-push up against EVOS. KLB in-expect and KLR to shut him down. 2v3. UBEC has to retake with one man disadvantage. Pero si Kano magagaling sa flank. Shuts down KLR, but now he's all alone. Yobib will be coming in from behind to shut down Dolph, and it's no in a 1v2. Shuts down Elvin, quick peek. Colt comes out, lipat ng M4, 12 seconds, 18 seconds rather on the timer as Yobib will be playing from down under. Kano, ang daming anggulo na kailangan tingnan. Si Yobib maghihintay lang, pero si Kano pa rin ang mananalo. UBEC take the first round of OT.
Wow! I actually thought that Kano is tense during those times kasi nakikita mo kung gaano kabilis niya kiniklear yung every single corner na minamataan niya nung nanggaling siya sa House B. Pero, what are the odds that he's just gonna pull it off just like that? And seems like he definitely knows what he's doing, more than confident in doing so. First round for OT. Nako po, EVOS on the attacking. This might be a shaky feat for them right now.
Diyos ko po, Kano.
Nako po si... Well,
The
it's Kano,
1v2.
so...
Yeah. Oh my goodness. Hindi pa rin tapos ang laban natin dito. UBEC leading by 1 again. Off of the savior that is Kano in that last round. And the GR side continues for UBECMANIAC. Ninja play para sa EVOS dito. KSA going up. In mid, ilipat ata ng LA dito. E nakita natin, double setup in LA para sa UBEC.
Well, ang daing nasa A. I feel like they already predicted na ito yung magiging execute ng EVOS Daydom. Mukhang basado na ata nila.
Good
Pero
flash.
ang tanong, kung magagawa ba nila?
JJ!
Ang kailangan nilang magawa. Cetra already could take a low terms of PHP, pero yun nga lang nga. We are gonna be seeing some shots being
Elvin!
fired here. JJ and as well as KLB. Si Elvin na nanay iwan. It's all up to him. Will the clutch actually transpire para sa kanya? Or would it be the opposite? Dahil yung C4 wala sa kanyang kamay. Oh no! This is gonna be a struggle for him. 2 people anticipating, waiting for him to enter here. Pero kukonekta ang kanyang mga shots here onto KLB. JJ, ang tanong, mababasa mo ba kung nasan siya? Mababasa niya!
JJ with the final kill, totaling 3. A massive round para kay JJ. And like what Sneaky said, UBECMANIAC, they don't need JJ to pop off, but when you give him a chance, he will. And that puts UBEC 2 rounds ahead. JJ with an impactful round. And that is 11-9 ang score natin dito, Mochi. UBECMANIAC 1 step closer.
1 step closer indeed. But it seems like there's gonna be a lot of shots and contention happening right now with the trades coming in here for both sides. Ngayon, KSA and Cetra at KLP na lang ang matitira. They are yet to put the C4 down dito sa B site natin. Pero ang tanong ay mahahayaan ba sila ng UBECMANIAC na makapag-reset or would Cetra pull the trigger this early in order to deny them from taking a comfortable retake? Yun ang katanungan. Pero si Kano ang tatrabaho! At ito na nga! UBECMANIAC proving that gods can bleed in our current leaderboards. The first loss of EVOS Esports, ladies and gentlemen, and everything in between. Ang tindi ng itinamasa ng ating mga bata ngayong gabing ito.
UBECMANIAC. May nakala ko, ang ganda ng posisyon ni Zetra, but it's the retake prowess here of UBEC. So good. 12-9. Nabuhay pa rin naman ang EVOS, pero mukhang hindi magpapaantig ang UBEC. Simula nag-overtime tayo dito, Mochi. Hindi natalo. Kahit isang round pa, hindi pa natatalo kahit isang round ang UBEC. EVOS, oh my god, they've got to stay alive. They've got to stay alive. They have to keep it together. I mean, we've said it, no, in the group stage, EVOS has not dropped a single series, and this is where that mental prowess goes into question. Can EVOS keep it together now that there is no room for error?
Men, 3 rounds behind. What is gonna happen in here? It's definitely all up to the tenacity in terms of mental nga ng EVOS, like what you have said.
It's a big question. Can they live up to the words na binibitawan nila sa mga interviews? Can they take down UBECMANIAC? Can they extend to set 3 even? That's the question, Mochi. 12-9, UBEC. So close, they can smell it. But remember, this is BL. Medyo nahirapan ang UBEC sa BL side.
Tahimik ang lahat. Parang walang nangyari kanina, no? Everyone is trying to put themselves in a better headspace and literally space and the map. Utilities already being thrown here. Hopes of trying to deny anyone, pero UBECMANIAC is just gonna be on their default position, playing it safer than ever. All eyes already here in House B as they try to make their way in here. Medyo agresibo yung angulo ng KSA and as well as Yobeb on this one. And they better be prepared, but the flash will be connecting onto them, forcing themselves to put their area into somewhere else near bridge or under the bridge. Nako, Keller!
Oh, good opening pick mula kay Dolph to shut down KLR. That mid position has been noted. Elvin down to 1! Si Dolph, the sub is absolutely popping off, opening up that A site. Dalawa na lang ang natitira para sa EVOS. What can Yobeb do? What can the young star do? Teka lang, Dolph F getting taken down. KSA coming through from mid as well. The 2 players of EVOS struggling to survive, and they are thriving so far. 2v3 ngayon, Moch.
2v3? Ako pa, anong mangyayari dito? It seems like the defense is crumbling here for EVOS, but once again, the question is, will the retake actually pull up dahil si Kano makukuha niya sa KSA at ngayon na matatapos na nga dito ni JJ! UBECMANIAC definitely proving that they are no longer the young boys we know before. And right now, they're wreaking havoc amongst the best of the best, with the set 2 being taken out by them. And mind you, this is EVOS pick. Their creativity and their way of innovation has been the deal breaker for them. And definitely been a match for us to see.
Yeah, in port, no less. Mochi, simula nag-overtime, not a single round went in the way of EVOS. It was just the UBECMANIAC show. Nobody predicted a 2-0 win. Kahit sabihin natin na alam natin this is gonna be a close series. I was thinking between 2-1, EVOS ba or UBEC. Nobody predicted a 2-game series. But here we are, UBEC closing it off very decisively. And this is just super impressive stuff from UBECMANIAC. I mean, it's just...
Wow. Pre,
Beautiful,
all I can
beautiful.
say, this car is gonna be deep for EVOS. Because they already gone in here being confident, being, their pride is already there. Like, kaya namin to. We already gonna be able to do and secure the series. But instead, they got demolished with the 2-0. I mean, not gonna lie, super close yung mga maps nila. But still, when it comes to like noticing these types of small things na ang bilis mag-adapt ng UBEC, ang bilis nila makaisip ng bagong strategy. Alam nila kaagad kung anong gagan once EVOS tries to do something that seems familiar to them in a specific area or a specific map. Those types of things, that's gonna be affecting them long term, and they better be prepared into resetting their minds into thinking na, what did we go wrong? Especially in these 2 maps wherein we pride ourselves na alam natin dapat na mananalo tayo dito.
Pulido talaga ang playstyle dito ng UBECMANIAC. And I think the biggest difference or the only difference na pinakita dito ng UBEC, no, mas madalas nilang nagugulat ang EVOS. Mas madalas nilang nahuhuli ang EVOS, no? Mas madalas nilang hindi pinapabasa yung gagawin nilang sunod because of the amount of the plethora of strategies na meron dito ang UBECMANIAC. Pero that's enough about us. Pahinga na tayo. Mochi, ipasa na natin to kay Bipolar at kay Sneaky Frog to break down that series.
Thank you very much, Datum and Mochi. Sneaky. Man, oh man. Ay, nako po. Naputol ang pangil ng mga Tigre. Tinapos ng UBECMANIAC with a 2-0. By the way, grabe ang UBECMANIAC, Sneaky.
The villains of Filipino Crossfire fall today, pare. Unfortunate para dito sa EVOS, but at the same time, very impressive performances galing dito sa UBECMANIAC, pare. Ayun nga, if you're not convinced na Kano is the best player in the country, I don't know what else you need convincing for, kasi that kid really just turned the tides para dito sa UBECMANIAC, pare. I think it was him and the combination of him and itong si JJ, no, creating a parang dual pressure para dito sa UBECMANIAC, kasi yun yan, nakikipag-aaway ka kay JJ sa isang side ng mapa, and then you're also dealing with Kano. You know, you really don't know what point of the map mag-aatake dito yung UBECMANIAC. And the fact na nagawa pa nilang tapusin yung map in that second half, or almost tapusin yung map in that second half, especially getting that many rounds of BL side is very, very impressive, pare. Especially up against a team who pride themselves on GR side sa mapa na to, pare.
Yeah, very much so. Alam mo, pinag-usapan nga natin to beforehand pa lang. The port is the map for EVOS, pero parang UBECMANIAC, may pangatlong lugar na naman silang patutunguhan. And it's port because on that GR side, it was close at the end of the first half, pero nakikita mo naman the dominance, the presence of UBECMANIAC was instilled into the minds of EVOS. Nakakapasok nga sila, those retakes were there, and as you can see, Kano is just on top, man, from the get-go, from the start of the round ng ating set number 2. Nakikita mo, he is popping off. He is going for angles just like this na hindi mo mapapansin. Going from underneath the bridges, bigla ka nalang papatay ng nasa loob, man. Someone stop this kid from just popping off every time, but hats off to this guy. Especially to JJ, na tulad nga na sinabi mo, dalawang pressure ang ini-instill nila, and JJ was the one that was really just, alam mo yun, gas to the pedal, nagmamaneho ng kotse, tapos nandun lang sa likod niya si Kano. Isang insurance na talagang hindi mo matatanggal sa isip mo.
For sure, kumbaga si JJ yung gas at si Kano yung kotse dito, pare. And they have just drove it forward straight into yung depensa dito ng EVOS. And even in the first half, pare, obviously it was a good first 5 rounds. EVOS finding opportunities back dito sa PL side. Pero na-confused lang talaga ako dito sa second half why itong EVOS yung setups nila were getting, you know, stopped at the start. It's a bit reckless galing sa mga ibang players. Maybe it is some overconfidence galing sa kanila dito, but at the same time, it's still inexcusable yung mga ibang rounds. Of course, it is kinda dry galing sa kanila dito, but it's still a really hard-fought win para dito sa UBEC, pare. But at the end of the day, they do deserve it. Their port play has improved by a ton, especially yung kanilang BL side. I can tell na nag-work on sila dito sa kanilang B setups, especially, no? Kasi the amount of times na inatake ng UM itong B side is absolutely absurd.
Yeah, very much so. You can definitely see it every time that hindi tuloy makapag-decide ang buong EVOS kung i-commit naman natin to, or will they really just go for another wraparound sa buong mapa. And that was the determining factor para sa EVOS para matalo sila towards UBECMANIAC. And there was one play as well na talagang pinakita dito ng UBEC na wherein they were in the GR side, tapos nag-push pa sila ng long on the third round para makuha ang win na yon, even though it was taken by EVOS. But right now, let's look at the set summary. A lot of kills in this game, a lot of rounds being taken, but still, look at JJ, Kano on that top, as well as KLB. Look at those statistics, Nikki.
Yeah, I mean, nakita naman natin yung possibility of when yung mga snipers natin do take a backseat dito sa port, you know, the riflers can actually carry. I think it was yung Sunday Shrooms games actually, or Sunday Shrooms game in port na si J. Kim yung nagbuhat doon. Very similar dito sa UBECMANIAC. Granted, KLP didn't have that much of an eye-popping performance, pero yung trabaho niya lang naman niya was to hold the backline para dito sa UBECMANIAC. Most of the work was being done dito ni Kano at dito ni JJ at dito ni KLB. I mean, 16, 21, 13 AP pare. Tignan mo naman yung headshot percentage as well dito ni JJ. Every single gun was on point para sa UBEC. And despite the good performance galing dito kay Keller at kay Zetraman, unfortunately wasn't enough. Yobib actually in this series was somewhat asleep pare.
Yeah, parang there was really no presence. We were talking about it na parang he was, if dry ang EVOS kanina sa buong set map, parang naging desierto sa buong mapa natin si Yobib dito. Again, he was getting those kills, especially on that overtime. Nakakuha siya ng kills. He was getting some of the highlights there. Kaso nga lang, man, na overshine siya ni Keller dito. Talagang he was just gas on the pedal as well, just like JJ, and he was just overthrowing them off. Pero set MVP na lang tayo. Wala nang pag-uusapan ba, kundi ang batang ito. It's Kano on the set MVP. 1.92, a dominating fashion coming in from Kano.
Yeah, I mean, as expected to possibly now, pare, the best player in the Philippines, pare,
Yes.
at the age of 15, which is wild, pare. And, yeah, it's just Kano doing Kano things. We gotta get used to saying that, pare, as, the sky's the limit para dito sa bata na to, man. And the fact na he is doing this as the entry player, as the most aggressive player para sa kanyang team, is just a statement, just a testament of how good this kid is.
Kung may standard tayo or ceiling of skill, si Kano yung meron nun, tapos pangat pa siya ng pangat to a point na hindi na siya mahabol ng ating mga players. Meron tayong mga contenders on that spot, pero Kano really just showing his skill set, showing his presence every time. Talagang hindi mo siya matanggal sa isip mo. There was one time as well where in Cinema Moment, pinag-usapan natin yun na it was Yobib versus Kano, which is just right there. Tamang-tama yung pagbigay ko ng praise doon kay Kano kasi it was just crazy. And now, ending it off with an overtime, 10-7, Eagle Eye 2.0, and Port going it very clearly, 13-9.
Yeah, being 13-9 every single round in overtime, pare, and the fact that National was just a straight up mid take, pare, tas may lang.
Totoo.
I mean, sometimes you have to hit them with the curveball, pare, and the curveball hit them right on the temple at napatulog nga dito yung EVOS. And ayun nga, Eagle Eye, yeah, I expected that kind of result, pare, pero pagdating talaga sa Port, I really feel like that second half really turned the tides para sa UBECMANIAC. I mean, granted, naging overtime nga tayo dito, but I feel like EVOS by the end of that Port might have just ran out of gas, pare.
Yeah, parang napagod na talaga sila. I mean, they do still have that good spot sa ating standings, but man, oh man, this is a sneak peek once again for our playoffs for the entirety of this tournament. But yeah, let's look at the set MVP, or basically the match MVP for that entire two sets. Walang iba kundi ikaw na naman, Kano. Kanina ka pa, it's a 1.91 KD, 1.20 KR. Yung headshot niya talaga kakaiba kahit M4, and that AP is just outstanding.
Yeah, I mean, the AP of 39, which is already adding dito sa kanyang triple digit na AP dito sa ating mga score summaries. I mean, he's just stacking yung statistics dito, pare. I mean, Kano absolutely on a tear dito sa CFS PH Masters. I think hopefully pagdating nga natin dito sa playoffs, they do get some sort of revenge dito sa PE, but of course we're gonna find out dito sa ating standings kung ano nga ang seeding ng ating top 4.
Yeah, I'm excited for that as well kasi syempre medyo natibag na talaga yung standings natin dito. Hopefully makita tayo ng a lot of things to talk about, lalo na this is the last day of our group stages. Pero again, Kano, the man himself, the prodigal son, kumbaga, he is just on fire. The fire in this guy's heart and mind is just breathing crossfire every single day. And now we see him in his glory. We are not playing CF anymore. Pag nasa server si Kano, we are playing in Kano's mind, and that is what we want to see. At mukhang excited din ulit ako, Sneaky, kasi in just a little while meron na tayong interview, and it's one of the persons na talagang nakakatawa kausap.
Yeah, and I think the interview is going to be coming very, very soon. But of course, mag-aantay muna yung ating madlang people for now. And it's going to be a very nice interview, especially at the tail end. We can take our sweet time, no, pare? We can take our sweet time with
Pwede
this one
naman.
kasi it's already the end, guys. That's the final day, or not day, final game map of group stage. Granted, it ended 2-0. I know that there's a lot of people now saying, yeah, it is a 2-0, everybody's happy, but the casters want absolute cinema dito, pare, and you can't really blame them, no.
I mean,
so
we kind of gotten the cinema moment ng onte. We did go to overtime kahit
Siyempre, greedy
kahit
kami.
papaano. Oh,
Siyempre,
gusto
greedy kami. We want more of the show here.
Gusto namin malaspag sa CF man, di ba?
Yeah. Been another overtime. Why not, Tito Pari? We got plenty for it. And ayun nga. I guess mangyayari na lang yun dito sa ating playoffs where the real crossfire starts. Finally, man. Aabot na tayo dito after 14 grueling days of group stage. We finally enter the playoff picture tayo dito, pare. And we are gonna take
Here we go.
a talk with itong si Coach Tanks for the playoff picture dito ng UBECMANIAC. Welcome, Boss Tanks. Brand spanking new haircut. Medyo kalbo lang naman yung bossing natin.
Ang pogi mo.
Pero kamusta, Boss Tanks? That win must have felt good para sa inyo, pare.
Teka, bago ako mag-reply, good evening muna sa lahat ng nanonood ng CF PH, no. More power sa natin, no, sa liga natin, sa CF, sa buong CF community. Yan. And good evening pala sa inyo, Bipolar and Sneaky.
Salamat po, Coach Tanks. Alam mo, Coach Tanks, sinimulan namin yung araw namin ngayon, nakasama ka. At it's just right, nakasama ka namin ulit for the end of this day 14. Sticky, may onting questions ka ba dyan para kay Coach Tanks?
Ayun nga, I was gonna ask how it feels to win up against itong EVOS, pare, fully knowing na they're probably yung main rival nyo going into the past 2 years dito ng Crossfire, man. So how's the feeling, dito, man?
Well, yung obvious na feeling, masaya, syempre. Kasi very competitive din naman talaga kami as a whole, no? And yes, gaya ng sabi mo, I think they are probably one of the best, hindi lang dito sa Pilipinas, no? Talagang yung caliber ng Crossfire ng EVOS, talagang kumbaga, hats off ako sa playstyle na meron sila. Kita nyo naman kahit doon sa map to pa lang, diba? So it's a neck and neck match, kaya yun, masaya, yun lang, masaya.
Yeah. I actually want to ask about itong map number 2 natin dito, Tanks. Allowing port dito sa Vito and banning itong subbase was definitely a big surprise. Was there any extra preparation para dito sa port, knowing na this is probably EVOS' best map?
Extra preparation, we always prepare extra for each and every map. Hindi na lang sabihin ko. I mean, kasi obvious naman na na playoffs is around the corner, so yeah. I think I can speak in behalf of each and every playoff team na everyone's just really grinding it out. So ganun lang din ginagawa namin, pa-practice ganun.
Sabi niya, tama na daw sa base, man. We need to run some eagle eye dito, pare. Bipolar, what's up, man?
Alam mo, speaking about maps and sub-base in particular, Coach Tanks, a lot of us were surprised with you banning sub-base as well. Pero a lot of people were also saying, nagpre-predict na sila na since pagmamayari nyo na basically ang sub-base, kaya nyo ba binan yun para naman hindi nyo na problemahin yung mga ibibigay sa inyo ng mga ibang teams?
No comment na lang ako dyan.
Ayun. Di ba? Natameme si Coach Tank sa tanong ko.
Sige, maybe I can answer. Siguro yung pinaka-short answer dyan is like, we just lost 2 PE sa sub-base. So, yan. Siguro, why not try other maps? Ganun. Pero, may sinabi ka Bipolar na pagmamayari, no? We don't own any maps. We're just basically a Crossfire team lang din na naglalaro sa mga map.
They own it, pare. Ayaw lang sabihin ni Tanks.
Sneaky, any more questions, man?
Any shoutouts, Coach Tanks, on the audience and the whole UBECMANIAC fanbase?
Ayun, syempre shoutout ko na muna kayo, yung mga panel, yung mga caster, yung kasi 'di ba it's been 7 weeks of heavy hitting Crossfire, no? Grabe.
Yeah, and we predicted EVOS as well, so yun nga, the whole chat is kind of flaming us, pare. So,
Coach Tank, sorry, Coach Tank, ha?
Yeah, okay lang. Predictions are normal. So, yun nga. Shoutout sa buong team na bumubuo dito sa ang ganda talaga lagi ng production, yung casting team. Syempre, shoutout sa sa mga supporters ng UBECMANIAC, kay Boss Chris, sa asawa ko, kay tsaka kay Ma'am Lisel, tsaka sa mga bata, syempre. Shoutout din kay Dolph, kasi kasi
amazing.
Matagal-tagal din siya hindi nakalaro. So, we're missing Loy, pero at least nandiyan si Dolph. So, yan. Yun lang. Tsaka, sa nanay ko na nanonood lagi. Tsaka yun, shoutout sa ano talaga sa mga nakasupport lagi sa Salamat lagi sa inyo.
Coach Shanks, maraming salamat po. Magkikita pa tayo in sana malapit ulit pag after this a little bit of may pahinga tayo ng onte. Pero Coach Shanks, maraming salamat for your wisdom.
Thank you.
Na binigay ng UBEC. Congratulations, brother.
Sige, salamat.
Yeah, there we go. The last CF Bender, pare.
Yes, sir.
Is exited the building and UBECMANIAC claiming their win. So, ano na mangyayari dito sa standings natin, Polar? I have no idea kasi sinabi lang sa akin ni Tanks na they need to 2-0 itong EVOS and that they did. What does that mean for the grander scheme of things? Dito sa ating laruan, we have no idea up until they show us the team standings. Pero man, matchups para dito sa playoffs are now topsy-turvy dito, pare. It could be UM versus TS. It could be PE versus UM. It could be PE versus EVOS, man. We have no idea, pare. But any matchup from those four is gonna be a good series, pare.
At totoo yan, Sneaky. Mabubusog tayo kahit ano pang script ang ibibigay sa atin at wala na tayong patumpik-tumpik pa. We have it right here, Sneaky.
Oh, EVOS still first.
They're still up top, man.
Grabe. Just by 13 rounds, actually. I think medyo naapektuhan yata yung record dito ng UBECMANIAC after that PE loss. Granted, di ganun kataas yung mga scores. So, unfortunate, but still, it's parang yung ginawa ng UBEC today, pare. It's more of like a warning more than
warning shot lang yun.
them attempting to get first. Oh.
I mean, like, yeah, Sneaky, you're right. Pero, again, you were talking about kung kahit ano pa mang standings natin dito, it's still gonna be a good one. What are your thoughts on that? Sneaky? Yeah, okay.
So wait lang, Team Secret. So it's Team Secret EVOS, right? Tapos UBEC Pacific. Damn.
It's a good one. Well, parang wala tayong magsabi.
I have no idea, man. I mean, obviously, nanalo yung UBEC today, right? And I feel like yung objective nila was also to try and dodge yung Pacific. Pero
sila kasi
Tanks is not the type of person to dodge to dodge any smoke, pare. Hindi siya ng type na person na nagdadak ng smoke dito sa playoffs. So ayun nga, it's gonna be UBECMANIAC versus Pacific for the rematch in that group stage. EVOS versus Team Secret in that semifinal. I feel like this is probably the best playoffs that we could get dito sa ating CFS PH Masters. Granted, stylistically, EVOS at Team Secret, I wouldn't say na polar opposite silang dalawa, no? But they definitely contrast each other. Para naman sa UBEC at Pacific, yun nga, for the longest time, Big Brother Pacific has been kind of showing the ways para dito sa UBEC, pare. But it's time for the smaller brother to finally take over dito sa ating scene. But, hey man, di basta-basta magpapatalo dito yung Pacific. They could actually do a curveball dito sa ating semifinals.
Yeah, it's definitely a good storyline until the end. Lalo na EVOS Esports versus Team Secret again. Good matchup. Pero I just want this semifinals para sa UBECMANIAC and Pacific to start already. Kasi ibig sabihin yan, it's a revenge in the mix. Tsaka it's either Pacific will just instill na sila talagang pinakamagaling against UBECMANIAC, or will UBECMANIAC finally get that play, get that win against the people that really thrown down their good streak dito sa ating Masters CFS PH 2025. Pero everybody, that concludes the entirety of our group stage, Nikki. What a beautiful 14 days, 7 weeks of just crazy crossfire action.
Yeah, not gonna lie, kind of felt like 4 weeks, man.
Yeah, ang bilis.
The time was very, very fast. The games were very, very quick. But ayun nga, here's to a good playoffs, man. I really hope now we do get the best of Filipino crossfire here.
Yeah, very much so. You know what, everybody? This is it. We have our 4 players or 4 teams na magkikita-kita sa playoffs. You have Team Secret. You have Team EVOS. You have also UBECMANIAC and of course Pacific. Grabe ang ating storyline. Maraming salamat po to Smilegate, to the CF community, sa lahat ng nanood despite all of the long breaks that we had for today. Yeah, the hiccups, the connections. Pero huwag kayo mag-alala, pagdating ng July 12 and July 13, iba na. Iba na ang timpla ng ating laban and it's gonna be good. Sneaky, any final thoughts before I throw it out?
Yeah, once again, thank you to the CF community. Also, yun nga, podcast coming soon kasi tapos na yung group stage.
Yes,
so, yun nga, see you guys there.
Everybody, thank you very much to the entirety of TNC, our production crew, and of course, Smilegate, maraming salamat po. It's been a pleasure for this group stage. Makita-kita tayo sa playoffs in behalf of the cashers as well. Salvatore, Ramon, we have Daedum and Mochi in the panel, Sneaky and Bipolar. Maraming salamat po. Makikita tayo on the playoffs. This has been CFS PH Masters 2025.
On gaming to qualify, it is kung sino ang huling team na makakapasok sa ating group stage.
And will end the group with a win.
And they win against Pacific Magda.
Call it a night, and Elvin will kill the final member, as they will go to the grand final.
The dynasty is still well alive. Pacific Magda will be your 3-time champions of CFS PH Masters